I killed those people. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. This confession. Killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people.
There will be no fun, and we are not. I mean, we are not talking
Kill those people.
when some woman says I'm late for something, men actually automatically think about their period.
Kill those people. Kill those people. This is a confession. I killed the sweet shit. Kill the sweet shit.
Well, that's a whole lot of nonsense. Yep.
Ahoy!
Oh, isn't it weird having like the other Discord now?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I turned Jordan into a different role.
Is she mortified?
Yeah. So she's a different color than everyone else does.
It's good that she feels separated from the herd.
Yes, much as it should be.
Yeah, and the fact that she brought her last initial in with her, it's a sign to the rest of us. It's a slight.
Might have to ban from the server.
I'm glad that they're all bringing their A game with their gifts.
Yo!
Oi! 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 Oi!
Finally, we got Jerry back on the stream.
Finally, and Andrew's mic sucks. It's perfect.
Just always tell me
What is
whatever
up with
happens.
that?
I wasn't paying attention when you first got on, but I just now noticed.
Is it good now?
Yeah.
It's literally just me like unplugging it and plugging it back in. So this cable I think is just kind of fucked. Hopefully it's the cable and not the actual port.
Yeah. Hopefully.
We're finally gonna get back into the regular scheduled programming.
Oh, I think today is gonna be a hot potato. I can take this. I can take this excitement.
Jerry's bringing some ammunition with us.
He's bringing the heat.
No, not that strong. Yeah.
No. Okay. Okay.
But since Steven liked this movie so much, even the average review can kill him.
Oh, well, that's listen. I also
I don't pay attention to reviews, Jerry. You know that because
I
form
you
my own
Steven,
opinions.
If he likes the movie, he likes the movie.
It's true.
Listen, I'm gonna be like, I promise you, I will be on Steven's side.
Finally, me and Andrew are on the same side this time.
I actually really look forward to it. I don't know how quickly we're gonna get into this, but
yeah, we'll see.
When I watched the movie, I was actually relieved this is not Andrew's favorite movie.
Oh, you were relieved that it wasn't my favorite movie?
Yeah.
Why, because you didn't want to offend me? I will say I saw this movie before Steven and recommended it to him.
It's true.
you
Andrew's the reason
really?
that I saw this movie. Yeah.
So it was actually it was Steven's movie, but also it was Andrew's recommendation.
I think this was. I feel like Wakefield is a solid. Both Steven and I wanted that one to be watched.
Okay.
which is why I look forward to. Listen, bring it on.
Listen, I don't mind telling you how wrong you are. I have no problem with that. There's no issue with me saying
Okay,
that.
so
Why is everyone
there's
coming
like
in with their fists up already?
I don't know.
Jerry came and he's like, today's gonna be a hot potato. I'm glad it wasn't Andrew's least. I'm glad it wasn't Andrew's favorite movie because at least I could handle Steven, and I'm here to tell him that I
No,
love
I
it.
didn't say I could handle Steven. No.
Oh, because I'm more civil. Is that what you're trying to say? I'll keep this up, Jerry.
No.
I have a knife.
Also, like, I do want it. Not that I'm like apologizing for the movie or anything. There's no way. Like, I very much like the movie, but it's definitely not like my favorite movie of all time.
Sure.
Just to be clear. But I still am going to rate it very highly. I just want, because Jerry was saying it was my favorite movie. But
And for your
technically true.
information, this is not like a Encanto hater level movie for me.
Well, you know,
I actually
I hope
felt something while watching it.
All I hope that from talking to this movie is my connection attempt wasn't approved.
I literally just opened up Parsec when I saw it disappear.
Okay. My only hope is that I like it when we have different opinions. So I actually welcome someone not liking.
I'm here for it.
You know what? I'm already ready to just like get right into the conversation because we already are kind of talking about
we've
it.
been holding it for. We had to hold it all day yesterday.
Yesterday it was such a blue balls thing
Yes,
where we're like,
sorry.
we
We
talk
really-
about it. And
really
then
You're like,
got
you know,
straight.
that's your line.
day.
Yep.
So then there's nothing else
Everybody
to
kept
talk about
submitting it into it.
except Wakefield.
So here's
And
the
I'd
thing.
like-
Hang on, there's one more person who needs Parsec in, and it's you. Okay.
And it's me. I'm not in. I'm in now.
I know.
And I'm in.
And
So this is going to be interesting because
I look forward to people having problems with the ending.
because so here's the thing.
Yeah.
First of all, Steven, I love that you did not say anything about this movie.
Not a word.
No, why would I? It's way better if you go in completely.
It
blind.
is. I agree.
Absolutely.
Because it was.
Yeah, I
it was.
appreciate it.
I thought for sure, just based on like the poster for it and the brief description of it, I was like, oh, this is going to be some like Jason Bourne-esque action movie thing, and his name is Wakefield.
What?
Yeah, no, like I had.
What is what's the description
Oh,
of the
the
movie? Hold on.
description is hilarious. At least on Amazon
I
Video.
need to hear the
Hang on.
description.
Yeah, read me the description. I want to know. I want to know what
I want to know why
now.
Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say it was like a murder movie or
Maybe.
something.
No, this is the different movie called Wakefield. Hang on one
Wait,
second.
no, this was the description for Bourne Ultimatum. Sorry.
No,
Oh,
hang on.
that's
Sorry.
where the
Alright.
where the confusion happened.
It says. Yeah, it says Bryan Cranston and Jennifer Gardner star in a film about a successful but overwrought businessman who seemingly vanishes, but all is not quite as it seems.
I guess it does leave.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
pretty
yeah, yeah,
ambiguous.
yeah.
Yeah, like it's some sort of mystery.
It actually sounds like it. Yeah.
And all I had to go on was the cover of it, which shows like some
It's just him
businessman looking out a window. Yeah.
yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay. Like I know the kind of movies that the Ruds seem to enjoy, and I'm sure this is just a well done like action thriller movie. And it wasn't until like, you know, I mean, I'm sure it was with
Like a
everyone.
good like hour in the movie. You're like, wait a minute. there's
No,
action.
it was more like 30
So when
minutes
does he
into
get
the
the gun?
movie
So
when
where's
he
the action now?
basically
We finally hunkered down in the.
when he doesn't do anything, when she starts calling like the cops and stuff, I'm like, oh, this is the movie.
Oh,
Okay.
oh yeah, it is.
So
This is indeed the movie.
So this, I
Or
think
you
this
can
is gonna
get-
be. I think this is gonna be interesting because like this movie, I don't think we could just go through it scene by scene like we normally do because it's pretty much all the same from beginning to end, but it's more of like a character study of
You
what the
either-
fuck's going on in this guy's head,
Yeah.
and that's just the
Like,
whole
this
movie.
guy's
There's
just
no beginning, middle, end
insane.
that we can really go through.
No, the debate.
but what
is
we're going to be talking
really
about more
the-
is like
the characters.
what the fuck is up with this guy, sort of thing.
Yeah.
His
I mean,
mental condition and stuff like that.
You definitely see like an increase in just like how like little he starts caring about his situation, sort of deal. Because like first he sees the police, he's like, oh fuck, oh no, and then eventually he's just like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
It doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Yeah, like this movie is more about whether or not you agree with like, are these characters genuine with the things that like facing the things that are happening or not? Like, is it faithful or not? Not like, did I find that thing interesting? Because that was never the point. It was always, is this believable? Is this real? Can I see this happening to myself?
It's very
and do I care?
there's-
And you either see it and you care or you don't.
There's a couple of things that like I don't think it's going to be quite as binary for me, just because like there are some realities where I could imagine something like this happening. But at the same time, there are a couple of places that I wish the movie went a little bit further to enhance that believability. But also, I just don't know how the movie would do that. I mean, I guess what we could do is, before we start, just in case anybody hasn't seen the movie, we could give a brief synopsis of what it actually is. That seems like it'd be pretty quick.
I'm actually curious if there are trailers. Like, what would a trailer even look like?
I actually, you know what? I
had never seen.
I meant to look that up.
Trailer.
I meant to look that up. Let me see here. All right, let's see. Okay, yeah, we have a trailer. Let's see what it shows here.
Okay.
Let's watch it.
Do you? Oops, not main camera scene. Oh, I guess we could turn that off though. Bloop. Boink. Oh, it's still Ludum Dare. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, a bygone era.
69. I want.
Say goodbye, Ludum Dare.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what this is.
Looks like a trailer.
Oh,
we
I
can
have.
handle this here.
Oh, that's right. We were about to
started.
watch it. We were about to watch it. I think it seems like you maybe shouldn't watch it.
Oh yeah. I was like,
That's
that's
what it was.
better if we don't watch it.
All right, let's see.
Oh, I'm curious how illuminating this is to
Yeah.
the subject.
Suburban
Yeah, it's probably mostly just like this sort of thing, right?
No sound, but
There's no audio. But
Week after week.
Hang on. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
look
there
how clean
is
cut
no
it
audio
looked.
for you. One sec. Zoom. Boink. Boink. And let's turn this up a little bit.
Okay.
It's got the save room music from
Suburban life.
Evil Within.
Yeah. True.
Week after week. Who hasn't had the impulse to put their life on hold for a moment?
nah.
Just vanish completely. My wife's first call would be to my office.
Oh, okay, so it does go into it.
Okay. Yeah, you know that he's hiding from her essentially.
Yeah.
That's
It is telling you.
Car's still there.
You sound shit again, Andrew.
Okay, I was gonna ask.
plug and plug.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
How far am I willing to let this go?
Yes. When he just slinks
Yeah,
back into the
yeah.
darkness, I love that. It's so good.
Do I sound okay now?
Yeah, you're good.
I love that.
I mean, it is like, I don't know if they would have been as successful if they tried to market it as some sort of drama film rather than what they're
No,
showing
yeah.
here. Like, it's showing
Yeah.
the interesting
character
premise
piece.
of it. Yeah.
It's a movie about a character, and either you like the character or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I never left my family. I left myself.
I will say that Bryan Cranston makes this movie.
Oh,
I-
million
dude,
percent.
I
Yeah.
love Bryan Cranston in this
like
movie.
he is so fucking good in this movie.
Amazing.
I mean, pretty much every actors in this movie acted very well. Unspeakable.
The acting was top
acting
notch.
was
Well, the
unspeakable,
acting was
yeah.
all this
Super
movie
good.
had, really.
I can really
Oh, yeah, it
agree
was-
with that. Yeah.
There's,
There,
I
there-
was,
there were no big set pieces. There was no dramatic. Like there was not a lot of drama.
there is unfortunately, there's
Those damn Russians.
There's unfortunately very
the
little
gleaners.
trivia on IMDb, but one of the things
Uh-huh.
that I gleaned was that this whole movie was filmed in 20 days.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's fairly straightforward. So
And has minimal
there's
sets,
what,
really.
like, couple
Yeah.
sets. The other sets are just like outdoors.
Yep.
It's just this house sort of thing. Like,
But yeah,
easily
so
pretty-
for anybody who
pretty doable.
couldn't glean it from the trailer, this is basically a movie where a husband hides from his family and just sees how long he can do that for reasons
It's for
that
the
are
better part of a year.
yeah
It's a long time.
for reasons that are explored throughout the movie as we get to know the character. So that's pretty much the whole movie. That's
the
all
movie.
that happens.
That's the movie. It's a man. It's a man who hides from his family.
Yep. And,
So I
and when I
agree
say hide,
that
it's like he's just
the,
hiding in the attic of the garage, and they have no idea he's there. But he's like full view of what this family is going through as they try to contend with their missing father
He didn't
and husband.
technically leave his family. He was
No, guys, I
didn't
hardly
leave the
abandoned them.
family.
I'm right here.
yeah, they're not abandoned.
I'm right here.
I'm right here. Calm down.
So the
I enjoyed
interesting
not knowing what things were like in his imagination and what things were like genuine. And when he was
Yes.
speaking, like if he meant what he was saying or if it was part of him joking around, because he went between like taking things seriously and joking about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like he's like a poster child's unreliable narrator for sure. So even the things that the movie
beautiful
shows
because
you,
it makes that
not
character
always-
genuine.
Yeah. There's yes.
Because
Yes.
that's how you would be if you were in that situation. You would be like oscillating between this is a joke and this is real.
Right.
You're getting the like 100% genuine feedback of a person going through this.
Okay, well hang on, Pomo. Speaking of blue balls, this movie's flipping ending. How else would you have ended it? Really though.
That's my
Like how
there
else
is no
would
other way to end
you
it.
be able to end that?
Like I assume
That's how
Pomo
you-
wants to see like how the people actually react, but I
There's
think
no
the whole point.
way.
No, it doesn't matter.
The whole
doesn't
point
matter
is
how
it
they react.
doesn't matter how they react. That's why they showed like the two different like the couple different options. like,
Yeah.
as he was walking up, like the
Like-
different ways it could have ended. But,
Because it
the
could
not
have ended
knowing
in
is part of
any
it.
way. Like and I think it's just more interesting that it ended it right there. Like we know for certain that he comes back and his family sees him.
Both
But
wanted him to
we
die.
have no idea how they could have possibly reacted because that is such a fucking complicated thing to try and portray. I feel like
I'll think about it this way too. When it's the movie is about the character Howard Wakefield, not about the characters. It has nothing to do with like their reaction at the end because a few things could happen if they showed their reaction. Well, let's say it's two options basically. They're either pleasantly surprised that their husband is back, and you're like, "What? Why? Why are you like you question that?" And that now you're making it more about their reaction instead of Howard Wakefield. Or they're upset and they reject him, and you're like, "Oh, that's sad. What a sad like ending. Like, why did he come back?" And again, now you're thinking about like the wrong things. You're not thinking about the character, and you're thinking more about the world, which was never the point.
yeah. Well, yeah.
Jeez, both.
And that's the thing is like I also expected this guy to be an incredibly polarizing character for sure because out and out he is not a good person for sure.
Oh, no.
I think that's
No.
No
agreeable.
one in the
Bad
movie
guy.
is
But-
a good
but
person.
he's
bad
also-
guy.
but he's
Yeah,
also,
he doesn't
like-
even say he's a good guy.
The movie does at some points make him seem very sympathetic. So I think
'cause
that's
it's-
one of the
yeah.
things that I appreciate is that like there was no and this is why I'm going to have like some not exactly like binary opinions about the movie itself either is like the movie was very much like a I was about to say a non-binary experience. No, it's like the
There's
movie
no gender in the movie at all.
there were very few black and white things I think in this movie and with this character and with the people involved.
There's a lot of gray areas.
Yes.
The movie is not building to an explanation of what that meant for him to be away. The
I
movie
can-
was that.
I can easily
If you felt like you were missing something, you didn't pay attention during the movie.
I can easily see somebody having the opinion of just like, oh, this is like some boomer shit of husband hates his wife, and let's take that to comical extremes. And it's
I think
I can see somebody coming away with that message, but it's not. And that's part of it. It's definitely part of it, but it's not everything.
I
So
think that's
it's-
only that's like a surface level of the character. That would be the superficial reading of the movie. If
I
you
think
weren't
it's
really,
very
listening
easy
the dialogue.
to reduce a lot of things that happened in this movie down
could
to
do
like
that.
a pithy statement.
If you don't actually listen to anything that's said in the movie and you only look at what happens, then yeah.
That being said, like I don't think this movie is like ridiculously deep. It's interesting and it's fun to think
No,
about.
it's actually. I think it's not very deep.
No.
It's a
Um,
pretty simple story.
But there are two. There is the level
to
of the superficial, right? Of like seeing, whoa, he's like basically a homeless guy, and you can look at that and say like he is just abandoning his family. or if you, but the movie is mostly his narration, and if you listen to the narration, and the reason that he narrates, right, is so that you can understand what it's like to be in that. It's all about empathy. It's the whole point, and he says it multiple times. Is like, don't pretend you haven't thought about this. It's not meant to be deep. It's literally just meant to be empathetic.
Yeah.
And either you listen to what he's saying and empathize with that, or you don't. And the whole reason that it goes into the past, talking about his wife and talking about like these other parts of his life, is not to show like, I just wanted to get away and like I was being selfish. It was more or less to show like, we'll get into this later, but I think this movie does something that I think other movies don't do well, and it has a very strong theme, and it uses that theme to build the entire story and the characters, and everything that happens is centered around that theme. And that's why this movie isn't deep, but it's cohesive. And not only is it cohesive, it's meaningful if you pay attention, but you have to actually appreciate the character and the dialogue. If you don't appreciate the dialogue and the character, then there's no way you're going to enjoy the movie, and you will only
because that is the whole movie.
It's all the movie offers.
So either you like the character and the narration, or you don't. It comes down to that.
Pomo is saying, I wanted to know what he tells his family and how are they react. You know exactly what he tells his family.
Yeah,
he says, I'm home.
Yeah.
There you go.
And again, I will stress even more so, because I knew this would be like a problem. Either
it's
you
literally
paid
the
attention
only way
during
I
the
could have
movie.
expected the movie to end. Like, there's no way
Exactly.
that they can continue from this moment.
You'd have been even less satisfied if they actually like showed anything.
Because again, all the things that you wish they explored, they did over the course of the movie.
And
like,
I think that's
just because they didn't have like Diane's character say those words that you wanted to maybe hear in theory, doesn't mean that they didn't explore those concepts.
And I think, Pomo, the emotion that you're feeling right now is exactly the emotion that ending was trying to evoke, of just like, fuck, like what would I do? Like, how would this fucking play out? Just
like they really want your imagination to go wild, and just like, man,
because that is, I think, supremely more interesting than anything that they could ever show you.
Well, because again, the whole point, and again, I want to like remind that the whole point of the movie is to empathize with Howard. Howard has no idea how they're going to react when he walks in that door. And being left with that feeling is what Howard was left with when he left. That's a much more strong way to end the movie than to have some sort of negative or positive resolution to satisfy you, the audience. It was about Howard, not about you.
And Pomo, when you're saying like when he's imagining both of the outcomes, you wish you didn't open the door. The whole point was him imagining those outcomes, and at the end of the day, it didn't matter.
Making the choice, like
making the choice is like, no matter what happens, I'm opening this door.
In that door,
I'm going inside.
Whereas before, he'd been resigning himself to say like it started off with, she married the wrong man, so like I don't need to stick around, right? Like it almost became like she was just another construction of my life. It was all sort of just another thing, just like my job and my suit and stuff. She was just another accessory, and like clearly she felt the same way. So why should I go back in and like deal with any of this? And like he, over the course of the movie, he asks again, like, is she a construction or is it genuine? And at the end, like he decides that it's genuine and it's something that's worth like. Before things like were driven by fear, but now he could actually say it's not about something that's constructed that I'm like feel desperate for. It's something that I just genuinely need.
I think I disagree.
And once he made
with
that choice, that's what mattered.
I think I disagree with his motive of coming back, because
what do you think his motivation was to come back?
The whole reason that he married that person was essentially of some like sort of subconscious competitional like need that always drives him to do these things with Dirk, essentially, right? Like that's he basically pursued her because of that. And the only reason, the only impetus for him to return to his family was when he saw Dirk coming back again to his wife. So I think the only reason that he actually like that pushed him to get out of that, and he even said it's like, I'm not just gonna sit around while you take my wife or whatever, was to it was that competitive drive to be better than Dirk again, which caused him to come back to his family. And I think that was the only motivation. I think that was the only thing that pushed, not some sort of like, oh, I actually need this human connection. I actually love my wife, blah, blah, blah. It was more, it's like, I can't let Dirk win. And that's what I think was so fucked up about the ending of just like that.
That's what I want to do something like from the first place is like, in the course of the movie, he act and he said like, and he thinking like he has changed like, I thought this is like not my life, but I actually now love him, whether he loves me or not. I don't care. I love her more now. I love
Oh,
her.
I don't
I
think he
love
loves
my
her at
children.
all.
Something like that. No, there is a how can I say? He didn't actually say that, but his intention was there when he says something like that in the like one 2/3 of the movie. But the thing is, in the end, until Dark appears and like mingle with his life, he's done nothing. He didn't even try to do something. He was just sitting there and just watching. And as soon as Dark appears and try to how
Seemingly
can I say it?
successfully
Try
start courting his
to-
wife.
Yeah, try to make
Like
a
if his
relationship with his life.
Mhm.
Now he changed it. Not that he changed it. He tried to just get back because he didn't want Dark to snatch his wife.
I think this movie
So
would
then
have been a lot shorter if Wakefield's coworker had succeeded with his little move there at the beginning of the
Ben
movie.
Jacobs.
Yeah. If that played out differently, like Wakefield would have been right back in that house a lot faster, I feel like.
I don't know.
So-
I don't know.
Yeah, so in the end, I thought he never changes. Like for all the experience, for all the things that he's done, he hasn't changed it a bit.
But here's the thing though, is like
Disagree.
again, this isn't completely like black and white though, because he was literally saying, it's like, I'm not saying like I don't understand her emotions of being in this position, and I don't think he said like
Yeah.
it's not that I don't approve or whatever, but he was basically saying like, yeah, I get it. Like it's not of just it wasn't completely motivated by just like a no, my wife
possession.
sort of thing.
No, but it's
But it
interesting that you
was-
bring that
it
up
seems
because
like it
that
was framed
actually
like
is
that.
the cornerstone of the whole movie is this idea of possessions.
Mhm.
Yeah, how
That
possessive he is
Diane
and stuff.
began as a possession,
Mhm.
and when Dirk returns, Dirk represents like what he was. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not saying this movie is like super deep and everything is symbolic. I'm just saying like Dirk literally what him and Dirk, like the whole point of their history is that him and Dirk were identical. They were the same way.
Yeah.
And if anything, like Howard was like beyond Dirk. And even like Howard says that a year into the marriage, he questioned like, did I get Diane because I just wanted her?
Yep.
And that the only reason that passed was because then they had kids. And now like before, like Diane was his possession, the thing that he didn't want to lose. But now that he had kids, now the kids were the thing that were his possession and a thing to protect for him to not lose. And that's what sort of kept him plugged into the marriage.
But that also just makes him sound like such a piece of shit too. Even though we've
yeah,
we've
like,
seen
it's not saying he's
flashbacks
not.
of him seemingly being a pretty good dad when they were like little kids. Like
Yeah, but even at the beginning, like you have to view that from like if you view the lens through, and I'll just say it right now, the theme was possessions,
sure.
possessiveness, right? Like things that you own, things that versus things that you need, and like the kids were a possession, a thing that you could lose, and he brings it up. He says this, right? Like suddenly, like I had something I could lose at any minute. This could all be taken away from me, and that's how he felt about Diane. Was like she was something to like earn, to win. And then the kids were a thing that he had like earned, but then he could lose. Like anything could be taken away.
Yeah, he actually said that
So
he
it's
was
not that
worried
he was just like some like
he
super
could lose
lovey-dovey
at
dad.
any time.
Yeah, you're right,
He just
Pomo.
like that was pure protection of like he loved his possessions the way he loved like his car and stuff. He never just said like I was a good father and stuff. He didn't go on and it didn't like go out of its way to show you just because it showed him like playing with his kids and stuff didn't like insist
Well, he
that
seemed
he was like
it was more of like,
but it's
and
also not
Pomo,
saying he was a bad father.
Pomo makes a good point in the fact that he was basically like we were seeing flashbacks from his perspective. So that's something to consider. But also
It's
just
true,
like
true.
he did seem like, at least in those flashbacks, to be a completely different person around his kids than he was like in any of the other flashbacks. Like he was the silly, goofy, playful dad sometimes with these kids.
But you imagine that, but then as soon as the kids start growing up and they're
Yeah.
distancing themselves from him,
Yeah.
like he's losing his possession over the children now.
Yeah,
and that,
like he's like
putting a
the
lot
idea
on
of
him.
like losing them is something real to him, and that's you see that elsewhere in his life.
because
now.
it starts turning into just like he's just alone. It's them versus him, and
Yep.
he's wondering like when did this happen? Because he assumed that it was going to be like when you see it with him with the young girls for
Mhm, mhm.
forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Because if you live long enough with a person, you know they're deep inside, even if they don't show it. Because don't say this is not like this. This is something that happened for every household. There are always like a family or father who actually having a good time with their family,
Mhm.
less more or less. But this is about him, like yeah, as you said, this is about him like being, how can I say that? His dominating personality.
Yeah, he wants to own things, like, and that came from
Yeah.
his competitive nature. That
And
like his whole life
it
was based around like owning things.
See,
it is
like,
not something that you can easily hide, because you
here's
show it while you live with somebody else.
here's the thing for me is like, and this could probably just be like a not necessarily invalid criticism, but more of like an unrealistic expectation of like, yeah, you say
Sure.
his whole life was centered around like being this competitive. Um, and I like the thing that made it difficult for me to sort of understand where this character was coming from, why he was making the decisions he made, the thoughts that he made, and stuff like that. Like in some ways, I felt like I could understand it, but in other ways, I'm just like, what the fuck are you thinking? Or like, how does somebody like have these thoughts? I wish,
Uh-huh.
I wish I could have seen earlier aspects of his life where this sort of mindset and these sorts of values were starting to develop in him, because all I see is him like, you know what, 15 16 years ago, where he essentially looks exactly the same and has the exact same job and all that stuff, and he already has all of these parts of his character pretty much solidified at this point. So these are just ways of just like explains like, hey, here's the kind of person that he is. And there were times where I'm just like, well, how does somebody turn into this? Like, how does somebody like get
Well,
these values?
the
And I
point
wanted to
is-
I
see
think
that a
the
little
point
more.
is he was always like that. So
I-
they like
Well, and also I think the point is that it's not like some foreign, like ridiculous character that you can't comprehend. The movie is trying to like point out that this is not some like odd thing
Yeah.
for someone to think that they need, because it always like Howard's narration is always about like what people think they need, how people behave. Like he talks about other people this way.
Yeah.
Because he is a part of them. I mean, at the beginning, like the whole point of the beginning is showing like everyone is living kind of like Howard. Like you're all just doing the thing. Like you're all on the train. You're all walking around in the city, going to the train stop. Like you all have your briefcases. Like it's saying that this is just how people are. People have possessions that they rely on and depend on, and this is the life that they construct to keep those things. So it's not saying that like you really need to understand how this character was made. You should know because you're probably this way and you understand and you can empathize. The movie didn't feel like it owed you some explanation for how people feel like they need things. Like that was a given.
Yeah, I think this is just a case of dumb movie watcher Jared, who's like, there's just some fundamental aspects of his character that I didn't understand immediately. And because
Can you
it like,
explain the parts that you don't understand about his behavior?
sure, like just that inherent like competitiveness, I think was one of those things of like, it's hard for me to put into words, and it's hang on.
Like the early portions of like how he got with Diane, that type of thing.
Yeah,
the Dirk business.
The
that
dirt
type,
business.
yeah, that type of stuff.
Like taking shortcuts
there's
to
a
get
lot
ahead
of
kind of lifestyle.
I mean, well, I don't know if I can point to anything specific, but I was always like seeing these random, or not seeing, but hearing in his narration where he would be explaining his thoughts. I'm just like, I don't quite understand how you arrived at that conclusion, or why you have these sorts of like musings about people and how they behave and how you're behaving and stuff like that. Like, I think this is one of those things where just like there was so much that I was trying to process at once that obviously some stuff just like flew right through my ears. So like, I think it would benefit me to like do another watch through of it at some point.
Well, I'm happy for us to like we can do the like walk through the movie, because I think,
but
even though like we're not walking through like a bunch of events,
that might
and stuff,
make
like,
you remember something.
because I think it is important to note that like the reason he goes from like the beginning of the movie to in the attic to staying in the attic to coming home, like the things that sort of like happen in his character along the way, like whether what he says or notices, are kind of extremely important. And if you find it hard to either agree with or understand why the character did those things, then either like that's an indictment of the movie or like you missed something in the dialogue.
But that's mostly why I say like I would have liked to see earlier aspects of his life of how he sort of arrived at these conclusions, because if the whole point of this movie is to be a character study on this person and there's fundamental aspects of this character that I just don't understand or comprehend, then like that's why I would expect like something like that to be in there. And that was basically my main frustration with the movie, is that like there's some really fucked up and complicated and nuanced things happening here, and I don't understand 100% why that's happening. And again, maybe I could understand it more if I had watched it again without being shell-shocked by the initial premise and just desperately trying to comprehend everything that this character is trying to do. So that's basically my perspective of at least my first viewing of it, just going in cold. So that's why I say it might be like in unreasonable criticism, but not like at least an invalid one, just from my own personal experience of this is how I felt. But it might not be reasonable to actually show the history of this character. You know, it might not be a good idea, but that's kind of, it gives you an idea of what I was trying to get out of the movie, even if I was focusing on the wrong stuff.
Which is why I think it's important to note that the point of the movie was not to introduce some absurd, like Howard is not meant to be an absurd character. Like he's meant to be like a very rational character, like any of us watching the movie, that just took his like notions to the extreme. It's like everything should be founded in like genuine, like, oh yeah, like I can understand that. That's like the whole point, is that I can understand, I just would never take it that far. He's just the guy that took it much further than you would, which is again with Dirk, like him and Dirk were the same person. He just took it a lot further than Dirk would. Like the only thing absurd about this character is the thing that you learn about him over the course of the movie, not where he started, because where he started was being cynical and possessive like we all are.
I agree with that. There can be some people who actually like can take a power away, but what I had a problem while watching the movie is he generalizes things. Like he says something like, "Oh, you have thought about something to do this, like
when he tells you,
there were a couple of times, more than a couple of times actually. He did like, you've done something like this if you didn't go too far. But that's actually like a terrible.
It's him trying to rationalize it to himself. Like he's saying that because he's like, oh, like don't look at me like that. You thought of this too, I bet. Like, so I'm not the bad guy.
I think
it's something like that. Yeah. Everybody, not everybody, but many of the people can think about it for a moment. But it's for a moment. Think about it for a moment doesn't mean that they like think this is light. It's like, oh, I want to be a Superman. I want to be a Batman. Yeah, I can do the costume in the Batman costume in the Halloween or something. Like that's it. Like a very basic thing that just pops up in your mind and go away because it doesn't make any sense. But he generalizes things through the movie like this is normal stuff. Like normal people do that. It's just they can step like one more. I think, but that is actually not true in the real world. Maybe some people,
he's not saying that people do it. He's saying that people have thought about doing it.
The thing
people
for me though,
he's the one doing it.
Yeah, because, and I think that's because like I don't think I vibe with him being just a normal person and this is how he takes it too far. I think there's has to be some sort of like sociopathic tendencies for a person to actually do something like this. And I think that's what I was trying to cling on to more of, just like, why is this character doing this? Like, yes, sure, everybody has fantasized and thought about something like this, but what has to happen in your life, or what kind of person do you have to be to actually follow through with this stuff? And I think those were the questions that I wanted more answers to that I didn't get. So that's the thing that I was kind of focusing on throughout the movie. I'm just like, how is this person like this? Like in every flashback, I'm just like, okay, I think I kind of get now why he makes these decisions, kind of, but how did he get like that? So I was more fascinated with that. Like,
understand.
The scenarios that this person went through bordered on like if he was meant to be like a normal person in these extenuating circumstances, then those extenuating
I'm losing internet.
circumstances were fucking
gonna have to come-
cartoonish, like borderline satirical in terms of just like how insane things got. Yeah, I think he said he was breaking up.
Oh, okay.
So like if he was meant to be a normal person, then suddenly I just don't believe my suspension of disbelief of this scenario is shattered. But like I can believe somebody being like twisted enough to actually follow through with this kind of stuff, and I wanted to explore how or why that would happen.
But it's think of the movie as a fantasy of a normal person, not as like a literal thing. Like the idea that like you've thought about not going to work today and just not calling in. Sure. And you've thought about like ghosting people or not showing, like you've thought about like the lesser degrees of this sort of thing. But imagine like if you held to that, like if you took your fantasy, if you
with your
like this very rational thing that you've thought of, but if you carried that rationale to its extremes, what would that look like? And it's about living out that fantasy with Howard, not wow, like what would make a man like do this? Like it's about it's about what would make a person fantasize about doing that.
That's the problem I had through the whole movie. Yeah, I actually thought about like not going to the work. That's like the minimal thing in the movie. That's not the theme of the movie. Yeah, I did think about like not going to the work. That's all I could sympathize of, but.
So
like fake your death,
imagine
hear from your family or your friends and like watching them ghosting is like the opposite of like thinking about like I can sympathize of. I never thought about like ghosting people and watching their reaction and like enjoying their moment, like how they would react. And like in the course of the movie, he's like
You've never thought about what it would be like to like ditch a group and then see how they reacted when you weren't around?
I actually haven't.
No.
You've never.
No, he actually. Okay. He actually like in the like early part of the movie when his wife realized his disappearance. She actually tried to call somebody, and he actually said something that he thought she would say. That's not
like when he's
pretending to
pretending like her, pretend like they're his mother-in-law, pretend like their daughter, and says something like they would say, but it's not true because we don't know that.
I find that part very realistic. Like he's just kind of he's making a big joke out of it. He's like, I know these people. I know this is probably what they're saying. And to some extent, it's probably accurate, especially with Babs.
Well, it shows that it all is basically accurate.
So I think in thinking about it now, I probably like experienced two different versions of this movie simultaneously. Because when you're saying like this movie is meant to be like a fantasy of a normal person, and you sort of explore what it would feel like to basically vanish from the earth and see people's reactions to it. I think this movie succeeded in that, in the fact that I felt there was some sort of primal emotions that I was feeling just imagining myself in this situation, because I was just like clenched up the whole time, just like, Jesus, like that kind of stuff.
Like you felt awkward for Howard or for the people?
Well, I don't know how I can explain it other than just like some primal emotion of just like I could feel.
Was it discomfort?
Yes. But at so like there was some sort of emotion just like inherent of just like this sort of like normal person thing experiencing these crazy circumstances. But at the same time, like we were also talking, or at least I kind of believe that this movie is also like a character study of this person and how this person operates and why they're the way that they are. And I think I was like, so like the movie was, yes, instilling these emotions in me of just like a can you imagine sort of scenario. But at the same time, I was also trying to analyze the character like it felt like the movie wanted me to do as well. And then those sort of clashed in my mind because like I couldn't understand the character as much as I wanted to, but I felt like it was pretty successful at conveying the emotions that it wanted to impart on the viewer, at least for me. But
The only issue is whether or not you understood everything like happening. If it felt random or it felt unjustified,
it
then
didn't
it's
feel
an issue.
random and it didn't feel unjustified, but it almost felt a little bit like, just from the character and the character's motivations perspective, and history felt half-baked to me.
Okay, well let's start like we don't have to like go through the movie, but I think it is important to go through like from the point that he gets home late to the point that he is like resigned to the attic. Tell me in your mind how that went down. How he went from getting home like as a normal guy, just late from work, to saying I'm stuck in the attic. What in your mind? How did that go down?
Yeah. So I think before he even got home, he already had some sort of like disdain or dissatisfaction just with his life, either like both work life and family life, that he kind of wanted to escape from. So when he found himself in the attic, originally when he went up there, he was, looking at his family, getting ready for stuff, and he still at that point did not want to interact with his family right now, because it's just another source of stress, discomfort, and just not at all pleasant. So that's why he's like ignoring her phone calls and all that stuff, even when he's like right outside and he sees her worried and she's calling him, and he turns it off. He's like, I know exactly how this is going to go down, and I'm not going to like it, so no. And that's the same reason why he spends the night in the attic, is just like, what am I going to say when I get back in there, of just like, it's just going to be this unpleasant garbage that I don't want to have to deal with. That's how it starts. And then as like he wakes up the next morning and he starts seeing like his wife trying to, well, it's still around the same sort of thing. It's just like, I still don't want to have to deal with this. I'm just going to wait until she leaves for work. So he's waiting there, and then he starts seeing like, cops getting called, people coming in. She's like, actually distressed and stuff like that. And then this is the point where I need to actually like think about why he would stay in there. I think in some sense he mostly just finds it interesting that this is happening. But other than that, like the only other thing that I could think of is like, well, it's a little at this point right now, like I wouldn't say that this is his motivation for the entire film, but if I were in his position at that point where like the cops are coming in, I'd just be like, well, fuck, what am I gonna do now if I come back? Like, how do I explain this? Like, I'm not gonna fucking deal with that. I'm just gonna stay in here for a while. Then, like the notion of leaving that situation and then just assimilating back into normal life, it feels like a line has already sort of been crossed, and now I'm just like at a loss for what I would be doing. And I think that's around the point where I started to not quite understand his motivations, because I don't know what I would do there. And he starts trying to explain his thought process, and was like, oh, okay. So it feels like now, because I had my own ideas of like what I would be doing in this situation, how I would be thinking, and he's saying some off the wall shit that I'm not saying doesn't make sense. I'm sure somebody could easily like rationalize how that makes sense, but it's not a thought that I would have had. So I'm just like, okay, that's interesting that you're approaching it like this. Why do you think like that? How did you get to be like that? Because I didn't even consider.
I would love an example. I would love an example of something that's so outrageous.
Well, you tell me. What was he saying around the time when like the cops were coming? Because I don't quite remember. He said so much shit throughout the movie.
That was the part that I feel like you overlooked.
Sure.
So do you remember when he finally he's waiting for his wife to go to work, right?
Yep.
That was the whole point, and he was like, "Shit, the cop showed up." He wasn't ever planning that. He was he was fully intending to go back inside and get all settled in. So when she finally like takes off to work, he does go in and he shaves, he showers.
Yep.
He like gets all dressed up to go to work, and he's about to like leave a note.
That's right.
If you remember, like that's when he changes his mind. He stops in the middle of writing that note, and he's like, "No, like," and what he says is like,
"My wife thinks she's married the wrong man or something."
Yes, exactly. Because he's like, why did she like? If she really thinks that her husband's gone, why is she going to work? Like, isn't me
going to work?
Why'd
like, she just toss out my dinner without even knowing where I am, sort of thing? Just right in the garbage.
So then it became like a personal thing. He's like, oh, if she doesn't care, then like I don't care.
I shouldn't care either. Like whatever.
So like that told him he could do this a little bit longer. It wasn't even at that point that it was permanent, but now it was like if she doesn't care, then like I'm just gonna stay gone. Like see how you like it. It became like a spiteful kind of thing.
Yeah,
sure.
And then the longer he's gone, the more just stuck in that situation
Yeah.
he is.
But
Well,
again,
but
like that's
as-
so
The
fucked
more
up to
he
me.
can rationalize
No,
it to himself.
but listen. So he goes from fear of
Uh-huh.
like having to deal with the conflict to spite of like I don't want it, like if you don't care I don't care.
Mhm.
But when he's up in the attic, like now he has the chance, and he goes through this at the end of the first act when he has this little speech about unshackled, I will become the Howard Wakefield I was meant to be. The whole point is like he's realizing like the stuff that he's giving up. And he's like he's giving up like the daily life stuff, the job and stuff, which he clearly was like fine shirking off. He was
Mhm.
even giving up the day-to-day interactions with like his wife and kids and stuff, and he's like now it's a personal selfish thing. So
Yeah.
now it's gone from spite to completely selfish, and it's
Yeah.
about like what he can accomplish with being unshackled. Like he's obviously being dramatic about it, but
because he
means
obviously
that stuff.
feels shackled by his normal life, and he's
Yeah.
like, well, no, I don't want this anymore.
I guess like from my perspective, like that was just such a huge jump for me. I was like, oh, okay, well, fuck. All right then. And like he's a character, right? So like some things are, exaggerated to make him a more interesting person, but because this whole movie was his character, I just wanted to I guess that decision right there, I'm just like, I wouldn't have fucking done that.
Do you also remember like when he's talking about like anyone could leave? Because like you would think that the rational thing for him to do if he really felt shackled, because everything was rational up until that point, right? Of him thinking like I'm trapped here, I'm a prisoner here. Like that was all like believable, and you didn't need like a character study to get to that point.
Sure.
It was that point where he says like anyone can leave their family. Like I could have just gone to Manhattan,
Yep.
emptied my bank accounts, like filed for divorce, and just been gone.
Delicious
But like
dessert.
he's doing the hard thing. He's doing the thing that like
Why though? Why?
But
That's
he's
what I
doing-
wanted to know.
because he's being selfish. He's thinking I need to accomplish something because he's competitive, because he believes he has to own things, and now he wants to own himself and not feel owned by the things around him. Not because he's a sociopath.
Not because he's
Oh,
a
he's absolutely a
sociopath. Like,
sociopath.
let me explain.
Uh-huh.
If you want to understand that mindset, Gerard,
Mhm.
let me give you an example. So
Okay.
recently, I actually bought my niece, 10 years old niece, because she says something very harsh,
Mhm.
very harsh and very unreasonable. So I about her, how can I say it? I argued with her, and she was like, because she's 10 years old, she doesn't want to say sorry or genuine sorry, or she
Right.
doesn't want to resign herself. How can I say this? She doesn't want to lose, right?
Admit she's
Right.
wrong.
So
yeah.
she just avoided me. That's what I get it. Like, yeah, of course, yeah. In this kind of like for 10 years old, in this kind of like uncomfortable situation, she doesn't want to solve it, or she doesn't have the will to like face the situation. She
Mhm.
just want to avoid it. So
Mhm.
I approached her and tried to talk to her. Like I had this feeling when I heard something that you said, and I actually I wanted you to think about this by yourself, not by your mom, by your father, or by your grandpa. I wanted you to think about it, and I wanted you to say something that in your mind to me when we have a conversation. And she was curious and she was angry, like she said something like a very nonsense that 10 years old girl would do, and she just ran away. And later I actually made some sense to her, like by having some nice meal and gave like something, something with a sweet word, if you would say. And she actually said like yeah, if I was in the situation, I would do the same thing. And no, I would do feel bad. And she said sorry in the event. She says sorry is not the point, but if you think about like a 10 years old mindset, if there is an uncomfortable situation, she just want to run away. And if it doesn't solve it, she gets furious and she just blame everyone else except herself. This is like a similar situation. At the first, he didn't respond to the phone, and he didn't show up to his family while it's dinner. It's his fault. Don't say it's their fault. It's his fault that didn't show up. He fell asleep.
Yep.
So
at first he wanted to avoid it. I get it. If I was in this situation, I would wanna avoid it.
Or the
And then when he came back to the house, when he thought, it's not showing that what a wife would think about in that situation. Like I don't worry about the husband or something like I have to go to work or something like that. It just shows that she went to work. We don't even know she went to work, but he think she went to work while her husband disappeared. Her husband disappearance. Now he's furious. So what I don't understand is he's an adult and he has a job or something like that, as a lawyer or something. It's the same exact behavior that 10 years old girl would do.
And I think that's the thing that I wanted to explore is like, why is this man acting like a 10-year-old? Like, I still don't understand like the leap that this man makes of just like, because he sees his wife like practically grieving and in tears and worried sick about where her missing husband might be. She calls the police. She does all of these things instead of going to work. And then after a certain point, it's like, well, sitting around here, I guess, isn't gonna, just bring him back. So I guess I'll just go to work. And then like Howard's just like, that fucking bitch. Like I can see somebody making a decision like that. Absolutely. Yes. What I want to know is like, how did he get to be that kind of person? I mean, and maybe that's not even the point of the movie, but that's kind of what I was looking for throughout the movie, of just like how did you become the way that you are? Because this movie wants me to think about this character, and it's just, I guess it just wasn't giving me the information that I was personally looking for.
But I still believe that the movie is not trying to help you understand like how he became the way he was. It's trying to help you empathize with what it means to go from something rational to irrational. Like how to start off as like a very normal guy with a job who has a family, who's starting to feel some distance, who doesn't know if their marriage is like built on a solid foundation. Like, does any of this mean anything? And then going from that rational sort of insecurity to like, I am going to give all of that up to live in this like sort of unshackled life, but also as a homeless man. Like it's the leap between the rational and the irrational that matters, not how did this person become that person. That's why I bring up this idea of fantasy, because it's about leaping from a rational thought to an irrational one that matters.
It is something that I can really sympathize it. It's because it's too extreme. If there was a build up, if you say that's a build up, but if there is a more build up, like how he became something like that, because it is very early part of the movie. If there was a little more build up, and if the movie was a little shorter than 1 hour and 20 minutes or something like that, I would think the same, but it's too extreme to sympathize.
But I think that's the point of the fantasy, though. Like, it's meant to be outrageous. It's not meant to be. You're not supposed to see how Howard's acting later and be like, you're supposed to say like, how did he go from being so? The leap is irrational, but then how he behaves after is like he is always rational, but there's that leap that happens, and that's when you go from normal guy to fantasy. And you have to accept that leap and then follow the rationale.
Yeah,
but how can you say
as a result of that leap?
Yeah, but how can you say he's been always rational?
Well, because again, up until the point,
a lot.
Up until the point, like when he finally says like, "Oh, she married the wrong man." Like everything that he does is like you said, Jerry. Like it's not necessarily saying that it's right or wrong, but him wanting to avoid a fight is rational. Him like not going inside while they're still around or while the cops are around, like is rational. Him even thinking like, wow, like my wife actually doesn't love me. Like it can be like it's maybe starting to be a little irrational, but still believable, right? So, but now him leaping from like well, if they don't need me, I don't need them, and him going from I don't need them to I don't need anything is that irrational leap to the fantasy of like, if I just gave everything up, I would be so much happier. Like it's that idea of like, I am unhappy, I am really insecure about my life right now. If I just gave everything up, like I would be so much better. And that's the fantasy that you play in your mind, and the movie is hoping that you empathize with this feeling of I wish I could just give everything up. I wish I didn't. I wish
This
I
is
didn't
just
need any
showing
of
you
it.
what would happen
And I think-
if you
What-
actually
and
followed
it's like,
through.
and then you've probably wondered yourself, what would that look like if I gave it all up? And then it ties it to this character Howard, who not only gives it all up, but he also has a lot of other interesting traits. Like he's also kind of a coward. He's not really giving it up. He's literally staying in the attic watching his family. So he isn't really prepared to give up his family, even though he talks about it, even though he acts like he is. Like he has other qualities, but the point is the fantasy, and that fantasy still has some rational behavior after, because he was rational before, he is rational after, but the leap is the irrational part.
Yeah, I think so as far as like the fantasy goes and experiencing that fantasy, I think I said before of like that's the part of the movie that I think that does very effectively, because I think like we all probably had different reactions to what it would feel like to be in this situation. Like I said, it made me supremely uncomfortable and stressed like the entire time. And I think regardless of what emotion you have during that, it is an emotion that you have because you're immersed in this idea of fantasy. But I don't.
Right. You're
I
trying
don't.
to, you're being put into Howard's
You're
shoes.
trying
You're
Yes,
imagining
so I was
for yourself
absolutely-
in that situation.
I was absolutely
what would I do in this
empathizing. Yeah,
situation?
I was absolutely empathizing during these like parts of the movie. But I don't think that the entire movie was about it, because they do spend a lot of time dedicated to how did he get his wife and like what sort of character traits were involved in him in being in this whole situation. Like it delved into his history a little bit to kind of explain some of the nuance of his character and things like that. And once I started seeing that, I was like, oh, okay. So like, what else is going on with this character? I think I like glommed onto that and was expecting more answers down the line, whereas like that was
I
kind of all
think-
the movie gave me.
I think that it brings up like that past about Diane as like sort of the reason that he comes back at the end, which is why I said this idea of possessions, right? It's not bringing up his past to show you like something unique about him. Like it's not necessarily unique that a guy was competitive and wanted a woman. Like that's not that interesting, right? Like it's bringing up like sort of the foundation of or bringing up the idea of possessions to show that he was very possessive of Diane in the past, which is how he got with her. He was possessive of her even like early into the marriage, and wondering whether or not that was why he was with her. And then even up until the point of the fight that sort of drove like sort of the original reason for him to not come home was he was being really possessive of her still, and she was like, I'm trapped by you and stuff. Like, so obviously it's bringing up just that one interesting part, but it's not saying that that's unique. It's just saying that this is sort of driving the theme of why he is leaving, and also why he comes back in the end is based around Diane. It's actually more about her than it is about him.
Yeah, but
Diane is a cornerstone of the movie.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Can you
Like,
imagine?
she
Can you
is the
imagine
thing
being?
that brings him back?
Can you imagine being such a cornerstone of the movie, like pivotal role, and you only have like maybe a dozen lines? Like
That's the
the amount
beauty
of
of
the
it,
amount of
though.
acting that she had to do without words is kind of insane.
She did a great job.
Impressive.
Yeah.
She did a great job. Like of just like you're just
Well, you
watching
need to
her
look a
go about
certain
her
way.
daily life, and like that's what people look like when they're
Your-
just doing
your
their thing.
posture and gestures, like just scenes where she's like just standing in a window or something.
Super genuine.
Hang on, there's one other IMDb trivia thing that I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about that one. Let's see here.
Are they not her real boobs?
Hang on.
That's not her real pregnant stomach when
This
he's
is like the
I knew it.
longest. This is the longest piece of
that was
trivia.
a body double.
In order to make the relationship between the two leads more believable, given the detached nature of their domestic lives, director Robin Sweetcord, my bad, suggested that they both
Sweetcorn.
attempt a therapy session she felt might expedite their intimacy. Both had to stare into each other's eyes for an uncomfortably long time as the director suggested that they imagine each other as a baby, then a 6-year-old, etc.
Oh.
They then had to sit on the floor back to back, rubbing shoulder blades together. Brian then had to remove Jennifer's socks and look at her feet. They had to stand side by side and sniff each other. Trying to keep serious throughout the session proved to be quite difficult for both parties.
What the
I
fuck?
think that's a little much.
wow.
That's him. All right, director. Let's calm down here. all right?
Serious to him.
Wow, that's not
Method
normal.
acting. That's really funny, actually.
Yeah. It's
What
like I
was,
didn't really
Jennifer
see
Garner a
much
real
evidence
dancer?
of that much chemistry there. Or at least like if the whole point of them were to be like estranged, I don't think you needed to go through all this stuff to make them feel like they were.
I think it
alongside
doesn't
a couple.
matter
That
to
seems
them in
excessive.
scenes together.
Yeah.
To me, it matters more to how Brian talks about her when she's not around.
I guess, but would you need to go through all that stuff to like draw
Oh,
that
maybe
out of
not.
Bryan Cranston?
Probably not, but I'm not a direct like this director
guess.
felt like they needed
I
to.
guess. Yeah.
I guess it does seem a bit overboard, but in their mind is like this is how
Almost
I get
like it was rational a little bit to start off thinking they should
Shut
be
the
close,
fuck
and
up.
irrational to
I'm
leap
getting
into the.
another drink.
It's like the movie.
crazy.
This is crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, what I couldn't, what I had a hard time to sympathize is like the you guys keep saying like it's a main character self-centered movie, so you gotta sympathize the character and you gotta be in his shoes. But everybody has a other way to watch the movie. But in my case, while I was like trying to sympathize the main character, I was thinking about their family. It's like the family. It shows that family was left alone. They were having a hard time. They were having a crisis, and the wife especially was like having a financial crisis. And what is that? The because she had to do all the work that he had to do. And in the movie, he says something like that. Oh, I was doing this hard job. Now I will see you do the hard job as well. But in the movie, actually, he said like she was doing half of this job and he was doing half of this job. That seems actually pretty fair. But he said something like that. Now I will see how you do good at.
I think from his perspective, he was doing more of the work. From his perspective,
the whole point is that he felt like he was being taken for granted.
Yeah,
like he's doing all this work and gets no appreciation for it. So like, all of the outdoor work, all the bills that get paid without a mention or anything like that.
Yep.
Like not even a thought crosses through her mind, and
It's
he
all,
feels like he deserves
invisible to Diane.
at least he basically doesn't exist to his own wife. And
Yeah,
that's another reason why he's like, well, she clearly doesn't give a fuck about me, so I'm out.
Yeah.
So the point is, I was actually more sympathized with this family, how they are having a hard time, how they've been through, because movie actually shows that they were having very hard time until the vacation or something. Like they were having a lot more than other normal people would face.
But
so I was more sympathized, and when I watched the main actor was enjoying the situation more than like he was worried, it was very hard for me to sympathize more. I can be in the shoes because I would do that.
I can understand like the sick sort of vindication that you would get from seeing somebody come face to face with like all of this stuff that was like unnoticed or unappreciated at the time, like watching somebody take out the trash and struggle with it when you know that they had no idea like how annoying or difficult it would be to like pay bills and things like that, and then suddenly seeing them struggle through that kind of stuff, I think would probably be very schadenfreude, I think is the word for it. It's like you take pleasure in someone else's
it's
struggles.
another part of his fantasy.
Yeah.
Like, he's like,
But then
if they had to do this too.
Then like halfway through, you start to realize that this dude, It's a Wonderful Life himself and got the bad ending, where he's seeing all of his family start to enjoy themselves when he's not there anymore.
They're happy without him. Well, and
so that's when I think like the
when
empathy sort of starts to switch in terms of like,
right.
It's not necessarily that you still don't feel bad for the family, but now you're kind of you're sort of seeing this guy sort of come to terms with the fact that people's lives are better when he's not in it, sort of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, and also again like the idea of possession, like he's losing them. Before he wasn't losing them, and even the idea he wasn't losing Diane. Like it makes a point to say that like while he's missing, like she can't really go out and like she can't really date and stuff. Like he's kind of keeping her prisoner, and he acknowledges that. So when it finally reaches the point that she is allowed or is going to go and be with someone else, especially when it's someone like Dirk, is the motivation to say like I will lose her. But it was just a theory before, but now I will lose her. She will be gone.
Yeah. They still go on trips.
talk
She gets a
about
new
the
husband.
dark.
She
He's-
almost gets a new husband. But not if Wakefield has anything to
No,
say
she
about
almost
it.
gets a new Dirk. There's no telling what would have happened.
And Dirk wouldn't have been good because remember Dirk when it brings up the magazine with Dirk and stuff and like
He's
it
done
told us
nothing
about-
wrong in the movie.
He's just
I like,
as cool as Howard is.
I liked what Boat said really early on. It was like, the wife really knows how to choose him.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about Dark, he's been a good guy. He's been nothing wrong.
I don't know, Dirk.
No,
we don't know
yeah.
enough about Dirk, but from what I've seen of him, I
the
don't
mo-
imagine he's
what the
much
movie
different.
what the movie tells us about Dirk is that like look at how he acted in the past. Like that's
Yeah.
that's one. But then you see that like when Howard finds that magazine article about him, like Dirk is still about conquest. He's still about buying and owning things, and owning things and then selling them. And
All
then
about Wall Street. And
Diane was just going to be another conquest for him, just like it was in the past for Howard.
yeah, 'cause it makes a point
I mean-
of like talking about Dirk's divorce and stuff with like whatever that model was
Right.
that showed in there. So
I mean, that's an idea, but isn't that a normal person would do?
well, that's what I'm
Like,
saying. Like,
yeah,
Dirk
like
is-
going for up. Yes, and we can literally say that's like a wrong or something because
Depends on how
he
far you
was
take
not
that,
even
I
saying
guess.
that,
If that's
'cause
how you
if
view
you
all
say
of
he was
life,
not even trying to cheat.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that Howard and Dirk are so alike. Just
Right.
Howard takes it to the next level.
Yes.
Dirk is exactly like Howard. He just operates on a more rational like wavelength. He doesn't make the irrational step of, oh, I'm just going to go do this crazy thing. He operates within, like, I guess the bounds of society.
Well,
but
because
he's-
so before, like when they started off the same as being guys who were basically constructing a world around them. They were constructing their life by owning things. But Dirk went the way of being like the perfect constructionist, whereas Howard took his fantasy to the opposite of that, like unshackling from the things that they built. So at the end, when Howard comes back, and he says this also before he goes back to Diane, it's that I love her because she's mine, but I also love her because she isn't. Like
Yeah.
he actually acknowledges that he was viewing her as a possession, and so even though his motivation to come back is that he would lose her, Dirk was going to come back as the idea of she would be his. But if Howard comes back, it's the idea that I don't want to lose her. I want her to be mine, but I know that in the end she can never fully be mine. Like that's the change that happens. Is not it's more of a perception thing, not a obviously like he wants her. Like there's no version of him going back to her in which he doesn't say like you're mine. But the idea of coming back and also acknowledging that she isn't his was the change that needed to happen. And
Okay,
that's why
cool.
Dirk is there, is to show the contrast between those two characters.
Yeah, that I agree. But Pomo, if you said if we can trust what Walter tells us about the Dark is kind of unbelievable. I mean, you can believe or not. It's just like a situational. But
Yeah.
in that situation, like the reason that why the Walter and Diane was her name, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Walter and Diane fought was like because Diane was having like a little joke or little having conversation with Dark. So Walter was always like have some like a bad feeling about the Dark. So what Walter said about the Dark was a little bit unbelievable in my situation when I was
the
watching the
flashback, you
movie.
mean?
Are you talking about like when they were doing the role play, like the jealousy thing? Because that wasn't
Yeah,
Dirk.
that wasn't
Yeah.
Dirk in the like in the.
Oh, that
current
was not
day,
Dark. I thought that
No,
was
that
Dark.
was not Dirk.
no.
At the party
It was
where
not
like
Dark.
he
That
gets
was some
mad that
random guy.
it's just some random bald guy that she was
Yeah.
flirting with.
Oh yeah. I didn't pay attention then at that point. Yeah. I thought whole movie that was about the Dark.
No,
I think
no,
that
no,
was
Dirk only
another
shows
thing.
up in the like flashback of how he met Diane and got with Diane, and the very end of it.
He shows up as an opportunist when he sees like open real estate when Diane is
Pretty much.
available at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was another thing that sort of primed me to start analyzing his characters when they pretty much opened with that like jealousy kink thing. And they were like
right.
spending some time explaining it. It was like, I believe that somebody has a kink like this. I can't, for my
100%.
mind, begin
Well,
to
yeah,
understand the rationale behind it. So it seems like this movie is going to be explored. Like this is going to be an important part of this guy's character. And I wanted to see that explored more. So I think there were just points in the movie where I'm just like,
It is a
ooh,
because
let's
the jealousy
explore that a little.
boils down to his possession of her. Still,
Yeah.
like
like,
he
that's-
gets off on knowing that he owns her, essentially, or
right.
thinking that.
Yeah. So I
So
think
I would say it is
it's
important.
to me,
again, I think this is more of like a
definitely
case
important.
of dumb movie Jared who wanted things more explicitly spelled out for him on his first viewing.
I mean, that's fair, but
It's kind of fair.
Because those were the
I-
sort of expectations that were built up in my
the
head.
movie definitely sprinkle like it's a bunch of like small pieces that you're like putting together to create like Howard as a character.
And I think it was
essentially.
difficult for
supposed
me
to
to
be-
do on my first try. Is
Well,
what I'm saying.
I think it's hard if you're expecting for this character to be some absurdity that you need to be rounded out. It's better if you, and I don't know, let's even assume that the movie didn't do the best job of this, but you're supposed to fill in those voids in Howard that you don't understand with yourself. This is not meant to be some character that can't exist without outside of the boundaries of this movie. It's meant to be like we could all be Howard if like we took all of our fantasies to the extreme.
I think the thing for me is like I'm not saying that this character is unbelievable by any stretch of the imagination. I think I can absolutely picture a person that is like this, but I think I think I approached it similarly to like how suburban white girls approach serial killers and true crime, where like it's just fascinating to see this person exist and you just want to know everything about them and how they came to be. And that's what I found most fascinating about watching Howard throughout the whole movie. And I just didn't get the little morsels that I was looking for at the time. But I think if I were to watch this movie again with a different expectation, I'd probably get a lot more out of it. Yeah.
Was there any point in the movie where you felt like you could like be in Howard's shoes, or was it always like from a third person perspective?
The only time was at the beginning of the movie when he didn't want to go in the house because of fights. Everything after that, I'm just like, it was more of like I could imagine myself in his shoes, and it made me supremely uncomfortable. But it wasn't like it was basically just like, for me, it was kind of just like watching a car crash in slow motion, where I'm constantly just like, oh, like that, pretty much the entire time. That's all I felt, really.
Interesting.
I'm also finding it hilarious that people in chat keep referring to him as Walter, even though he's actually Howard, played by Bryan Cranston. Like, they're not using his real name, they're not using his character name, they're using a different character's name that he's playing.
I know it's a different character's name. Like, I guess we did set a precedent during Chef where we were calling him John Favreau the entire time.
I also called the stream Walter White as a Peeping Tom.
Well, that is also true. You primed him for it, Jared.
I did. I just find the circumstances hilarious.
It is funny, yeah. Walter played by Walter.
Walter. Mr. White.
I think they are very similar to each other, though. Like Bryan Cranston is very good at playing middle-aged guys with a lot of pride and are very spiteful and take these things to the extreme. He's got that character down
about the acting. It's just fucking.
He was a fantastic actor, man.
Yeah, it was. I mean, every actor in the movie was very good. Like, there was no inferior actor.
Have you ever seen Breaking Bad, Jerry?
I've seen season 1.
Oh, what?
Oh, Jerry. All right. There Jared goes.
Well, we lost Jared. Jerry,
he's screaming. What have you done to him?
Look
at what
you've
done. Wait, you guys enter your season of the Breaking Bad?
What?
We all have watched
the whole show of Breaking Bad. I've seen the whole show.
I was in the middle of something. I stopped it, and it was very hard to go back.
Oh, Jerry.
There are so many seasons here.
There's only 5 seasons.
Okay, in my defense, I fucking enjoyed the first season. I loved it.
Not that much.
Apparently not enough.
Apparently not that much.
This is the same situation when I didn't finish the Persona 4.
Oh, man.
That'll make you feel better. That'll make you feel better.
That'll solve everything.
Yeah.
And roll number 2.
You know what would make that even just a little bit better, though? Is another shot of...
Oh,
Okay, that actually will make it feel a little bit better.
Wash it down with the gin.
A little bit of clear, a little bit of green.
Goddamn.
Mix them together. You got green still.
2 greens.
That's
they mix,
green.
right? Yeah. Even though I picked Jin's color pretty much arbitrarily. I figured.
There is the reroll. Wait, which reroll is it for, though?
Probably for the
boats
Midori.
is-
Midori. I'm pretty sure it's for Midori.
No.
We can all.
Another Midori.
Yes, another Midori.
I can't take that. I can't take
What
that.
a waste.
What a waste.
Oh wait, hang on. I need to.
That's a shame, Boats. That's a shame.
Let me reroll one more
Oh,
time. Just one more time.
Oh no, boats already rerolled.
No.
Oh, okay,
You
okay, okay.
reroll that right
already-
now.
You
There is no
dicks.
way you are drinking Midori right now.
With gin.
I can take it.
Sake.
Sake? No, he's happy about that. I don't know if you want him to be happy.
Oh,
There's a
sake.
reroll. Gary.
This is my last attempt. I promise you, I won't try more.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Took you 3 tries.
I promise you, I won't. I'm not gonna reroll. I promise.
I definitely will not reroll.
I swear I won't
That
reroll.
much is
And my
true.
promise has been kept.
Yep.
See, and that's all that mattered to me. That's why we can
okay,
still
yeah.
be friends. Boats is grateful, Jerry.
Amazing.
That is some teamwork, baby.
Exactly, man. This
Too
it's all
good.
about the teamwork.
There's just something about Jared smiling that I can't stand.
You know, I just don't.
It's
like
very
it.
hard.
I don't,
It's very
I don't
hard.
like
I
being it.
don't like it.
Yeah.
I prefer it when he's miserable.
We should be
Whenever
able to
I
do
see
something about
Gerard
that.
smile, I wanna just go to the Arctic and just watch him.
The Arctic?
Oh, the attic.
Oh, the attic. Oh,
Oh no, yeah, the Arctic. Arctic.
I want to go to the Arctic.
No, not the Arctic.
I just want to see him get real sad from the attic.
And having
Super
financial
smug.
crisis.
See that's the thing, Boats. He always gets real smug when he thinks he's beaten us.
And that's his problem. If he didn't make the smug face,
No.
Yeah, exactly.
We wouldn't
yeah,
say
that's the
anything.
problem. Yeah.
No,
But
let
he-
it go.
if he feels like he wins, that means we lose, and I can't.
Just
have
he
that.
just had to do that, right?
Yeah, he just had to do it. It's not my fault.
It's like Dirk.
Yeah.
Dark.
If he has her, then I don't have her. It's a zero-sum game.
It's true.
If I can
Get
have
that
it, you
girl.
can
I
have
do
it.
not get that girl. What's up, Diesel?
What up?
Diesel.
Oh, It has been a very long time since I've had gin.
I can't remember
almost
the
thought I
last
didn't
time
have
I've
any.
had drink gin.
Yeah.
I almost thought I didn't have any. I had to dig way in the
like
back for the bottle.
year ago.
Seriously? I guess that's.
I'm just like, oh
that's
shit,
true.
do I not have
Do I
gin?
still have gin?
I would have been awkward.
And it was in a.
Sorry, guys.
I forgot that I got a completely new brand of gin just to try it out and see if it tasted better.
Oh, right.
I hadn't seen
It
that
does
bottle in so long, so I couldn't even like. I was looking for like a
you
Bombay
didn't even know if you had gin?
Sapphire bright
Oh,
blue
yeah.
bottle, and it's just in
What's
like
the
a.
bottle that you have now?
Yeah, let me grab it.
Not Bombay Sapphire.
Bombay, baby, Bombay.
Diesel, did you watch the Wakefield?
A Utah exclusive. The
Ooh,
Beehive.
Ooh, Utah exclusive.
Small batch
Tempting.
handcrafted. Probably not
Smell
gonna make a
it.
difference,
There.
but it was exactly
looks
the opposite
very-
kind of bottle I was
hillsy.
looking for.
You should
Yeah,
buy
it
the
looks
Ryan
shiny.
Reynolds gin,
The Ryan
Oh,
Reynolds
that,
gin.
what was
Gin.
that? Aviator?
Aviator, or something like that.
The aviation, I think, because that's the
Aviation.
that's the name of the cocktail that usually uses gin.
Well, there you go.
I could also
Don't you
get
wanna
the
treat
Dan
your-
Aykroyd vodka.
Mouse?
Oh.
Can you from now on only get celebrity endorsed alcohols?
If you want to
Can
pay
you
for
get
it.
the Josh Groban soft shell crab?
Are there a lot?
Can I get
the
the
me
me
soft shell
soft shell
crab?
crab? All right, you idiots. Come by.
Big ol'
Down the
Come
hatch.
Why?
Or the gums and through the lips. Look how stomach.
Oh, I
Here
can't
we
smell it. I
gin.
can't smell it.
Don't smell it.
Oh, why would you smell it?
Ooh.
Oh, gin.
Oh.
Oh, it's
Oh,
deep
that
in
one
there.
goes down.
It's
Oh,
space.
It is deep in there.
He hasn't swallowed yet.
Oh,
There
he's
you
just
go.
holding it.
There
Ah,
you
Savoring
go.
it. He's just savoring it.
I love it.
When I like actually hold it in my mouth, I have my nose plugged, so I don't taste anything yet. The
Ah.
moment I swallow, it's like.
Uh,
Mm.
I need
It also
something
produces
to chase
a,
this
it
down
also
with.
produces a similar
Is the
effect
name
of like
Crystal?
when you
Pure.
like have like
It's
when you
just
eat
a-
some like sour hard candy and all of the glands in your mouth are just like.
Oh, inflated.
Yeah.
Wait, sour hard candy doesn't sound so bad.
Well, yeah, because that actually tastes good, but this produces a similar effect.
Oh, mezcal.
Sa-
I know a lot of people like mezcal. I don't think Jared would like mezcal.
Walter White,
I
Jesse Pinkman
really hope
actors,
that it's
co-own their own
named
distillery of sorts.
Crystal.
Did you know that was it Cole Sprouse or Dylan Sprouse of the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody fame
Oh wow.
runs his own meadery now?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Need. What
Yeah.
a niche drink.
And then the other one has his own like streetwear like clothing line.
It's so easy for famous people to just start doing clothing lines.
No, on a
distilleries.
whim. On a whim, they're just like, I think I'll just
Because
start a
they-
product line.
Because they know people will buy it just because they're already
Yeah,
famous.
it doesn't even have to be good. They just attach
No,
their
it's-
name to it.
What up, Diesel?
Probably mostly garbage.
Guaranteed.
All right, are we done beating up Jerry about Breaking Bad? Because I'm not. So
No,
Jerry,
I don't think that I honestly don't think we did it enough.
No, Jerry, you suck.
He was
This is
trying to, he was
almost
trying to
as bad as
say,
the Cool Ranch Doritos
he
thing.
was trying to say that he
I-
liked the first season,
Boo,
but like
don't you-
took
don't
a
you-
break.
Don't
and
you
then he
dare.
just didn't get
Suck.
back into it.
Jerry,
Hey,
it's a very good show.
Mhm.
Doritos, the ranch Doritos is not Doritos. I still stand up for it, okay?
you still stand for that?
The
I'm
Doritos.
sorry, what, Jerry?
He mentioned.
There you go.
There it is.
All right.
Okay, so now
So
we can get
now
back
we
to this.
can have a good conversation about like how
Now we're back to how the stream is
Walter
supposed
White
to be.
and Howard Wakefield are very similar people.
Mhm.
Well, now
Without
with
Jerry
people-
getting in
Hey,
the way.
when was the last time you actually had Doritos?
Last
plenty
year,
recently.
idiot.
I had a Doritos taco the other day, so that counts.
Probably
I
like
had
last
Cool
month.
Ranch- I had Cool Ranch.
I didn't say-
Doritos.
I didn't
Last
say
month.
all Doritos, not Doritos.
I had
Only the
I-
ranch one.
I had Cool Ranch Doritos last month.
Last month? That's not enough. That's not
What do you
enough.
mean?
You
am I
don't even
supposed to eat-
like the. That means you don't even like the that ranch Doritos.
Am I supposed to eat Doritos every day? where
Every
you-
day, Steven.
Well,
I
I would
changed-
say at least every week. If
I
you
switched
if you stand up
Every
for it.
week.
If you stand up for it.
If you
Pomo,
Listen,
how
Jerry,
on earth did you make a Ludum Dare game while eating Doritos?
Why not?
wouldn't your fingers
Because
be dirty?
fingers!
Maybe he
What?
eats them with chopsticks like you do.
You would have to.
Yeah,
Oh, and
exactly.
just,
Yeah.
like,
How do you
dip your
not?
face into it.
Dude, Pomo, take a picture of your
Alright,
keyboard
you
right
cannot
now.
use a chopstick.
Okay,
I know
with
that.
chopsticks? All right, cool. I'll allow it if you eat it with chopsticks. All right.
Are you saying you
That's
really
fair.
do use chopsticks, or are you just taking me out?
It's
Hey,
you,
every girl
I
in
have
Korea
to
do that.
now. I have to
can't
eat
you?
these like dusty ass snacks with chopsticks. I
I believe that
despise
you, I
the
believe that
feeling
you
of
do
things
that.
on my fingers.
The chopsticks are
Chopsticks.
cheap.
No,
Use the
no.
Cheetos to eat
I
Doritos.
use
When are they
chopsticks
gonna
to
make
eat Cheetos.
edible,
Are they gonna make
edible
edible
chopsticks?
chopsticks? That's what I want.
Think about how many
Jesus.
chopsticks you'd go through.
They'd
That's
have to be
a
made out of
great
like rock
idea. I
candy
love
or
it.
I
something,
guess
because like otherwise they would just snap the moment you tried to pick anything up. Like
You could play
they
the-
need
the
to be
Pocky
hard enough to
game with
pick stuff up.
chopsticks.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Every
You feed
time I hear
someone
that,
noodles
every
at
time
the
I
end
hear
of-
that, I just get flashbacks to high school.
Jared gets a vivid image of something
Oh.
that happened during lunch and he can never unsee it.
No,
Oh,
and I was the
shit.
only one who saw it. That's the disturbing thing.
Surprisingly. I think my back was to them or
It
something. or I just
was.
wasn't
It
paying
was. And it happened
Did they
real
ever-
fast. They were like fucking rabbits. They're like, I'm like,
Did they touch? Did
oh
they
yeah.
touch?
Yeah.
Oh, they were speed running that shit.
Oh man, they were
Holy
really playing
shit.
for real.
Like, I guess you got to tell the whole story now.
Okay,
I
just
guess you
it's
have
a
to.
short story. Imagine what you would picture like the worst representation of a weeb to be. Just picture that.
I'm imagining it.
All right.
The
Yeah.
most weeby.
So just like
Her name starts with a K.
greasy, doesn't shower, smells.
You know who we're talking about, Andrew.
All right. So imagine two of those people. And it's just the middle of lunch. I'm just talking with Steven. We're both like, chatting some stuff up. And then I just see in my peripheries, yeah, sure. Tokyo Ghoul. Well, this was back in 2011.
Yeah, this is pre Tokyo Ghoul, man.
Yeah.
Or like what?
So imagine like a Death Note shirt.
Honestly, yeah.
And
No, just Naruto shit.
sure, Naruto headband. Yeah, there you go. All right, you're picturing it. Good. So
I'm
just
there.
imagine two of those, two of those things, just like just right in the table across from us, and I just my eyes just glaze over and look over at the, and then just like immediate, like I said, like fucking rabbits, like. That is going to stick with me for the rest of my life, and it did.
Meanwhile,
And I was
I'm just
the
sitting there
only
with
one
my...
who fucking saw it because it happened in like 4 seconds.
Yeah,
It's
and I'm just sitting
ongoing
there
in your
with my
mind.
delicious tuna for lunch with not a care in the world, and I never even knew what happened.
I was just casually squirting water into my pretzel rod when I saw that shit.
Gross. You can imagine the people seeing your lunch table, what was going on.
Oh,
Yeah.
Steven and I definitely sat at like the table of rejects. I don't know how we got
We
there,
did.
but
Well, I think because
we were pretty much in our own bubble there as I watched
it was pretty
somebody
much just
play
like-
their Nintendo DS with a plastic knife.
every other table was full, and like the
Yeah.
other people we knew were in different lunches. So we're like, well, I know we want to sit together. Let's just find a random place where we can still sit together. And
Yep.
we did, but it was the place where all the losers sat, so we were associated with them.
But we just
How
did
far
not
away
give
was
a
the
shit.
table with the pockiness?
Like
A
right
table
behind us, I
away,
think.
neighbor table.
Oh, next
But
table.
I wasn't.
But the
I was
interesting
facing-
thing is like I don't think Steven
was
or
right
I
back to them.
and Steven and I don't think ever cared about our reputation in high school
Nah, not at all.
You shouldn't.
to the point where like we were never even like bullied or anything. Like we weren't like
No.
cast off
Why
the
would you?
losers table. We were just like, I guess let's just
I'll
sit
sit
here
here.
again, and we just didn't give a
It's
shit.
a free spot. It's a free spot where no one would bother us. It was perfect.
Yeah.
It's a special spot. It's a king spot.
So it was kind of I would say we had a bit of an atypical high school experience. I think we were just too big to bully. I think that
Think
was the
so.
thing.
Well, I think that's
Too
it.
big, too charming.
You also,
too handsome.
you also listen. I went to school with you guys. It's not like you weren't like hanging out by lockers,
Outcasts.
like
No.
licking
Exactly.
your shoes.
No,
You weren't
exactly.
Weird.
We had like
people-
connections of
people
other
liked
circles.
us.
People liked us. We just sat
Yeah,
at the
like, we were-
rejects table.
But we also just
We
didn't give
didn't
a
care.
shit.
No, you just didn't care about status, but there was nothing weird about you.
Yeah, and I think that's what was weird. I think that's what was weird about us is that we didn't give a shit.
We
that
transcended
was
status,
it.
all right?
We straight up
And
Howard
I think
Wakefield
people were
ourselves.
I would also argue that people were intimidated by that as well, because I saw how people interacted with y'all in high school, and I think
They're
they
always
wanted.
trying to vie for our attention.
I think they wanted your approval in a
No,
weird-
no.
Okay, I at least saw this with Steven. I feel like I saw the same with you, Jared, but you were also kind of academic, so people were more intimidated by you.
That's true. I was not.
But like, feel like kids wanted Steven to like them. At least that's how it seemed.
I can feel that.
I
yeah.
want him to like me, but
They were
why can't you
desperate
like
for
me?
it.
They wanted so bad to be his friend, and Steven was just like, I don't give a shit about you.
Ladies throwing themselves all over me and me being
Steven just
Is it
not-
like this situation?
not
If
giving
I
him the
can
time
have
of
you,
day.
nobody can have you.
Now I know. Now from Jared telling me, I know that Jared had similar things, Steven. That you and Jared are both just like, what? Oh, those girls were throwing themselves. When did that happen?
what?
Yeah.
Well, no, the
Last-
difference is I knew, I just didn't.
Steven just didn't care. He was just like, I would rather. I can be better.
I don't know. I don't know.
Y'all had Dude Ranch energy before Dude Ranch was even conceived.
We
I'm
did
not
used
sure
to chase
what
each other around naked.
What
in
is
the back.
What is dude ranch energy is what I want to know.
That
You
is.
saying we're wrangling dudes?
Hang
Because
on.
yeah, I mean a little bit. But
I
Oh,
think
we took it easy in high school.
I think Dude Ranch energy can be more summed up with this sort of vibe.
Oh yeah.
Oh
That
yeah,
is
yeah,
it.
beefcakes, baby.
Yep.
That's
Stuff.
doing
That's
push-ups on the wall.
it's because we've really let our bodies go. But we used to be really buff in high school.
Yeah, just
me and
picture us
Jared.
all
We
just
have-
super
Like,
cut.
Oh
I was kidding, dude. I'm fat as fuck.
no!
Imagine straight A students with abs, and that's who we were, all of us.
I was
Yeah.
in my best shape in high school, no doubt.
I mean that's just
I
weighed like
you know-
120 pounds.
You know that sort of like
0% body fat.
0% body fat.
you know that
could
sort of
smell something
idea
from
of
my
like
chest.
men receive compliments so infrequently that they remember every single one that they get. I distinctly remember, I think it was around high school. It was at one of those like high school football games, and one of these one girl just randomly like lifted up my shirt and was like, "Holy shit, you got hot!" And I remembered that for the rest of my life. Dude, I was on cloud
Wow.
nine after that happened. And that was like 15 years ago.
And I still think
Still
about
remember
that.
And by
Yeah,
the
all the
way,
time.
there was nothing impressive there at the time.
Oh, it didn't
I've seen
matter.
Jared with the shirt off, and I agree.
matter.
Nothing impressive.
She just liked you. She just liked you.
Let me ask you, Jared, did you do anything about that? Did you
Nope.
show her the rest?
It
Clearly.
did not. That thought did not
Well,
even cross my
you-
mind,
you
if
like
you
to
can
see
believe
it.
it.
You
Wait till
will
you
also
see
like
the other
it. Yeah, like being Richard.
Pomo, why were girls
You like
sniffing you,
this?
you
You
weirdo?
like this too?
Well, I guess at least they said you smelled good instead of you smell like shit. Get away from me, weirdo.
That would be devastating. Because they hugged me. Oh, all right.
Hey, Pomo got game in high school.
You were out there getting hugs.
Say there's nothing more awkward than getting hugged out of the blue.
That is awkward.
That happened to me a couple times in high school. I was like,
Oh, really?
I don't know what to do here.
Where do I
you,
put
you
my
got
arms?
nice ass.
I do have a nice ass. I had my butt slapped a lot.
You should have seen it in high school, Jerry. I mean,
Actually,
I've
like,
done that. too.
unironically, I was walking up the stair. I was walking back to class after lunch one time,
yeah.
and there was two girls standing in the hallway. I think they were like either a year younger than us or two or something. And one of them slapped me in the ass as I walked by. I just turned around, looked at them, and I just kept walking. I'm like, I mean, I don't know what to do about this. I'm just gonna leave.
What do I do here?
Oh fuck. Steven be getting sexually harassed in high school.
I got sexually harassed at my job too. It was a lot of sexual harassment
that is
coming
true.
towards me.
Steven never got bullied, but he did get
it-
sexually harassed.
It's
Yeah.
a burden to having a nice ass.
It really is.
Ninja says she was voted most likely to become a model. Do they still do mock elections?
Most likely,
We
but whatever.
didn't have that.
Best driver. We did have that.
Wow.
We
it
didn't win
wasn't mock
anything.
elections. It was it was like
Or whatever you call those.
there was only a couple categories. It wasn't like, oh, everyone gets a thing. It was just
Yeah.
like 5 people get voted for
Right,
this thing,
right.
which is-
And we voted the person who basically vegetableized another person with her car worst driver.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, even the idea of like voting her as worst driver feels like an insult to what happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what an undersell.
But
to,
us high
what was
schoolers didn't think
more
about
criminal.
it that deep.
No.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Also, try to
How we
keep up,
got-
Pomo.
how we-
Try to keep
how
up.
we got here.
This is our
Jerry
brand, Pomo.
Jerry had a bad opinion.
Oh,
Brought
Jerry.
up Doritos.
What bad opinion I had? Yeah.
Oh,
should
you
not
want
watch
us
it.
to remind
Watching
them?
Breaking Bad. And then Doritos were brought up because clearly there's another bad opinion of Jerry. Then
brought up
we started
Doritos.
talking
I
about
didn't-
how the hell Pomo ate Doritos during a jam, and then
Yeah,
we're like, oh,
yeah.
chopsticks. Well, what if there were edible chopsticks?
chopsticks,
Oh,
yeah.
hockey sticks. Oh, hockey
Oh my
game.
god.
High
Yeah,
school.
thank you. That's
How can you
Thank you for
remember
taking
all
notes,
this?
Steven. I
High school,
appreciate
weird
this.
table above status, and then
We were just
sexual
better than
harassment.
everyone.
sexual harassment.
And here we are.
Now.
Steven's got a thick booty.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah,
a thick ass. You've seen it. You can see it right now. It's
Nice
basically
ass.
the same as Mrs. Brisby.
There you go. Okay, I was
Dude,
missing the puck
I'll never
there.
forget working at Dairy Queen and having to like get the broom out on the ladies.
Shoo away. They're
shit.
constantly
Remind us of how that went. What kind,
Oh,
what kind
well,
of,
my-
what kind of
I think
harassment did
my-
you experience at Dairy Queen, Steven?
Oh,
Well-
I like it from Steven's perspective.
So there was two girls that I worked with.
Mhm.
One of them was a pregnant she was a teen mom. I think she was 19 or something. I was 17.
Boats. 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 What? Boats. I will say you're like My Chemical Romance hair. Your Gerard Way haircut wasn't doing you any favors.
Holy shit.
Sorry.
Anyways,
Steven, go
continue, Steven.
Yeah.
But yeah, I worked at Dairy Queen with these two girls, and through no fault of my own, they apparently thought I was really attractive.
Oops.
But
No
the
fault of his own.
pregnant or the teen, I keep calling her pregnant.
teen mom.
The teen mom was especially into me because she was the
Was she
only
18
single
or
one. at that time.
19?
I think she was 19.
19.
I wanna
19-year-old mom with like a 4-year-old daughter, basically.
Yeah. And so she was constantly trying to like flirt with me and stuff before she
She was
got,
looking for a
She
baby
was
daddy.
looking for something. And she would constantly ask me, like eventually she would just straight up ask me like, why don't you just have sex with me? I'd be like,
Pretty
Oh,
She was very. Once you have a
Very
kid,
impressive.
like,
Oh,
apparently like,
straightforward.
all the
It was
rules
very
are out the window.
straightforward. I was like, so I made up a bunch of shit about like, oh, instead of being like, I don't find you attractive,
not
and
attracted
I'm not
to you.
into you at all. I was just like, oh, I don't want to date anyone I work with because it would be awkward. She's
Steven
like, "How
somehow
would it be
still
awkward?"
trying to
You're
handle this
I was
situation
like,
delicately.
Well, because it got to, I tried to handle it delicately until it got to the point where I was, until she asked me if I thought she was a MILF, and I said no, straight up.
Let's get this
Mostly,
on.
to be fair, mostly because
halfway there.
I still firmly believe that a MILF has to be of a certain age
Disagree.
to be a
Disagree.
MILF, to be
I agree.
classified as a MILF.
No,
I agree.
because
It's
then
all
you could
about
just-
the fantasy of an
No,
older
no,
woman.
no,
If you're just a year older than me, you're not a MILF.
Mhm.
You're
No,
just
no.
someone my age
age
who
has,
has a
age has nothing to do with it. She did have
But
children.
anyways,
She was 19 with like a 4 or 5 year old
she
kid.
had a yeah. But anyways, it got to the point where the other girl also became single, so she started piling on, basically.
God, Jesus.
They were working together.
It was this whole thing. They were trying to double team me.
They were basically pinning Steven up against the soft serve machine.
They never explicitly asked for a threesome, but it wouldn't have been a stretch for it to have happened.
They were both pretty needy. They would have definitely gone for it.
And then
but I
Andrew
wasn't
comes to
into-
save the day.
I was not into either of them, to say the least.
For the sort of people who like that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing they like.
I mean, if you're into
Yeah.
babies, women with babies.
Like they would constantly be making comments and stuff. So like it got to the point where I was like, whatever, I don't care anymore. Like it didn't bother me. I was like,
No, it was just like a daily
you
sexual harassment thing that Steven had to deal with. Most of the time, like when we were working together, we'd be like working the ice cream, and we just hear like giggling and stuff in the back.
Mhm.
And then like after the giggling, like one of them would get brave enough to come out and be like, "Steven," we're like, "Here it comes.
Here we go.
Have sex with me," and then they'd start giggling again. And you would just be like, "I'm busy."
All right, now I gotta make this
I'm too
split.
busy to have sex.
No, but I did enjoy making the baby mama cry, because I told her the reason that I didn't want them like going after you is because I wanted my brother to have a clean woman.
Oh.
That shut her up.
Well, that actually
Don't
actually
shut
put her
anybody
out-
up.
That actually put her outside crying on
Holy shit.
I don't agree with that one.
Hey, they didn't mess around after that. Actually, no, they still propositioned you after that. That, if anything, that emboldened them. They tried to get you drunk and stuff too.
Well, I did end up like going to a party or something with one of them at like
Ooh.
Central.
Oh,
But that was
yeah,
I,
remember
I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna drink a lot because I don't want anything weird. I don't want any funny business. So I
Not
got
interesting.
really drunk and really sick.
Yeah,
Oh,
if you
dear.
don't want to,
That was gonna be their
The
chance.
funny pages.
that was
Drinking
the
a lot
chance
is not
to
the
take
solution.
advantage of Steven.
danger.
I made sure it was just me hugging a toilet most of the time. And
Hey, now.
There was no space for her to get in there because your legs were wrapped
Brother
around the
can join
toilet.
you.
you
Good
never
Lord.
checked the cup, any cups they gave you, right?
Well, even if that was their game, they failed because Steven ended up hugging anything but.
Oh
them
yeah,
that night.
I was just down, like, cause that was before I even like really started drinking.
Yeah.
Those are early days.
So I was just like, oh, like this
Captain
Captain
Morgan.
Morgan and Coke is pretty good. I'll just drink a bunch of these.
Terrible.
Boy, drink like
I'm gonna dehydrate and intoxicate myself at the same
Oh.
time.
it's great.
And all the sugar of.
Fun
like,
fact: that's my
spiced
mom's
rum, too.
go-to wedding drink is a rum and coke, and
Oh,
she
yeah.
gets
Lumpo.
hooked up on those, and she insists that she
Oh,
never
yeah.
does.
Well, that sounds like your mom.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get drunk. As she's stumbling down the stairs to try and get her medical test done.
Before she gets into her car and drives into downtown.
Oh, I really like your mom.
I'm the designated driver.
Fucked up, Mama Cabbage. You don't even know the half of it.
It makes me. It always makes me look forward to New Year's.
Yeah.
Never disappointed.
What are they gonna do next?
Because your dad's also adorable when he's drinking.
Dude, Steven, he brought up when I was going up to the kayak trip this year that his favorite New Year's memory is still us karaokeing Sweet Child of Mine in the basement.
That's so great.
And we did that like 10 fucking years ago.
That was a long time ago. I mean, to be fair, we did
We
kind
rocked
of
it.
kill it.
Rocks the stage, man.
It was in front of like the closet where Jared kept all of his DDR mats and
Yeah.
Guitar Hero controllers. So we're getting into it. We open the closet, grab the Guitar Hero guitars, and start like pretending like we're
Air
In the middle of the
guitar.
solo where there's like no
in
singing.
the middle of the solo. Yeah.
Ugh.
Panties were being thrown at us. People are holding their lighters up. It was crazy.
Impossible, Pomo. I probably will never see it.
I haven't seen it. Do they like do a Sweet Child of Mine thing in there?
I think that's like their motif song in the movie in the same way the Immigrant Song was for Ragnarok.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, Ninja didn't like that take.
Nuked.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, it makes me look forward to New Year's though at Jared's house this year.
Yes, sir. We're
It's
gonna be
not far
trying
away.
to plan something at least semi-eventful for New Year's.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We'll do something.
More
Let's go.
confrontational food tier lists.
Yes.
Well, actually, no.
I still
Yeah,
want to do an
I-
awards show, sort of
We
thing.
have
Maybe
to do-
this
we have to
time,
do
maybe
it,
this
so.
time, me and Andrew won't be in a house where a bunch of people have COVID. That would be
Oh
nice.
my-
If y'all,
goodness.
if y'all can think of
Yep.
so,
Let's copy it indeed.
just as a little minor spoiler for the regulars in chat, I'm trying to think of some sort of like almost like Oscar night sort of thing in terms of like best moments or best Jerry quote and stuff like that,
No.
and have y'all vote on those things, and then we can like
I
reveal them
actually
like an
love this
Oscar
idea.
night.
I do love this
for New
idea,
Year's.
and then we go through like the nominees are, and then we'll like
Yes,
go through
exactly.
like the clips of the year or something.
I like the idea.
But I only
Best
have
movie that we
a
watched.
couple of and worst movie. I only have a
Yeah,
couple
worst
of
movie.
Ooh.
I only have
That
a
would
couple
be
of
a hot
category ideas in mind. So if anybody else has any ideas, I'm
Yeah.
open
No,
to
that's
suggestions.
something to definitely keep thinking about. That's
Yeah.
gonna come around sooner than we think.
I'll see if
know.
I can find a way to get myself dressed to the nines for the event.
Oh baby, yes.
You gotta have a butterfly tie.
A butterfly.
Well, if we're gonna do this in person, then Steven and I will have to find something as well.
Just fail.
Gonna wear my
Loudest
dad's
Jared
jacket.
stream? There's not a lot of contenders this year, I feel like.
One of the old
This year,
blazers.
surprise! This year has been a pretty quiet Jared year, honestly.
Mhm.
Not a lot of Jared
True,
screams
true.
this year.
I mean,
I think
Jared
the
will
loudest would
scream
probably
on
be like the
purpose.
first night of Madison. That was about it.
Yeah.
That's all I can think
we
of.
didn't get any screams though. It was more just like, what the fuck?
I mean, there were a lot of fake stream, like a stream, scream. Yeah.
Because just remember, just imagine all the stuff that has happened this year. We played, and this wasn't that long ago, Ty the Tasmanian Tiger this year.
Oh yeah, now
Ty
that's
was
a
from this
contender
year?
for
Ty
best
was this
game
year.
that we played.
I was from this year. Yeah, that's one of the best games of the year right there.
Our
think so.
darkest period this year was the double feature Eternal Darkness, Ty the Tasmanian Tiger Nights.
Wow.
Mostly because Eternal Darkness. I think it soured the Ty experience for us.
What about the Michael Jordan days?
Oh, biggest rage
And
moment
we-
could be one.
Post
Yeah.
Bass when we started doing some random Super Nintendo games.
Mm-hmm,
Oof.
mm-hmm.
But we got bold because Bass worked out so well.
Bass
yeah.
was such a diamond in
That
the
was
rough.
this year,
that we
too.
thought that was this
What
year.
the fuck?
What's the best hype moment?
Best hype. I mean,
Monster Bass was pretty hype.
probably Monster Bass,
Bass
if I'm being
was
honest.
Yeah, the
And then
fishing
biggest
master.
biggest fail was probably us losing
In that same moment.
Yeah.
No, but I'm super down to come up with different voting categories. I think
Yeah.
that'll be really interesting,
Mhm.
and it'd be
Who's
fun for all of us to vote in Discord.
Yes. And if I could
Who's-
find
who's
some
the
way
best
to make it
villain?
secret until the moment
Nick
I
Case?
actually open the envelope, that'd be kind of neat. But I'd have
We'll
to think
find a way. We'll
Mhm.
find
Just
a
have
way.
to be like a Google form or something.
Yeah, just do
Yeah.
some Google Forms again. That'll
Mhm. But anyways,
do. Anyway,
Okay,
Wait,
so
how about I get
back
another
to-
beer and then we
This all
can keep
happened
talking about
because-
Wakefield.
Oh my
this is
god.
all
This
it's all
is-
Jerry's fault.
Oh,
We've been talking so long that Jared went from getting a drink after Jerry brought up not seeing Breaking Bad. To
I mean, I admit there,
Having to
there was a
get up
part of
again
my
for
fault,
another
but you started it.
it's your fault. Anyways.
I blame your nice ass.
See, I agree with Poma. All you had to
Guess
do
it's
is
the
watch
trouble.
Breaking Bad.
That's it.
You didn't have to
True.
stop after watching the first season.
I was fizzing.
So what are you gonna do now, Jerry? You gonna go finish Breaking Bad?
I will try next year.
Next year?
What do you mean
Oh.
next year?
I'll try.
That
I
means
try. I
that
said I
means no.
try. Don't
No,
push
he's
me.
not gonna. He's not.
You're
Gonna do
always pushing me like that.
You're always pushing me.
it. That is a Zach response. I don't like it.
I don't like
I'm the
when
only
people-
one who's
You
allowed to
whether
say
like it
maybe
or
next
not.
year.
Only I'm allowed to be that dismissive.
Ah.
Hi, sex daddy, by the way.
Boy,
Isaac Daddy.
just watch it. Zach, have
He's
you
telling
by
you to be
chance
careful.
watched Wakefield this week?
Oh yeah, did you watch Wakefield?
Because I'd love for you to pop
Yeah,
into
did
chat
you
and
watch
insist that the
Wakefield?
soundtrack was banger.
Actually, listen, the
Soundtrack
score,
was a banger,
the score
James.
was,
Score was good.
banger in
No,
this
it was
movie.
good. I was
The
mostly making a
score
joke.
is fantastic in this movie. So if that's your opinion, you're welcome.
Oh,
you
no.
failed, Zach.
You had a
You
whole
had-
month.
You had 3 weeks.
And
3
you
weeks.
In his
blamed
defense,
me?
in his defense, we didn't remind people to watch Wakefield until like Thursday night.
Either Thursday or
Like,
Wednesday, yeah.
It was Thursday.
Oh, I feel
'cause-
that, Zach. I feel it.
What do you mean your month is
Thursday,
fucked?
yeah.
But anyways,
Zach, do you ever fantasize about abandoning your family?
Since this is why I want Zach to be a part of it. I want him to
I know.
disclose his fantasy about just leaving it all behind.
maybe any day. Oh man.
Is it really any day now?
Surprisingly, no.
Surprisingly, no.
I know
I don't know
he's
if it's that
fantasized
surprising.
about like leaving the job at least.
Oh yeah. That
Of,
much is
of all of the movies to come prepared with Pomo or boats, it was this one. Respect.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Well, at least you came for, in my opinion, you came to like a more intelligent movie than we've been watching.
I fantasize about quitting. That's part of it, yeah. There you go.
And punching people?
Well,
Violence?
that's now the answer is to hide out in the attic for a year, not talk.
Exactly.
There's one meme that I think encapsulates Zach perfectly. Do-do-do. And it is
The hotel, you mean the Grand Budapest boats? Oh boy, this one's frightening.
Aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go ape shit? That's pretty much Zach condensed to a T.
Jeez. But Zach would never admit it.
No.
This is all on the inside. Well, boats, just go watch Grand Budapest and we can talk about it after. We all gave it pretty high scores, Grand Budapest. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
should
yeah.
take-
I think it
when
was
a
our
movie
highest
leaves
average
this
score.
It was pretty. I gave it an 8.
Yeah.
I think
If
the
it
average was an
wasn't-
8. Yeah.
If it wasn't the highest, it was definitely like tied with highest.
It's definitely up there.
I
that
gave it
like-
9, probably.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
think
sounded
we gave it-
absolutely horrific, Zach. I mean, I do have all these guns.
Wow,
Up
Zach.
the street tomorrow.
Can I touch your gun?
One movie I miss is the best one. Checks out.
Oh,
Yeah,
did you miss Grand Budapest?
apparently.
Yeah, that was a solid one. But thank God you watched Chef. Whew.
Ooh! Ooh!
I still like that movie. I don't care what you say.
I love that movie.
I love our souvenir from that movie.
I
think
do. I think the souvenir is one of the best from that movie.
the Scarlet Favreau.
Scarfab.
Scarfab.
I love it. I love it.
Scar.
Favreau, help me.
Help me.
Long live the chef. I also love out of all of our souvenirs, we have one shitty scan-liney photo from someone's phone to represent the Transformers movie.
That's honestly perfect. Well, we haven't.
It fits so well.
We got off on a tangent with Wakefield. I think the problem was we're doing a weird intermission instead of starting off, taking forever to get into the movie talk. We're like
This is
in the
true.
middle of it.
Because
and
I
then
was
we're
very
taking
eager
some,
to
like,
say a lot
big-
of things right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we jumped
I
like
think,
pretty quick in, and we haven't done like a walk through the movie.
Yeah, I think
That's what I was
to
saying. Like,
get us-
I'd need someone to guide me through that because, from my perspective,
Yeah, okay.
like, the movie was pretty consistently the same throughout the whole movie. And that's not to say that it was bad, but it was more of just like it was just like an extended piece for me to just like explore this premise and this character. But there wasn't any like major like turning points or any major like moments of significant development or whatever. It was just like, here's what this person was like throughout this thing. Isn't that interesting? I'm like, yes, movie, it is. But I didn't see like a beginning to end narrative that I could like, remember scene by scene for me. So
Right,
I'm gonna
like,
need to rely on y'all to do that.
You could kind of mix the scenes together. And
Exactly.
It wouldn't really.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was the
So,
problem I
I
was
would
having.
argue-
Like in the end, he hasn't changed a bit.
And I don't think
well,
it was
I
the
would-
point
I
for him to
would-
change.
I disagree. I disagree with that. And I would also argue that there is a pretty clear like narrative, like from start to end. But I can understand. I can understand that because there is no like, there's no energy that tells you that you're changing through the narrative. Like,
yeah, it's
really
a very
is, you
subtle
have to-
development, but because of
Well,
that,
that's
I
why
don't remember how it goes.
Well, this is why I stress, and it's really clear to me that like both you, Jared, and Jerry like did not align with Howard in like any way, really. Like
Yeah,
you were always.
I had a hard time
always-
to sympathize.
I was
You were
more
always-
fascinated than like empathetic, I guess.
You were basically viewing him from your own attic. You were never like in the attic with him.
Sure.
And I think that because of that, like the only way to really feel that passage and to have a clear like, oh wow, like that's the end of the first act. Like now we're in the second act and we're seeing like what he's going through, and like, oh wow, like now there's like something has changed and like his motivations are different. Like you would only notice that if you were aligning with the character. If you were viewing it from the outside, you were mostly just criticizing the character, which I think makes it much harder to feel the changes that are happening. You only ever see like he is a dirty homeless man. And I think
I didn't see it like I said. I didn't see it that reductively because I found areas to like sympathize with him and stuff like that.
I'm not just seeing him as like a dirty homeless guy. I'm actually at some point to point, I was actually sympathizing. Yeah, maybe he could think about something like this. Like when there's a point like he's gone too far, and he says like, "Am I ever gonna be able to go back?" or something like that. There was a part that I could actually sympathize with him, but not entirely, not entire movie. Yeah, as you said, like I was not in the same Arctic. I was more like in the first floor, watching him open the door, watching him like how he's doing it. At some point, I was sympathizing it, but I was one step away from him because I couldn't be him because that's not me.
And I think the thing for me is like, I'm fine with characters like that. I couldn't relate or sympathize, or I can sympathize, but I couldn't relate to Walter White at all either. But the thing that I am engaged with is like, I find this character to be fascinating and an interesting person to explore. So that's where I was more plugged into. And it wasn't more of me just like judging the decision that this character was making, because from the little bits of character that they gave us, like in terms of like his history and stuff like that, I could totally picture a person who behaves like this. And I personally just wanted to see, I was more focused on seeing that explored more because I wasn't relating personally to his personal experience, but I found his experience to be fascinating. And that's what I think I grasped onto more. So it's less of like a judgmental criticizing thing and more of just like a, what else is about this person? Like I'm curious.
But I think that's why like our viewing of the movie is different, because like where I watch it, like I said before, like the voids in Howard's character are like where I input myself, and I view it through the lens of like I could imagine this idea of like not even being in his shoes. It's like if I think about my life and this idea of like, yeah, wouldn't it be nice to just abandon things like in this very like fantasy way. And then you start to like input yourself, and you actually feel like you're imagining what it's like in all of those moments to actually be him in your own world. But if you view it more from the lens of like, well, what's this character gonna do next? I think like you're setting expectations for events and like big changes to occur that are just never going to come.
And that's why I think I prefaced that by saying like when I wanted to see more of like his history stuff, that it wasn't an invalid criticism, but it was more of like an unrealistic criticism, because it doesn't seem like that's what the movie was trying to explore.
It's just not I think it's a fair criticism of like if the movie were to do something differently, but the goal of the movie was not to have some in-depth exploration into like why this character was the way they were.
And I think you're right in the sense that like, because I personally couldn't find anything that I personally related to in the character, then those gaps for me were still just gaps. And that's just a me thing.
Yeah, you didn't find any interest or like desire to see yourself there either.
I mean,
there was no fantasy there for you.
Yeah.
It's not like I couldn't like relate to him or something like that, because I find the character very interesting in movie terms.
Yeah.
Not that I said this character is a good character, but in movie terms, this is very interesting character because I've never seen the character like this. Like thinking about it, delusional, and like one step away from the situation that he was in, and watching it and fantasize it, like how they are gonna act and how they behave. It's like an observation. He was in the main actor, but also the observer like us, like from outside of the movie. So it was very interesting character. I couldn't just be him. It was not my shoes.
Yeah, that's fair. Like,
Yeah.
and I still contest that you either align with this character in this movie, like, and you become Howard with him, and you find some significance in that, or you view it from the outside. And I mean, I can't relate because I didn't watch it that way. I think even the first time I watched it, like, I didn't view it that way. So I don't know what that's like, but I can imagine it being a less entertaining experience.
Yeah, that's the plan, Pomo. I'm actually making the thread right now. So, just a quick aside. Well, two quick asides.
Oh, I'm gonna have to think of something.
I'm starting up the next movie thread for next week. On any other month, Ninja, Parasite would have been right on that list. But for this month
Not
specifically,
this month.
I want people to suggest movies that could horror specifically. And I'm not saying like
Halloween
horror
movies.
thematically. Not like horror thematic or whatever, like something like, oh, it has like ghosts and stuff. I mean, like, if it could be classified as like, this is a horror movie.
Yeah.
Ha.
I think, yeah, like, it needs to have
suggest that.
horror in the genre of the
Yes.
movie.
Yeah. So nothing like, even though I love the movie, nothing like Nightmare Before Christmas or Pomo Coco, even though it has spooky skeletons in it.
Yeah, that's
Still
not
a lot of horror.
It's got to be.
We
It's
need
got to be a
some-
movie that was made to scare someone.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I have seen shockingly. I think the only horror movie I've ever seen was Hereditary. So, any other horror
that
movie that you
true?
can think of.
Wow.
Oh no,
That
A
is a
Quiet Place. I've
very
seen A
good
Quiet
one, though.
Place, and that was not a good
Yeah.
one.
That's not a good one. But as far as
Have you seen A
horror
Quiet
movies
Place
go-
2 though?
No.
I would stop.
If someone has
I
a good
don't
horror
wanna
movie
see-
without
I
a
don't
lot of
wanna see it.
suspense,
A little
please
bit
submit
better,
it.
What? I don't know what type of movie that would be.
Isn't that like the whole point of a horror movie?
I
Is
feel,
the
I feel like
suspense?
the point of horror is suspense. It's the like anticipation of something that you don't.
So,
want
so
to
this is
happen.
going to be for the next, for the next 2 weeks. So, just for the spooky month of October. You can even look for like I don't know, just Google like best horror movies of all time or whatever.
It's fine if
Just
you
put-
haven't seen it.
Just put The Shining up there, Boats. You can have that one for free.
Honestly,
Jared
yeah,
hasn't
if you
seen it
don't,
and
if
he
you
wants
don't
to.
know, put down the classics. Like the classics are
Yeah.
always good.
And if
I
y'all don't
can't-
like horror movies, it's totally fine for you not to watch it that week, and we can just talk about it. And I'll try to I've been slacking on this for the past few movies, but specifically for these spooky movies, I'll try to record myself watching it, so we can get some silly clips of me being
that would be
scared.
solid. Yeah.
Um,
I
Can you do that
have
and
a
still watch it
question.
like on your couch, like comfortably, or do you have to
yeah,
watch it?
I
at
did
your
that with
desk?
Alien. It's a bit
Okay.
of a setup, but I can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have a question. Like,
What's up?
does it like categorized as a horror movie, or can it be like something like that? It can happen like in real life, but people don't want to see it because it's horrifying to happen. Something like the mentally horrifying.
It has to be
Can it
classified as a
be-
movie. Like if the general audience would classify it as a horror movie,
Oh, okay.
I'll allow it. Ninja, I'm just going to move your suggestion into the thread.
Also, I will be back in just a second.
You got it. I don't find it scary, but
Horrifying.
most do like crazy. You got it. Have y'all seen The Mist? Nope, I haven't. I'm sure the
I
Ruds
just
have.
watched The Mist again. I watched The Mist again recently. Still like that
Missed.
movie.
Oh,
It's
I
such
haven't-
like it's a pretty cheesy one, but I enjoy it.
That was
Aw, heck.
that was oh fuck, what's his name?
Stephen King.
Oh yeah, that's his short story, but the guy who directed it, same dude who directed
Oh.
Walking Dead, but then got canned after season 1.
Frank Darabont.
Frank
Something?
Darabont, yeah.
Yeah. Funny that you say that because there are a few Walking Dead actors in it.
That's what I've heard is that like a lot of actors tend to gravitate towards him because they just like working with him.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see.
Mhm.
It's that one is like I know in my heart that it's not a good movie. But I
Oh,
like it.
interesting.
It's just like
that
I
would make
just-
for an interesting
There
discussion.
are that kind of movie. I know that. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find like an easy list for some people who aren't as well versed in the horror genre, because I obviously am not.
I'm not allowed to submit this week.
Is there a new rule?
Well, it's
'cause
always been like whoever
I just
gets
got
their.
Wakefield, so
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
unless I get special
Dude,
privileges.
This is annoying. All right, well, I'm gonna post the top 50 best horror movies according to IMDb, even though it says number 1 is Hocus Pocus. Don't put Hocus Pocus.
All right, that's
Wait,
the one.
what?
Please don't put Hocus Pocus.
It has to.
Or
Okay,
Smile.
so some of these are like.
Wait, these are all 2022.
Is this 2022? No, it's not.
Oh, okay, the most of the top ones are 2022.
Oh, I see. Yeah, what is this? Top 50 horror movies. I don't know what the. It's by popularity.
I don't know if I'd classify Prey as a horror movie, but
Sure. Yeah, maybe this is a bad example. Never mind.
Oh, Prey, like
No,
Predator
this
Prey?
isn't what
Predator
we want.
movie, yeah.
I should have
No,
vetted
that's
the.
not horror.
I should have vetted the list before I popped
a
it.
lot of movie like Evil Dead,
The
Dawn of the
Exorcist.
Dead.
Oh, that's
Okay.
actually true. If you
20,
want-
This is more accurate. Sorry. How about this? Bam.
That's actually a good point. If you want a horror movie that has no suspense in it, just watch like one of the Sam
Raimi.
Raimi Evil Dead movies.
oh yeah.
Like they're basically just kind of like ham,
Yeah. Okay. This
unintentional ham.
looks more like an actual like horror movie list. Insidious, Paranormal
Now-
Activity. Haven't seen any of these. Psycho.
Jared
Final
hasn't seen
Destination.
Cabin in the Woods.
modern classics.
Cabin in the Woods. Haven't seen it.
Cabin in the Woods is pretty good.
Halloween.
that movie.
Nope.
As long as you
Devil.
don't know
Nope.
anything about
I've seen Zombieland,
Oh,
even though I wouldn't say it's a horror movie.
Zombieland.
It's more like a comic movie.
You can
Wreck?
submit Evil Dead. If you want.
I think. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Evil Dead. Yep. That can work.
I would, because that's a solid, like a lot of
Yeah,
modern
it's a
horror movies
time-killing
like, take tropes
horror
from Evil
movie.
Dead.
Yeah.
Jared has not seen The Grudge.
No.
Basically, Jared hasn't seen any horror movie that you could think of.
If
Not
like
he- nothing on
Hereditary,
this list.
and I guess now if you would count Sixth Sense,
Yeah.
then I've seen
He's
Sixth
seen
Sense and
Alien.
Hereditary
He's seen
and
Alien.
Alien. The only reason that
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen any any horror movie outside of Hereditary is because of this. So
Shutter Island's another good one if anyone needs like an extra suggestion.
Is that
Is Shutter
horror?
Island a horror
Is
movie?
pretty good one.
I thought that was more psychological thriller.
I mean, it's
This.
geared
I-
towards
So,
you're right. It's got
how about-
scary stuff.
That's what I actually asked. Like a Shutter Island movie is like can it be
How about-
categorized as a horror movie?
I think
How
The
about I
Machinist
just
would
go
be a good
through?
one then,
How about I
too.
just go
Machinist
through this
is
list
good.
right
Dude.
now, and if I say anything that upsets you, it's a good candidate for the list. So let's see.
That's cool.
Psycho, haven't seen. Saw, nope. Exorcist, nope. The Ring, no. Texas
These are all,
Chainsaw
like,
Massacre, not
You
nope.
have to see not
Evil
Texas
Dead,
Chainsaw.
The Mist, no. The
Evil Dead
Shining,
you should
no.
see.
The
Mist you
Thing
should
is
see.
my suggestion.
Are you gonna
Rosemary's
keep the
Baby.
thing for this one?
Yep,
He
it's still a
already
thing.
did it.
Nice. Oh, I guess I should put mine in.
Rosemary's Baby, haven't seen. Dawn of the Dead, nope. Insidious, haven't seen. Paranormal Activity,
This is good. like
Final
this.
Destination, none of the
No,
Saw
you don't need to see
movies. Halloween, haven't seen. Devil, nope. The Wicker Man,
I
nah.
feel like-
Wreck, I
feel like
haven't
you're probably
seen.
not seeing any of like the monster movies. I don't know. I don't feel like you're missing anything by not seeing those.
Martyrs,
But, yeah,
nope.
not
The
against
Hills Have
watching them.
Eyes. Audition, Funny Games.
And a lot of this movie doesn't even have a story. It's all about the horror.
Friday the 13th,
scare.
no. Jacob's Ladder, haven't seen. Shutter, no. Pet
That's fine,
Cemetery,
Tomo,
no.
just look for one that you think you would want to watch and just submit that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Descent,
don't,
haven't
you
seen.
don't even
Silence
think
of the
about our
Lambs, nope.
opinion. Just go for it.
Oh, you put that for Ninja. Got it.
Nightmare on Elm Street, nuh-uh. It, haven't seen it. I haven't even seen like the modern one.
Well, the
I'm
old
fine-
the
I'm-
90s
I'm-
one.
I'm
sucks.
fine with you submitting the Mist boats. I'll
Silent
watch it
Hill,
again.
I've not
Mist?
seen.
Yeah, I'll totally watch the mystery.
Oh, because I think you were away from your computer, but like Boats brought it up. I'm like, I just watched that like a couple weeks ago, but I'm
Oh,
down to
nope.
watch it again.
28
So-
days
wait,
later,
which
28
movie?
weeks later, Scream. Haven't
Mist.
seen any of these.
Oh, The
Children of
Mist.
Corn, nope.
Yeah, I was like, I'm cool with it. I like it.
Do.
Oh, you watched The Mist recently, Steven?
Yeah.
Jeepers
I've been saying.
Creepers.
Oh, sorry.
Blair Witch
Oh, you were
Project,
talking
haven't
about Nope for some
seen.
reason.
No.
Shaun of the Dead I have
Yeah.
seen, but that's not a horror movie. Poltergeist, no. The Orphanage, Diesel did submit this, so that's on the list. The Fly, no. Hellraiser, mm-mm. I thought Hatchet was a young adult novel.
Gary Paulson?
I would also not categorize Predator as a horror movie.
No.
Too long.
Not either.
Getting into the Japanese Grudge.
One Missed Call. Apparently,
Where's that
One Missed
ring?
Call is actually very popular in Japan.
One Missed Call.
I'm torn between like
Cannibal
getting Jared
Holocaust.
to watch like classics versus like
The Grudge.
memorable
Nope,
things
haven't seen.
for me personally.
Oh, well, you didn't put that in the actual thread.
It's been a while since we've done this, so I don't blame you.
And also, I don't know if Resident Evil, I guess
Could be.
technically, it says survive horror on the front
It
of
is
it.
categorized. It can be categorized as
horror.
a
I say it's fair game.
Sure. Yeah, I would say it's fair game too.
I almost want to put Blair Witch because I've never seen it.
Oh, you never seen the Blair Witch yet?
No.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see how it holds up.
It's
Dude,
like
if
it's
you-
like the
if you
start
want
of this
to-
kind of genre.
If you want to get me to my core, Japanese horror might be the way to do it, but this is just coming from somebody who's
there are
pretty
a
much
lot of good
exclusively
Japanese
played
horror.
like Japanese horror games. I generally do tend to prefer horror that doesn't rely on just like gory body horror and like relies more on like psychological stuff. But y'all y'all do what you want. All right, Ju-on it is then. I'll get rid of Strangers then, Ninja.
Oh, Pomo, you went with Resident Evil instead of Evil Dead. I feel like that was an inferior choice, but do what you will.
That's what I was saying. I was like,
Yeah.
it's technically horror.
If you really
It's-
want that, fine. But I think
It's
Evil Dead
up
was
to
a
y'all
much
because I
better
do know
story.
that some people wouldn't be down to watch a spooky movie. So if they want something a little less spookified,
Well, it's all gonna be up to the wheel anyway.
it will.
so-
It will.
Wheel.
So
We're not deciding
there are
this
a lot
right
of
now,
good
so you have
horror
plenty of
movie.
time. But just as for the next 2 weeks, because we're in spooky month, we're going to be trying to watch spooky-ish movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, do we try to get Jared to watch things like Jaws and stuff?
If you think it's
I-
worth watching,
Well, there's
don't.
there's a
Not
part of me
worth
that
it.
thinks that there's like these classic horror, like it's good to know this stuff because it's like movies now use stuff from those, like whether
Yeah.
they were good or not.
yeah. I
It
mean,
sort of like set some new precedents, I think, with movies.
it's kind of an awkward situation to be in, right? Because like you can suggest these movies literally any week you want, but now
Yeah.
because you're forced to like pick like a horror movie, you got to
know.
think of like what's the most worthwhile horror movie you think I should watch?
No, if you would have submitted the new Doctor Strange movie, I would have vetoed that.
Oh,
I'm not
really?
gonna
Have you
watch
seen
Doctor
it?
Strange as a horror.
Oh,
not
as a horror
doesn't
movie.
apply.
Gotcha, as a horror
Doesn't
movie.
Yeah,
Despite being directed by Sam Raimi.
doesn't matter.
Spider-Man was directed by Sam Raimi, so
Exactly.
but yes.
Actually, like for the sake of people, I might throw like I actually really liked the modern It movie. I might throw that one in there because I think it's not very
Nice.
horror-y either. Like, so I think people who don't like horror could get into it.
Sure.
It's pretty horror-y.
I think
It's
it would
not- but it's
I
not
can
as much
totally
so as,
see
like, The
people like
Grudge, you know.
I can totally see people like putting a horror tag on it, so I'd allow it.
It's definitely a horror movie. But I don't think it's not like The Grudge where it's like its goal is to
Yeah,
like
sure.
creep you out, and it's got like an actual story to follow. I think.
That's fine.
Hmm.
It's a
I feel like Insidious is also like a pretty modern one that isn't like too scary, but like has just like good stuff going
I'm
on.
seeing other
I like Insidious. It's pretty iconic to me.
I'm seeing a couple of
Insidious
other
is, like, a really
suggested
good,
horror
modern,
movies here. Let's
straightforward
see.
one.
The Conjuring, Get Out,
Conjuring's good.
Midsummer. Midsummer I still haven't seen. Sinister, no.
Sinister's not worth it.
Okay.
No.
I'll tell you that much.
All right. Truth or Dare?
Ha. I actually really liked 28 Days Later when we watched it the other day, Steven.
Oh
A
yeah.
little while ago.
Oh, that's a good
It's got
stuff.
like it's like a comfortingly old movie.
Mhm.
If you really want like a psychological horror, the Labyrinth of Fun is a very good movie to watch.
Which one?
What's it called?
Labyrinth is like a
Leviathan?
Oh, Pan's Labyrinth?
Pan's Labyrinth. Yes.
I have seen that, surprisingly.
You haven't seen that?
I have.
Yeah, because it's not in English.
I
Jared's
really
seen more
enjoyed it.
movies not in English than in English.
I want to disagree with you, but I can't.
Yeah. It is what it is.
It
What
is
about,
what it is.
VHS.
Never seen it.
You never saw VHS? That was
No.
like that, like culty. It's just like a collection of found footage things.
Yeah.
Oh.
Back when found footage was super
It
popular.
was like in the pinnacle of that.
Yeah, it started with Blair Witch, that kind of genre.
That's
Yeah.
see, that's true. Like, because that's why I was curious about Blair Witch, because I don't know that it's necessarily good or not. I haven't seen it, but it did start a trend.
It did.
Not all trends are good. Look what happened with Paranormal Activity.
This
well,
is true.
that's
Damn.
very true. Look, it was zombies in general.
Yeah.
Jared, have you
Zombie
picked
trend.
the Memento from Wakefield? No, not yet. I'm currently considering Microwave Hobo Teletubby with Bryan Cranston's face on it.
I mean, honestly, that crossed my mind.
It's not so far off.
Not so far off. When I saw the raccoons, I'm like, that's the game.
Oh my god. We almost
They're
went
coming
with
for
it.
seconds.
Then in terms of good horror movie, it's very hard to choose because I just watched the horror movie like A, B, C grade.
Sure.
I don't care.
You can suggest it
But
to see
it-
if it holds up.
But if in terms of good horror movie, it's very hard to decide what's the good horror movie.
Yeah.
What's the suggestion I can
Well, it's funny.
do?
It's an interesting question because
constraint to put on y'all.
there are different ways that can make a horror movie good also,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
And
it can be just a short horror movie or it can be psychological horror. It's very hard.
Yeah, there are different things that can make it good. And it can even be good for being bad. Like that's a whole other aspect of horror.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I watched the C grade horror movie.
Yeah, some of those are actually pretty good.
Just time killing. Just
Man, this is tough. Just pick
Ringoot?
something.
No,
So
I've
what'd
not
you
seen
pick?
Ringoot.
Pick anything.
Well, you're gonna
Yeah,
have
because-
another
you
week,
can't.
Ninja.
I'll, like I
Even
I got
even
weak
for
hope,
even
but-
for horror, like
I
it's-
would
it's-
say for this one, Steven, I'll allow it.
Oh.
I think
Just because, like,
we're
it's
opening
not-
a new
Yeah.
theme.
Fair. That's
I'll
fair.
allow it for this one, just because like it's a brand new constraint to throw on people.
I'm
Whereas
gonna
like,
do The Shining then.
all right,
oh, Shining,
One of my favorite.
good classic,
nice.
classic. Love
Very
it.
good.
I wouldn't mind watching Shining one more time.
That's one where I legitimately am like, what? You haven't seen The Shining?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, who hasn't seen The Shining?
Jared, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Help me decide.
And you
between-
blame me for not watching.
Well, listen, we know that Jared has a problem.
Yeah. If Jared has seen it and you haven't, you know you fucked up.
That's the issue, Jerry. Is that if Jared is the example of how bad it can get, if you're worse than that,
All right, granted, accepted, noted.
okay, help me
Rage-
decide. Should I do? It's either for me. It's either the Silence of the Lambs or it.
Oh, those are
Oh
very
wow,
good.
that's
I don't
a
know,
hard
man.
one.
Because
I don't know.
Silence of the Lambs
Damn.
Silence of the Lambs is like, Jared, you have to see this movie. But I think
Yeah.
it is like
But
a
I
great
think-
modern like interpretation of a book that I really like.
You might,
I feel
you
like
might
it
not like
is-
it or like it, but it's very hard.
Como says,
feel
please
like
note
an
it.
old
It's the only
movie.
one I've seen. Hang on, let's do a poll.
Oh, you've
shall
seen
we?
it? Okay, I'll do Silence of the Lambs. Then.
Okay.
Silence of the Lambs is really good.
I really
Yeah,
like
it is.
Silence of the Lambs.
Good classic, good classic.
That's one that I've seen many times.
know what?
But I don't get tired of it.
Your next suggestion can be it, Andrew. How about that?
There we go. But I still for the next horror
For
movie.
the next week, yeah.
Okay, well, hang
That's
on
okay.
now. Como has also seen Silence of the Lambs, so let's just do a poll.
What? Oh. Well, I feel like
Damn it,
most
Momo.
movies that we put in here are gonna be.
Someone's gonna have seen them.
Yeah.
Where you can't just be like, oh, well, okay, post that. The only important person who it's Jared. Like, has he seen it?
That is true. Like the Jared, and I mean, that's a much easier target.
It is.
All right, here we go. We got Silence of the Lambs or it. Vote
Yeah.
on what Andrew should pick.
one of these. Help me out here.
Clowns. Man, you know, I'm kind of torn too.
I enjoy them both.
I
and
would
I'd
be
happy to
personally
watch
fine
it
with
again.
either option as well. So,
I think they're both good examples of like horror doesn't just have to be a bunch of like stuff being.
Which one do I want to watch
Right.
more right now?
yeah.
We can watch a horror movie with Ryan Reynolds. Amityville Horror.
Oh,
I always forget that he was in like a serious horror movie.
He was in.
That was
Smokin'
probably around the
Aces.
same era as Smoking Aces, actually, when he was
When he's
like,
still trying
I'm
to
a
find his
serious
footing.
actor. Yeah. What was this? 2000.
Pre-Deadpool.
2005. Yeah, it was probably around. What was Smoking Aces like?
2007.
2005-ish. Yeah. Okay.
All right, it looks like the winner is Silence of the Lambs.
Let's do it. I'm happy with that.
Wait, I didn't
well, it's too late.
do it.
Too bad.
Yes, what?
I think even if you voted, Silence of the Lambs would have won. So even if you voted opposite, it was 4-1. So
Yeah.
I've seen all these so far. A couple of them.
I
hate.
voted for it,
All right.
just so everyone knows.
Fuck! This is starting to
Aw,
feel weirdly
Jaeger.
nostalgic.
It's all those familiar places.
God damn.
Which ones do you hate, Diesel? It's okay if you hate Resident Evil, like you're expected to hate that.
I would be
hate.
surprised if he didn't hate Resident Evil.
Don't you dare say you hate the Mist, otherwise me and Boats are gonna come after you.
Oh.
Yes, I like the Mist. I don't care how cheesy it is. I like it.
It's super cheesy, but it's good.
I really like it. At least
It's
I remember
fun.
really liking it.
I watched it recently and
I'm
I
gonna
liked
pour
it.
my shot.
Okay,
into
I
the
think
bathroom.
I'd still be into it.
Since everybody just recommend the classic movie, I will do some surprise movie. Maybe some people don't know.
That's
Oh,
fine.
yeah, go for it. Resident Evil is subpar, but not awful. I
Oh,
would
Jerry,
tend
the
to-
skeleton key.
Do you know the movie?
I don't think I've ever seen it. I remember like
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Our older sister used to love horror movies, and I remember her
Yeah.
talking about this.
Let's not talk about it.
No, I don't know anything about it. So I'm
Okay,
pretty sure
great.
I don't think I've ever seen this movie, but I've definitely heard of it. It was really popular when it came out. Jerry, can you move it over into the thread?
You didn't post that
Oh,
in the
what?
boy?
I
Put
didn't.
it in the thread. Like if
Oh,
you scroll
shit.
up a little bit to the thread.
Yeah,
It should be pinned to the
newbie
top.
It's
mistake.
pinned there. It's just hidden because Ninja was
There it
dropping
is.
her suggestions outside of the thread. Now we're cooking. Yeah, the only suggestion here that I don't like is Resident Evil, but that's
Hey,
Pomo. That's kind of like his shtick. So
But I like the variation. I
the
want
variation's
like,
fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, like, will I be happy if I end up having to watch Resident Evil?
No.
But when have I
No.
ever been happy with anything Pomo's ever suggested?
True.
Oh, so Diesel does hate the Mist. Okay. Listen,
Diesel.
but Diesel, what's worse, the Mist or Resident Evil?
I'm gonna AFK for like 1 minute.
No, Pomo. Okay, so Pomo, you're doing exactly what I thought you were doing. You want to just make us angry and think that that makes better content. But I think that Resident Evil, we watched all of these recently. I don't think that we're gonna like get that excited talking about a bunch of Resident Evil badness. It's one of those things that like all the way through, it's just kind of not good.
yeah. And I don't like hate the Resident Evil movies.
I don't hate it, but the problem is like I don't
They're
have
just-
like strong opinions on it.
They're
It's
just not
really good.
great. They're not horrible. They're just they'd probably be 5s out of 10 for me, and that's not a
Yeah, they're gonna be
It's not
super medium average movies. Oh, you thought The Mist was cheesy and boring? Cheesy, I thought
See?
for sure. I didn't think it was boring though.
I guess you never know. We can get heated about just about anything.
We
so.
absolutely
I
can.
have no
We'll
doubt.
talk forever about anything.
Especially now that I'm like much more familiar with the Resident Evil series, I have no doubt that I would have some very not polarizing, but intense things to
Now,
say.
Well, let me
that
tell
is
you
a good
this. I
point.
don't think your previous experience with Resident Evil games has anything to do with the movie.
yeah, I want to tell you that Resident Evil, it would be like, oh, finally a game movie, but it's not like that.
Unless we watched that new Resident Evil movie, newer Resident movie that came out like last year or whenever.
Oh, and another
But you do have
thing,
good suggestions.
another thing for our regulars in chat is be sure to expect some interesting Halloween weekend shenanigans.
yes.
Come the
that is yeah. Wow.
Oh,
even though
this is
Halloween
tough,
is
this
landing
stuff.
on a Monday, the weekend before that's well,
that'll be our
I'm sure
Halloween-
Friday
our
will be taken up.
weekend.
Yes, I'm sure Friday will be taken up by movie discussion, but Saturday we got some things brewing in the works. So if you're free, we'd love to have you.
I know I'm free.
I literally have no plans.
Also,
I'm
hit me
free.
with your kampai when you're ready.
Actually,
We don't
enjoy
have
when people-
Halloween.
I actually enjoy like this time of year when people at work are getting all like, okay, can I just like vent for
People
this?
kept asking me if I had any plans for Halloween. I was like, no.
I need to vent this for a second because it drives me crazy. I hate that companies treat their employees like infants at like times like this, where they start to like lay out a bunch of activities for the month of October because it's Halloween.
Yeah.
And they literally theme
I've
the
seen
names
that.
of the events to where it's like spooky treat day or like
Yes.
frightening fun
I have
trivia.
something. I have
My
something like
God.
that in my program as
I
well.
love
It's
it.
like Friday is
Dude.
going to be fandom day. Come dressed as your favorite fandom character or whatever.
I cannot stand. So the first part I hate is being treated like a child, where they literally like set up these like really juvenile things, like spooky story time. Are you kidding me? Like this is a Silicon Valley like Amazon owned company, and we're like sitting around having like spooky story time. Like we have things that we need to be doing. So that was the first part. And then the fact that everyone gets super hype about this shit. Like unironically excited about this month and all of the fun Halloween activities that the company is setting up.
They straight up put
Dude,
coloring sheets with colored pencils in them.
I don't get it. I get the dressing up part. Like I love Halloween for the dressing up and stuff, but we could do that also kind of whenever we want. So the fact that people think there's just this one time of year that you dress up into them that makes it special doesn't really do anything for me.
It's just the same sort of people who get excited about any other stupid thing that makes no sense. They're just doing it because everyone else is excited about it.
Oh, for the employee break room? Oh,
that's adorable. That's freaking adorable.
Hilarious.
Happy Halloween. Well, I also, it makes me upset that the company thinks that, first of all, that they have to do this, otherwise people will get angry, which makes me upset at the employees. And then angry at the company for thinking that this is enough to make me happy.
Well, by complaining, you are already part of it because
I know.
There are people already. There is always complaining, people enjoying, people blaming people. Just get along, people.
Coloring sheets.
You're part of it already.
I like to think that I need nothing, and I complain more when they think I need something, and then the thing they give me like wouldn't have satisfied me even if I did want something.
Jerry. Oh, you did post in the thread. Good.
He did start putting it in the wrong place. Don't worry, we already got to him.
Diesel said somebody input a movie I haven't heard of. I'm assuming it's Skeleton Key?
It must be Skeleton Key. You really haven't heard of Skeleton Key? That was like a really popular one in the Grudge era.
It was not like a super popular there, like a compared to Grudge.
Doesn't it have like a famous actress in it? It has Kate Hudson in it.
Kate Hudson in it. So
it was a pretty.
I've definitely heard of the movie.
At least in the U.S.
It was more like a you heard of the movie, but you didn't watch it. Some kind of like that movie.
Well, I was like 13 when this came out, so
it was quite old.
Like not hearing about it at all. Like that seems pretty crazy. Like I understand not seeing it, and I'm from Wisconsin.
And I'm from Wisconsin. They show this movie in Wisconsin.
The overseas Wisconsin, obviously.
But Jerry, I at least heard good things about it. I think so. I'd look forward to watching this one.
There are some good parts. There are a lot of.
Wait, some good parts?
Not
some good
parts.
There's movies that like I thought of when we talked about horror that had like an impact on me, but I didn't want to put in here. And they're ones that are like just kind of disturbing, like The Hills Have Eyes, which I think that one just like made me upset.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't want anyone else to have to watch that.
I mean, this is literally y'all's chance to be posting stuff like Human Centipede and having like full within your rights to do that.
I wouldn't do that.
I see, because while I'm not like completely bothered by body horror, it's kind of boring.
Sure,
it doesn't do anything for me.
It's just time.
Yeah, Hills Have Eyes literally has like rape in it, and I think that's it. Just like it burned me, that movie. It was super hard to watch.
Oh, Andrew, you know what we should submit is the Hangman's Curse.
Dude, the Christian horror movie? Whoa, let's find, where is that thing? I'm so glad you remembered that.
I remember it was like
shit.
Some like Christian horror author, I forget his name, like he writes a bunch of books and her mom loves it.
Let's watch a quick trailer, shall we?
Well, let's do it.
We would scare Jerry. There's some
rated PG-13.
It is PG-13.
I mean, it's a Christian movie, so
Christian movie.
Yeah, it's like
Christian.
the-
what is
when the-
Christian
This
horror
selling
movie?
author,
That's
Frank
weird.
Grillo.
This is what it is.
They got the goosebumps
Deep
font.
within the halls
It's very
of Rogers
Goosebumpsy,
High,
actually.
and evil is lurking.
You believe in the hereafter?
Most definitely.
A legend
Most
is
definitely.
reborn.
After
That's
he
a pretty
stabbed
famous
her,
actress, too.
he hung himself. Now his ghost walks the halls of this school, getting revenge.
Abel Fry!
Nobody can do anything to change what's gonna happen.
Does this look like Goosebumps?
I'll be honest, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. This movie scared me when I was a kid.
Oh, dude, me too.
Oh,
Me, absolutely.
Frank Peretti's Hangman's Curse. It will
Hangman's
scare
Curse.
you
There
to
was like a
death.
part with spiders or something that I remember, and it really scared me.
In theater, September 12th, 2003.
Hell yeah.
2003.
I
What
think
year?
that one deserves an honorable add to the
An honorable
list.
add to the list.
Oh my god.
Like a
It's
small
everything.
sliver. Can we just have like a small sliver be Hangman's Curse?
Oh, the wild card.
Yeah, wild card.
I can try.
Actually, I want like a
Yes.
whole extra wheel, and so there's a little sliver that we hit on this wheel that would take us to the extra wheel, and on that wheel,
Cool.
it's all like B horror movies and garbage and
Oh
shit.
my god. Okay.
I like that. All right,
We just,
so
but we just have to
everyone
take
pick
the
your-
time to
everyone
go
pick
find
your
them, though.
that's pretty
Nice.
cool.
So we got Hangman's Curse.
Hangman's Curse is my suggestion.
Jesus
Man, there's
Christ.
I actually look up anything by Asylum Entertainment.
Oh yeah,
I think it's Asylum Entertainment is the name.
It
of the
is
company.
Asylum, yeah.
will scare you to
Look
death.
up any horror movies by Asylum.
Hang on, let me see if I can get this to work here. I'm gonna start making the wheel now, but we're not gonna spin it till the end here.
Like there were like Asylum made some great stuff, like the
Sharknado.
sequel to Titanic.
Oh my god.
There's a movie called Titanic 2.
Why?
I don't remember, but I remember watching it and being amazed. It was good. It was really good.
Jesus Christ.
Scooby-Doo meets Courage the Cowardly Dog. While
That
probably
happens?
good FOMO, I don't know if that qualifies as what we're going for here because we already said no, like Hocus Pocus or any sort of that sort of.
I think
needs
that's
to
I
be
think that's
an
for like the B
actual
movie
horror.
horror stuff.
If we are going for the B horror movie, I will recommend Bad Taste.
Oh fuck.
So will the B horror movie have its own like equal sized thing?
No, it'll be a
An
small
equal-
sliver, and I'm trying to get that
Okay.
to work right now. I'm seeing if I can get it to
Okay.
work. Alright, Silence of the Lambs. That's why I'm making the wheel now, just to make sure I can get it to work.
Gotcha.
Skeleton Key.
Oh, I just saw that Ninja apparently actually read that book.
What book?
Which book?
Hangman's Curse, I assume.
Oh,
the
shit.
Frank Peretti book.
Whiplash.
And there's a movie I'm trying to think of right now, but I cannot remember the name of it. Damn it.
The Room or Room? Very different movies, and I can never remember which one's which.
Oh, let's get rid of Wakefield.
Jerry, you were talking about like C horror movies. Do you have any good suggestions?
All right.
Bad Taste.
Like
Bad
like-
Taste is what's called.
Oh, is that the
Bad
name of the movie?
Taste. It's like the
We
Peter
haven't
Jackson
finished Wakefield,
first
we've just
movie,
gotten-
like a super low budget, but I enjoyed it. I loved it.
So just
That's all we're
for
looking for.
people's information, this is currently what the wheel looks like.
Nice.
There's the
I
B.
like this.
Love it.
So basically, B movie means tiny wheel, and we're gonna respin for
Tiny
something.
wheel.
Tiny
Tiny wheel. Not B movie. B, the letter
So,
B, as in
so
B
does that mean if we hit the B movie, we are gonna like rotate one more wheel for just only
We're
for
gonna
B
spin
movies?
we're gonna spin a new wheel specifically for cheesy horror movies.
Oh, now
Nice.
Oh shit! What's the name of this? It's a it's like Peter Jackson's like first movie. It was like a horror movie. Fuck, what's it called?
Well, Jerry submitted Bad Taste, which is a Peter Jackson movie.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
for
like
real?
it was
No,
like the
that's the one
Peter
that sounds
Jackson's
called something different.
first directed movie.
Oh.
Like when he was like a student or something.
Dead Alive. That's what it is.
Oh, Dead Alive.
Dead
yeah.
Alive.
Dead Alive is the next movie.
Dead Alive. Yes.
Yes.
This one is.
So Ninja, I don't know
great.
if you were around for this, but we have a new channel point redemption where you can spend 10,000 J-Coons to increase your wedge on the wheel.
Oh, yeah, we're we do need to finish our Wakefield talk.
We
at some
will,
point,
yeah.
but-
Oh, okay.
Oh, please.
So if you were to
Yes.
spend 10,000 J-Coons, this is what Ju-on would turn into, Ninja. Boop. It's not much,
It ain't much, but you can
But
do that
it's
3
enough.
times.
but you can do it up to 3 times.
I ain't paying 10K for Resident fucking Evil. Can I pay 10K to decrease Resident Evil?
No.
Oh, she did it.
Oh shit! All right.
Where are we putting the B movie suggestions?
Nowhere yet. I guess
Nowhere
we'll,
yet,
we'll
I
cross
guess.
that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah.
If it lands on B movie, we'll have a separate.
Okay.
All right.
Because
Paradise
Dead
or
Alive is for sure the one that I would suggest.
We're gonna get 2
A
Peter
bunch of-
Jackson movies.
Bunch of
Dude, they're-
Peter
they're-
Jackson
it
movie
is
all
done,
in the same
Ninja.
movie.
I haven't seen Bad Taste, but if it's anything like Dead Alive, it's amazing. I ain't paying
Whoa.
10 Missed.
The Mist is such a good movie, though.
You take that back, Boats.
Take it back.
Dun, 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 dun.
Everybody is
Oh dear.
Tremors? Or do you mean
Oh,
Tremors?
Tremors?
Do you mean Tremors?
Unless
Or is there a
Tremor-
movie called Tremors?
Is it a haircut horror themed movie? Fuck!
Wow, dude. I'm so sorry.
So funny.
You know it's fucked up once the Reds start feeling sympathetic for me.
I do feel bad for you now.
No, I feel bad, but I'm still here. I'm just gonna let it happen.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Get that.
I love this. Oh my god.
Wait, Diesel, do you mean Tremors? What is this movie? Because a movie called Tremors that I found on IMDb looks like a teenage girl
I'll see if this still
drama.
works.
Oh!
Is this the
Have
movie
fun
you're
with that.
talking about? Meet Emily. She's an overworked 20-something do-gooder who's deep in debt. When her streetwise friend Hannah invites her to work on a lucrative California pot farm, a sun-soaked off-the-grid adventure begins. But the high times of farm life turn to nightmares when paranoid meth lab workers declare war on Emily and her pot farmer friends. With their lives and farm in danger, Emily and the farmers have no choice but to fight back. Is that the movie you're talking about?
Oh,
Doesn't seem like it. I
Is
think
that
he.
a horror
I
movie?
think you're talking about Tremor, not Tremor.
If this,
Well, that's what
this
we're
is
talking about.
This is
Tremor.
Tremors, but Diesel
Tremors.
hasn't corrected himself, and he's had a chance, so I'm not
No,
sure.
no, Tremor is like
Okay.
a classic.
Okay, he
classic.
is saying Tremors.
I'm pretty sure it's Tremor, right? This one.
Yeah, he corrected.
This is
It's
this is
Tremors.
classic. This is classic.
Tremors
It
is
was popular in that time.
Yeah. A limit of 3? What are you talking about?
Ready for your kampai.
Can Malignant count as a B movie, even though it's not technically a B movie?
I would say
You know
yeah.
what? If Jared hasn't seen it, then
I haven't
yes,
seen it.
please.
He already knows. He already
Fine.
knows the
I know
shtick,
that's
though.
that's the only. Can
It,
you imagine
it
how
would be
much
great
Jared would have
to
loved
subject
that?
the rest of the chat to it though.
Oh, that's,
That's
true.
true.
If
If
people
no one
know
else
about it.
knows.
It strikes me as like a rompy, like B horror movie.
Yeah.
It's got like sort of it's got a very late
Oh,
80s,
Michael
early
Jordan.
90s horror film.
Yeah, I did the come on and slam. I was curious if that worked.
Oh, that's right. Wow.
I now we should be back to normal.
At this point, I almost feel like everyone wanna hit the B movie. now.
Well, it's only a tiny little sliver.
It's a tiny little sliver. Can I pay points to increase the B movie
No.
sliver?
No,
Damn.
that shouldn't be allowed. Because
That's
that's
what
the
makes
beauty
it
of
all
it.
the more
It's a small
exciting.
chance.
So,
for some-
all right, this presents an interesting conundrum. Now, do we always have a tiny sliver on the wheel
With
from
like
now
a-
on?
Intentionally
It'll be just
bad movie.
Intentionally bad movies that we like either hate
Okay.
or we think would be funny to like
Sure,
make us
I'm
watch.
totally down for that.
That's
I'm
actually
like
a
that.
pretty
Yeah.
I'm
good
down
idea.
for it
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the wild card we've been
Like
looking
your
for.
least
So this is a
favorite
wild
movie,
place
or
now.
just like the
Yeah, you're like,
so bad
this
it's good
movie
movies.
sucks, or like maybe it's just like really bad, but you think it'd be funny. Like it's like a Lawnmower Man where it's really bad, but it's fun to watch.
Yes.
sort of
Not
deal.
just bad. It has to be bad fun. Like it's so bad, it has to be fun.
There has to be some entertainment value to it.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited.
I'm pretty
for this.
excited
Some
for this
I don't
build,
like,
too.
but I think there's some good selections. Well, I can't wait for Resident Evil to get picked. Then Diesel.
I know.
Oh no! Please don't.
Pomo, all of your suggestions belong on that wheel.
Literally, like the bad sliver is the thing you've been waiting for. Now we can finally put like Meet the Robinsons and Kanto. Now those have a wheel that they can live on appropriately.
Yo, Meet the Robinsons was good. I will
Meet the Robinsons
begrudgingly
was
agree
mid.
with you, Pomo. It was slightly above mid for me, but that was.
That's true. I guess I did give it a 6.
I did
This
not.
is what the
give it
wheel
a good
currently
score.
looks like.
Beautiful.
Pretty good looking wheel, except for that
Awesome.
yellow part.
Hot looking.
I haven't seen The Orphanage
I like-
or Skeleton Key, or I haven't seen Ju-On.
That's good.
I've seen Ju-On.
No.
I've seen The Grudge, but
And I've seen The Thing or the Skeleton Key.
I think I've watched every movie
I'm
here.
just happy Pomo didn't recommend
Oh,
an
really?
anime.
Yeah, I'm
an
sure there's some
animated
good-
movie for
I
once.
love animated movies though.
He tried to, didn't you see him looking for Scooby Doo?
Yeah. I tried. Pomo, you motherfucker, your Resident Evil movie. Yikes.
Oh my goodness.
Yikes.
Very aggressive.
I don't think Ninja likes the Resident Evil movie.
I think he's getting really angry.
Well, y'all will have another week to suggest horror movies, even if
That's
Resident
true.
Evil does
We're
get
doing
picked.
two of these.
We'll have one more week after this.
Yep.
I'm glad we're doing this twice because
Yes.
there's no way we were gonna get like if we just did one, we'd be upset with how many others that we missed out on.
I'm sad that we Ludum Dare took up a couple of these weeks, but I'm glad we get
I
at
think
least
that's
two.
okay. What was it, Roka that suggested this? or
Animated
whose
horror
idea was
movie.
it?
I heard Coraline was good.
I mean, I've heard good things about Coraline.
I've heard-
like
yeah,
Tim Burton movies.
Yeah.
I've never seen good
Fuck
animated
Coraline. I
horror.
hate Coraline.
All
Well
right.
then,
Wow. All right. Jeez.
that's up to Pomo then.
Listen, you said
almost
animated.
perfect,
I just
so
gave you an
you can't
example.
really-
What about the other Tim Burton one, like the something
Nine.
with the bride? Oh, 9. Like I got
Corpse
I've
Bride.
seen
No,
I've seen Nine
Corpse
though.
Bride. That's what it is.
I've seen
Nine was pretty.
Corpse Bride
I like
seems
Nine.
like horror adjacent, like Hocus Pocus though.
Okay.
It's,
Nine was
I,
Pretty stupid.
I'm not even sure if it's
What's your problem with
Nine looked great, but the whole premise about it was fine.
The premise, they were Horcruxes. You have a problem with those little dolls being Horcruxes?
Yeah, because they didn't have any character.
Well, okay, that's true.
Yeah. So
But
that
it was
my
it was a good excuse. It was a good excuse to have fun little designed characters
yes,
in the
it looked
post-apocalyptic
great and it was a
world.
neat
Yeah.
idea, but the story was kind of
It was a very superficial movie, but at least
Nine-
with a sort of tenuous grasp to something deep. But I think it was still fun.
Nine is the
fine.
reason I got into Coheed and Cambria.
That's
because
so
they played
true.
Welcome
Like that's the
Home
first
in the
time we
trailer.
heard "Welcome Home"
Oh shit, I had no idea.
in the trailer. Yeah,
Yeah, in the trailer.
go
for it.
look up the trailer for 9. But when I was young, I wasn't criticizing movies back then for not having like deep storytelling. I just
there's
thought,
a
these
Elijah Wood
characters are well
here.
designed and I like
Damn.
watching them. Give me that "Welcome Home."
Ooh,
This is
more Goosebumps font.
Is this the one?
It might not be. Maybe it's later.
Hold on, it might be later in the
I had a
trailer.
little bit.
Is it like a Frankenstein, modern Frankenstein story?
Nah.
No, it's like Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
Looking for answers.
Science has turned against us.
There it is. Okay. What a breakout for Kohi to like get into like a
Wow,
major
yeah, I
movie
know
trailer.
this song.
Yeah, this is the song that everyone knows. This is their most famous song for sure.
It was a neat idea. I just wish that the movie was as interesting as this trailer makes it look.
It's like we talk about with games, right? Like the focus here is on how interesting the world is without necessarily tying it to anything relevant.
And they also unfortunately just didn't delve into the world as much as I would have wanted.
Yeah. They kind of set up an interesting world and they didn't do much with it.
Shall protect the future.
And I've also seen it, I guess. So
It's a pretty forgettable movie, honestly.
John C. Reilly was in it?
here.
What the fuck?
I didn't know John C. Reilly had a voice in this.
God, it looks so promising. It looks so promising.
Frodo Baggins.
Well, it's very. It had a lot of cool aesthetic going for it.
It did.
It was literally called just the number 9, and like it came out on 999. It was well marketed.
Pretty cool.
Animated horror movies. Let's see here. Frankenweenie.
Oh,
Frankenweenie. Oh, Monster House.
Monster House. You can throw that on the B horror movie. There you go. Hotel Transylvania. We can throw that on for Roka.
Yeah, Roka's pick will be that.
Mad guy.
There's like a movie called Paranorman. I've never seen it, but I always think of it.
That's the same sort of
Wolf House.
It seems Monster House.
The Demon Slayer movie.
Not a horror.
Demon Slayer.
The Soul Station is like a legit horror zombie movie.
Not a lot of animated horror movies.
Sausage
Ooh,
Party.
The Missing Link. The Missing Link. All right, this is out of control.
The Empire of Corpses.
1-800-588-2300.
Empire of Corpses.
Of corpses.
Evil Tunes, rated R.
That looks pretty good.
Uh-huh.
Just watch the entirety of Goosebumps. You won't be disappointed.
Honestly, it still bangs.
I think the live-action Scooby-Doo also falls into the B movie
first
horror.
one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, American scary animation is always geared towards kids. Like it's not like Japanese animation where it was actually aimed at adults.
Would Perfect Blue be considered horror? I've not seen it.
I don't think so. Not to my knowledge, at least. Like, because they're listing Akira there too. That's not horror.
And Akira doesn't strike.
Dead Space Downfall, an animated Dead Space movie.
Actually,
That's not a good movie. I've
a good
seen it.
movie, but it's also not a horror movie. It's
Dun, 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 dun,
you should watch the Mass Effect movie that we watched.
Oh, it was so dumb.
Oh, the original Frankenweenie.
Casper.
Hey, I always forget about Beetlejuice.
Page Master.
Beetlejuice.
Oh, Page Master.
That's
It's only an hour and 15 minutes long. We should just watch it because we can.
Oh, Pomo is urging us to finish Wakefield before he falls asleep. I guess we should.
Fine.
We've been
Sure.
we've been pretty good about stretching this out.
We'll be back to the wheel talk in a bit.
Yes,
Because we haven't spun the wheel even.
Well, no, we haven't.
Yeah, we'll do that at the end. Okay.
But that was my first thing that I was going to derail the stream with. My second thing is quick.
What's
don't
your
worry.
second thing?
I'm just loving how much Yoda is checking out Scarlett Favreau's ass.
Oh, dude. Look at his eyes.
Oh, Scarfav.
That was it. Those are my two quick things.
I just needed to point out that Yoda is deep in the crack right now.
One of them was much more
that's
quick
for sure. Yeah.
I just need to say this one quick thing.
Just one quick thing, and then we can just move on. It's gonna be a small little thing. Just
you won't
small.
even have an opinion. You guys won't even have any reason to talk anymore about this one little thing. Okay, to wrap up Wakefield, I do want to try and go through the movie because we've been away from the subject for a little bit.
And I'm gonna need to have you guys take the lead on that one because again, I
do you want us to fill in where you fall off, or do you want us to just take over?
I just take over because I legitimately can't remember the order of events in which things happen in this movie.
Okay.
And that's not to say like that's a bad
feel.
thing for me. It's more of just like it was all just the same thing throughout the movie, but I was interested throughout. So I can't remember like the series of events.
I understand. Yeah. I think I understand how you've watched the movie now, which is good. So now going through it, it'll be interesting to see like your opinions on like different points along the timeline. Because before we're just sort of jumping all over the place. Okay. So, like, if you'll remember, the movie obviously starts out with Bryan Cranston, like, sort of in the city. Like, we open up with sort of like a vignette of just things in the city.
Yep.
Like, you get the classic, like, New York shot, right? Like, every shot of, like, New York includes some shot, like, looking, like, with a long
looking down the sidewalk where there's a bunch of people walking, and then the main character kind of like
the main character come into
a little bit. Yeah.
they're, like, somehow the focal point in this, like, crowd. And we get different shots like that for like a couple of minutes while like the theme is being introduced, like the musical themes are being introduced, which is very, very operatic. You're like, oh, how nice. Like we're immediately getting the theme along with like sort of the moods that we're meant to feel in the movie. So you see like things like the train station, like I've never been to New York. I forget what all these places are called, but like the main train station. You get like finally like Howard, like we see some things with Howard where he's even like going to get like a coffee or something, and then he like just cuts straight in line to do it. Like gets in front of everybody.
He gets a water bottle.
It's a water
but he
bottle.
like cuts in front of a bunch of people. He's like, just this.
He's just, and he's not really showing a lot of emotion. He's just doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
And then he finally ends up on the train. And like it's his train home. I don't think that his like narration has started at this point. I'm trying to remember.
His narration starts when the train breaks down and he's walking home.
The train breaks down.
Yeah. Okay.
Because he's still on the train. And he like gets a call from his wife. He just ignores it immediately.
That's what it is. It's after the breakdown. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and also I want to point out that you see a lot of homeless guys like over the course of the movie.
This is true.
Really
like
do.
at the very beginning, like one of the first shots you see is him walking by like a homeless man, and like the camera is very deliberate about it. So yeah, he gets on the train, and on the train ride, this crowded train ride home, like he's a businessman. He's got his little phone call going on.
Yeah.
His wife even calls and he doesn't answer. Train breaks down. His narration begins, and now he begins his like. I guess he just walks the rest of the way home. It doesn't show him get on like a cab or anything.
He just because like
that he was just.
Everyone has to get off the train because it's broken down.
Yeah,
which is surprising for this season. And so yeah, like I assume like he walks home, but I assume he wasn't like that far away from home.
It must be and this is when he's
like let's assume it took him an hour to walk home, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was a decent walk because it over the course of the walk, it's enough that he's sort of waxing about the state of the like place that he lives.
Yeah,
like
it was long enough for him to basically miss dinner by the time
like
he was home.
He's sort of commenting on civilized life and how like at the end of the day in the dark these places look like sort of dystopian, abandoned. And then he even gets into the suburbs and has sort of like everything that he talks about like is sort of just like this and that.
Yeah,
and even in the
commentary on the suburbs is like, oh, we're removed from people, but we're removed from nature too. No matter how much they might want to make you believe that you're in nature.
Yeah,
as he's looking at
so
a raccoon.
He's obviously sort of apathetic to most of these things, and it's not that interesting for him. And everything is mostly an inconvenience, especially when the raccoon is there. So coming home to the raccoon, he tries to shoo it away, and it runs upstairs. And like this is now we're like this is how we get introduced to the attic. He begrudgingly like goes up. He's like, I gotta get this thing out of here. And that's like the most well-behaved raccoon ever, because when he finally finds it, it's just like, hey man, and then he goes and it leaves.
Yeah, it doesn't like go ape mode on it like.
No, it's a very nice, polite raccoon.
Well trained.
So up here is when he's actually like sees his family for the first time. They're like wrapping up dinner. Like they've clearly been sitting there for a little while. He sees his wife, like she makes the phone call, to which he ignores. And I think this is when he also starts sort of talking about like why he's not answering and stuff, like in his narration.
Yeah.
So we
get a couple of flashbacks of like him and his wife.
We get the flashbacks. Yep.
One thing I'm pointing out, like that I was impressed was like the in the opening scenes, like a New York skyscraper, and he was like passing by, and they shows like how he walk past. There were a lot of like a framed scenes in rectangle that shows like he was. That's what I felt. He was like restrained. He was shackled.
in the frame.
He was always sort of bound. He was never really like.
And in the opening, I felt uncomfortable because there was a lot of like framed scenes in the middle, and that's something that I want to point out that I was impressed.
Yeah,
that's true. There was a lot of like stationary cameras for sure, and a lot of the framing was always sort of crowded. Like there was never a lot of breathing room in the shots that you had, which I think, to your point, is pretty nice considering that's what he was feeling.
Like
there was one shot actually at the beginning that really bothered me. That it was meant to be centered, but it was not centered. And I don't know if they did that just to make me mad, but
they're like, oh, Andrew's gonna watch this.
I almost want to find it because it's just off enough where I'm like, you wanted that to be a centered shot, but it's just off-centered, and it really bugged me.
I didn't even notice that.
I remember one shot that in the opening he was walked past by alone, but it was not. It's like in the middle of the camera and him walking by, there was like a frame that is blocked the scenes. How can I explain this? Like he was inside the building, but it almost felt like an animated movie that was like. I will point out later.
Are you talking about when he went into the little shop to get his water bottle when you're looking through the windows at him?
No. He walked past by, but it was like the. I won't delay it. I will tell you later.
Okay. If you think about the moment.
It was impressive moment.
It was like
that I felt like
the framing of it was good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think this movie did do a pretty good job of framing. It didn't do anything, in my opinion, like really special with it, but I do think that it was fairly solid.
Yeah, I don't feel like the cinematography in this movie was anything exceptional. No. It did its job. No. It wasn't distractingly bad or anything like that, but it wasn't. This isn't one of those movies where I was really like soaking in and appreciating like the craftsmanship of it, right? It was more of like the premise and the character that I was more enthralled with.
Yeah, I think that like, there was nothing special about the cinematography, but I think it got the points that it needed to, the moods that it needed to across. Like when it needed to feel warm, it was warm. When it was meant to be cold, if it, like to give the sense of morning or to give the sense of like things being dirty or things being clean, like it always nailed that pretty well in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh dude, when he was carrying up that like mattress that he found and it was just all over the place.
Dust, dirt. Oh man.
I pretty much appreciated that. I always understood how it was meant to feel wherever he was. Like when he was out in like the woods by that, like going to sleep by the pond with the mosquitoes. I'm like, yeah, like I really get the feeling of being like in this dirty swamp area.
Were they doing that a lot, Boats? Oh yeah, because like they had that little circle in the middle of the mirror, right? But he's always looking out through like the side of it and stuff, or like through the little broken bit. I guess I never really noticed that, but you're right.
I didn't notice that either.
Just like whenever they were shooting from like his first person perspective, it was always through that little circle part in the window.
Yeah. But like technically he was always looking through the edges and stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dude, can you imagine if he was ever like outside of like those Down syndrome kid neighbors, if he was ever accidentally just spotted by his family? Of just like a wandering eye.
He's just standing in the window. He's not
really trying that hard to hide himself.
No, he didn't.
At the end, when Dirk shows up, he's standing in the headlights.
Yes, yeah. He's like, I'm like, oh, he's getting caught right here. Like he's getting there.
Well, it's also like like the part where like Diane sees him but doesn't recognize him. I'm like, I wasn't sure if that was real or not. In my driveway,
right. Especially in the suburbs, like
because the whole movie, there's a lot of scenes where it's like, oh, it's just his imagination of like
he made it seem pretty clear that was real. Yeah,
that one was real. She just legitimately like he almost like fucked everything up.
Yeah. Which I feel like that was the part where I'm just like I was kind of confused as to whether or not it was real, because if generally, and this is from like a fucked up socioeconomic perspective, generally if you see a hobo in the suburbs, it draws attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should panic.
You just like, who are you? You're not just gonna like look at him and then just turn around and be like, whatever.
And also especially
maybe she assumed he was with the knife sharpener guy.
Especially due to like where she saw him, because like this wasn't their front yard where like you might see some passerbys going by.
No,
this was behind their house Not
in
even
the
like the way that
property.
their driveway was. It's like he was at their
Deep in
back
their
door.
property.
He was basically
deep
like
in
in
their
their
property.
garden. Like
I guess feasibly she could have assumed he was like with the knife sharpening
maybe,
guy.
yeah.
That's the only
maybe.
thing that like made sense to me, because otherwise another strange man. Because also the knife guy didn't have some reaction. It seemed like
Yeah.
he was, because he never.
They definitely
saw him.
like that whole shot made it seem like he wasn't actually there.
Right.
I
what he
know,
was.
I know, which made it feel more like it was maybe his imagination again.
Right, but then he was
Right.
talking
But-
about
but
how
it's-
she
but it's
basically
definitely
like
real
looked
because
past
it's
her.
consequential to his actions.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. Like it carries through like
It's
beyond
still
that, and he's still
possible-
talking about it.
It's still possible that like it was like to the like full extent of his imagination. Where he
Maybe it
convinced
played
himself
out
that
a little
that's
bit
how it would
differently.
be,
Yeah. Or
and that he never actually did step out. He's like, but if I did, she wouldn't even recognize me, and they made it so real that that's
And
why he
that
started
he
to-
thought like he just he was so good at imagining things himself
It was
that he
just
just started.
basically
It
real at
actually
that point.
happened.
Yeah.
It just
It's
became
possible
a truth.
because it's such a weird moment in the
It
movie.
is.
Yeah, it is.
but that was already skipping ahead a little bit.
Oh, it's okay. All right.
Oh, that's
so,
skipping ahead quite a bit. Yeah.
so he's gone into the past at this point in the movie and like talked about like the jealousy and how like
Yes.
that gets him going, so that his wife likes to fuck. And the
yeah.
whole point of the fight
It's
was
a
that
hot
he like
dancer.
the jealousy stopped being like a fantasy and was becoming real for him, and
Yeah.
like he was convinced that she actually was cheating on him and stuff.
Yep.
And obviously pointing out
Not
that she
even not
feels like
even
she's been
cheating,
trapped
but
by
more
him.
of just like a you showed interest in another man sort of thing.
Yeah, you're flirting. What are the neighbors
Yeah.
gonna think?
Even
Yeah.
though that started out as like a fantasy thing for them.
That's what they
role
wanted.
playing.
Like it was orchestrated for the sex.
Mm.
But another thing that I'll kind of just side with Howard a little bit on is just having your windows wide open with the lights
Okay.
on and just being naked.
Yes.
I'm like, maybe don't do that. I know no one. I know
I
you're in
mean,
the
if
suburbs
you're-
and no one's probably looking
Especially
directly
if you're
into your
facing
window.
your garage, I guess. But
Well,
There's
that
other
window
houses.
wasn't-
It's kind of clear that like other houses in that suburb could probably see in there if they really tried,
really?
like, just from their own windows.
Yeah.
I don't know, like
That
it's
was
just
some- that was
like,
something
I
I was
know,
curious
I know,
to
I know.
talk
With
about.
me, if like I'm naked, blinds are down,
yes, yeah.
Well, like,
no matter where the window's facing.
like it's not that I'm ashamed of my body, and that's why it's like sort
don't
of
want to
like
subject other people.
I don't want to make other people have to look at my naked body. That seems a bit unfair. Well, because I'm sure y'all have heard about this in the
She
past
was
too,
a
like where
dancer?
people
She was a
like,
dancer.
people who like to be naked in their house like will do so with the windows open, and it's like, should they be like sort of penalized for that because people can see that, especially with the lights on like at night? It's like, well, they're in their own house,
Yeah.
but you can see them. Like, should they be like getting in trouble for that? I don't know. I
Now
don't know
Howard
how-
did overreact a little bit.
He did.
But I'll agree that like maybe
one
maybe
thing
don't.
One thing
be
that she
naked.
said though that I was like, okay, like unequivocally I disagree, is that
And
she
if
can
they
just be
did see
naked
it, I don't
around her
care.
kids, which I thought was very. And I know in other cultures they do this, but like in my culture, the one that I grew up in, that's just like a big no-no. Like your parents are not naked around their like teenage kids. That's a bit much.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
she never answered the question of what if Howard started walking around.
Yeah,
with his
she
dick
didn't
out?
answer that. Didn't answer that. Double standard.
So there you go.
Because I would think that a dad being naked around his daughters is a big no-no.
That's gotta be.
That's
I'm sorry.
beyond big no-no.
You do
Hard
not. You do not do.
You
this.
cannot
How,
just say
how
big
old were the
no-no
kids?
for
So this
that.
was a recent fight
It's
that they
more than
had.
big
So I
no-no.
think they were in their teens.
I think the
Those
kids
kids
were
are
like
definitely-
probably 15. I
They
would
were-
Yeah.
say,
They were-
like mid-teens.
they were
Yeah,
probably,
like I
early-
probably
late
I probably
middle
wouldn't give a
school,
shit
high
if they were like infants because they're not gonna remember it anyways until they're
little-
in like therapy.
school.
But
Little kids, yeah. Until they're in therapy, that their dad used to walk around naked in the house.
they have just like these hard like suppressed memories of their
Oh,
infancy that they
deep,
can actually
deep
they
back.
can't actually pull out, but they see some daddy dong that they cannot get
Oh
erased.
no.
I feel like I have memories of being around like my parents naked. I feel like I have these
I
memories.
have very unfortunate memories of seeing both of my parents naked, not at the same time.
Oh, okay.
But
They're having sex.
But,
no.
like,
I thankfully
separately,
have never
yeah.
walked in on anything like that because I'm sure
Neither
they
have I, at
stopped
least
doing
not-
that years
not in
ago.
my-
Well, at
like-
least not knowingly. I'm
Not in
sure,
my
like when I was a young
Oh,
kid, I
yeah,
probably
you never
walked in
know.
and just didn't
But
realize.
you
what
don't
happened.
even know what's happening there.
like it was also like a dark room, and like I don't remember seeing anything, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, but for all I know, they could have been.
But
doing
there
whatever.
have definitely, in my experience, been more than a few like family vacation in a hotel scenarios where I opened my eyes at just the wrong time after a shower.
See, our parents are so like reserved and like
they're not out walking around. They're not.
They're gonna do everything in their power to never let anyone see their bodies. So,
still showering with his mom at 16.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
After a certain point, the child knows what's going on and he's into it. Like, what the fuck is that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it is like to say that that's not like either going to affect you sexually or is sexual already is naive. That's 100%. There's sexual consequences.
Told she made him, but I don't know what that means.
No, then that's fucked up on the mom's part. Like,
what is going on? In
the mom
house?
wanted to bang her kid. Then, like, what the fuck is that?
No, that's not the case. I actually have one example. Like, I actually know like the restaurant owner. She was like a mid body, and I had like a friend with her, like a mingle with her, and we had actually had a conversation, and she thought that was not weird to shave his
Pubes?
shave his like a high school son's
Pubes?
John Dory's part.
Oh.
That's not normal. I say that even if you have an example, I say that's not normal.
That's not normal.
We were freaked out. Like, what? What did we just hear? You were shaving your son's John Dory's part, like, and she was like a trouble with her, like a hygiene situations, and his son was trying to make a girlfriend with
saying John Dory.
He likes.
He's saying John Dory, which means penis.
Yeah,
John
penis.
Dory is a penis.
His old Prince Albert.
What I'm saying is there are people like that exist.
But what I'm saying is that's not normal. That's
no, it's not.
Anybody who's like that probably wants to bang a family member. Is what I'm saying.
No.
Those people probably exist because otherwise we wouldn't have them in these weird stories and stuff. But yeah,
they absolutely exist, but not.
It's just a different common sense.
They're making it normal.
And I don't think that this situation in the movie was as yikes as that one, where it's like, oh, she just happens to be like shirtless around her daughters, probably, and like, I mean, whatever. But in general,
the idea though that like if Howard suddenly was like, well, I'm gonna do it too, and now I'm gonna be naked around my girls, that would be over the line.
It would be.
Which is why I think it's over the line even for like a mom to be like naked around her daughters when they're in like high school.
Well, I imagine like say like you're in a culture where they have public baths and stuff, like Japan. Like that's just like a thing. It's not weird, but I do think it is.
I think
weird
in America it's weird.
In America it's weird.
In our culture it is weird. Like
in Korea we have public baths and people use it a lot, but it's even weird in Korea.
How many times have you seen your mom naked, Jerry?
Jerry,
no, I don't even remember.
Okay, because you reached a point where it was inappropriate, correct?
The last time I actually went to a public bath with my dad was like I was 7 years old, 6 years old, and I don't remember the days. I don't remember any of that.
You repressed all those memories.
Yeah, I can't remember. Wait, what? Hold on, I'm getting something.
Wait.
God.
No, I'm starting to remember.
It was huge! No!
Why is it mine then? Dad! You honked
Am I
it
not
all!
your son?
Hate to break it to you, son. You got your mom's penis.
Okay, let's move on.
I guess.
We stayed too long for this.
Fine.
I think it was important that we get through that bit of conversation, though.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay, so after he goes back, after like sort of the flashback, now we know sort of why he doesn't want to go in. They're fighting.
Yep.
What the
feeling
fight
a bit
was
distant
about.
from her. Like there's a lot of stuff going on. So he says, I'm gonna stay up here and just like wait for them to go to bed. So he goes and gets his food from the dumpster, which is amazing. I mean, the potato was in the tinfoil, so
yeah.
like,
So and that's all he really grabbed. So I'm just like,
Think there's just like a clean bag on top too. Like it wasn't just like filled with actual.
I'm like, okay,
really
that's a little weird, but I can see him doing that.
I'd eat the potato. Let's be honest.
really
Raise your hand if you would eat the potato.
The only
me.
the only reason I
would
wouldn't is because I think baked potatoes are mid.
Oh, you're not.
But if you liked baked potatoes,
if you like baked potatoes, probably
it was in foil, and you knew that like nothing else touched it. I feel like I'd be like fair game.
What
Go
up?
for it.
Just Stuffy? I don't know how to pronounce that. Just
Stuffy. Have you ever seen the movie Wakefield?
Justifi, how many times have you seen your mom naked?
Actually, that is a very good question. And do you still shower with her to this day?
God,
these are the things we are talking about currently.
What a way to talk to people. I wouldn't eat it. You wouldn't eat the baked potato?
We should be careful. We assume it is him.
This is true.
Well, in any circumstance, would you still shower with your mom?
Negative 9,000. There you go. That's the correct answer.
All right.
Correct answer.
Right number.
Correct answer.
Okay, so Howard eats the potato, and I think it's adorable the way he eats the potato. He gets like a napkin out and everything. He's still being
he's
civil
super.
with it.
He's very. Yeah, I just love the way like he looks so excited about eating the potato.
He's so cute about it.
Bryan Cranston does the same thing like when he's playing Walter White.
Yep,
where, like,
I got immediate vibes from that.
And he's like doing like some like quick movements and stuff. Like you can tell
his hands. He has
the way
like,
his hands move around.
That's just who Bryan Cranston is. Like he can't control that. Wow, Jared.
There he is.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Holy shit.
I've been hard at work here.
See that?
That's just good to go.
Can you put him next to like the Star Wars people at the back, next to like Kylo Ren?
I gotcha. Like back here.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's sitting on the table.
Good.
Beautiful.
Oh shit. There we go. Perfect.
Because he's like an action figure.
Yeah.
I would honestly, if we could 3D print and paint these things, I would put this up on a shelf.
True.
All right, so Howard eats the potato, and of course he falls asleep naturally. Ends up waking up. He's like, oh shit, like because he was still planning on going to work and stuff. But now that it's late, now he's watching them all take off, and he's gonna wait for his wife to go to work. And Bryan Cranston does that hilarious thing where he's doing the voice of like what he thinks people are saying for like the secretary, which is great. And he's giggling, and it's all sort of like a joke to him. So of course he doesn't plan for this, but now the cops are showing up, and that's he didn't expect that. He thought it was just going to be like, because again, he still thinks his wife doesn't care at this point. So the fact that the cops show up is like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit longer that he has to wait. Not only that, like Babs shows up, who's another person that like Walter just doesn't like, the widow Babs.
I don't like her either.
And you
just the look on her face.
Like,
I can tell
she
she's a bitch.
seems like a very unlikable person.
Yeah.
Fuck Babs,
So,
exactly.
Babs.
fuck Babs. So eventually, like the cops come, the Babs come, and eventually, like the wife does go to work, and by this point, like y'all.
You're doing
now,
it. You can just say Walter.
Now
just
Howard,
do it.
Howard has switched from wondering why it's taking her so long to leave to why is she leaving? Like he's starting to wonder what's going on. But he's inside, back in the house now that she's gone. He's like getting all cleaned up.
Yep.
But like we talked about earlier, he reaches that point where he's even gonna write her a note like explaining like why he's back late. But he starts to think like, why would she leave? Like she must like not care. She probably married the wrong man.
Yeah.
And that's when he's like, fuck this. Stops writing the note, hides all the evidence that it was even in the house. Although he takes a couple of things that feel like it would be very noticeable, like a bottle of wine.
The
I
nicest
her
bottle
not
of wine.
Like her not noticing with like some socks and underwear from his like
but things
that.
in the pantry.
But the nicest bottle of wine from the pantry.
The wine you would absolutely notice.
One of the girls drink it, maybe. I don't know.
So now he's getting fully set up in the attic because he's sort of more committed to this idea
Has
now.
crackers and his olives.
And kind of like I said before, like now he's in spite mode. He's like, well, fuck her. Like I don't like they don't need me. I don't need them. I'm just gonna like live my life whatever way I choose. So he's doing his thing. Ben Jacobs, of course, like comes around and like so he's basically just watching them live their life and like go through the paces of like he is missing. So like Ben Jacobs is there at the party, who is like the first person that sort of should be a potential like threat to him, like especially because Howard is so possessive, but he's not threatened by Ben Jacobs in the slightest. Like it's still showing that like he knows his turf. He's like, I still own this. Like you have no claim to it.
And another interesting like thing is like, so everyone's supposed to feel bad like for Diane, like, oh man, she's going through this rough thing. Why is she having a party when she thinks her husband's missing?
I know it's like you would think
it's a party
like,
for.
Is it a wake? But he's not dead.
Like, what's the party for?
Because she just has the TV on and it shows like a missing persons report for Howard Whitfield.
That's the only time she realizes like, oh yeah, my husband's missing. Like up until then, it's just like party as usual, dinner party. Let's go.
I don't know about that culture, but I assume, because we don't have that culture, I assume she's asking for help to their friends and family, and they are gonna help after this because they know now.
It doesn't make it seem like that though, is the problem. But yeah, I will agree that Ben Jacobs is hilarious because the best part of the movie is when he just like walks right past Diane as she's crying outside of the steps.
Loves it.
Yeah, he's cracking up. What a fucking douche.
That was a great part.
Oh God. Yeah.
But yeah, also Howard's doing a lot of like speaking to the audience, which is one of the things I love most about this movie, is that he's thinking internally, but also like to the audience. It's a very close
conversation, kind of.
Yeah, he's really engaging you with what's happening to try and again, you're meant to be there.
I think at the beginning he definitely was, but was he doing that throughout the movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's almost.
I'll take your word for it because I'm sure there's plenty of things that I missed.
He did that from time to time.
He's always saying like, you would be like this, or you think this, or like trust me, and like he says things as if you are listening to him directly.
Yeah.
It goes back, but there are also times where he is just sort of thinking out loud, or it's just his internal thoughts. But he
kind of goes back and forth for it.
But so now we're reaching now that he's like decided he's gonna stay up there. We reach sort of like the end of the first act, which is like him decide like that iconic part where he says like undetected, unshackled, I'll become. Which I mean, it's dramatic, but I love it. I just with the score and like him speaking, and also this is following him like, which I think is a good cinematic moment of Diane sort of like out in the open, like seeing the moon, and he's sort of pressed up into the bushes and sort of like held back. Like sort of saying like, I'm not going to take anything more from her. I'm going to like do everything on my own now, like, and leave them alone.
I almost felt like this is kind of like a musical exaggerated moment, like I'm on shock, I'm on moon, I'm not gonna take any more, something like that.
Which I think is great because, at least in my interpretation or like how I watch it, like as we're feeding the fantasy, it feeling like musical and dramatic is like how I would feel if I was saying like, I don't need any of this. Like it's always dramatic in your own mind, so I like that the score sort of backs that up. But that's just how I watch the movie.
Yeah.
Especially like, and everything that he says is kind of dramatic. Like I'll take nothing. I'll take nothing more from her. I'll live like a castaway.
Right. Like, yeah. He's like setting out his like wallet and his watch, and he's like putting it all in his briefcase.
He's ceremonial to him,
taking off all the things that make him Howard Wakefield.
It was like a literal
current form.
That he stepped away from them.
It's a big deal to him, even though like it's pretty inconsequential.
I also love that he's inconsequential, you say, but he has like the exclusive documents for some like big merger deal, and he just stops showing up.
Yep, man.
Well, that's another like, it's another thing of him sort of owning like feeling some sense of power. Like, he owned those documents, and because of that, like someone else didn't have them, and it satisfied him immensely.
Oh, like you are nothing without me.
Yeah, he's got.
I've done this work.
So yes, now we've entered sort of the meat of the movie, like the most of the movie, which is just showing him sort of like going through his time living.
His
I don't
progression.
Know, is it like a year or two? Like I don't know what like the time.
I think it's
at
about
least
a year. Well,
Okay.
because I don't think he goes through like a second summer, right? Does it? He only
I don't-
experiences
no,
one
I-
winter.
Less than a year.
I want to say it's like spring to Christmas.
Yeah,
sort of.
I think it's
Okay.
something like that. Yeah. So it's almost a year, which is fucking insane.
It's a long fucking time.
But I love like the early imagery, like we immediately cut from him still like basically just being like a guy like playing hooky from work to like he's full on homeless now.
Yes.
And
He's like enjoying it too.
He's like sort of embedded in the homeless culture, right? The first time we see him in the second act, he's literally
like defending his
growling at
turf.
the other homeless man.
Yeah, this is my turf. Get out of here.
That was the moment I was like, oh, this man's gone. Like when he's like banging his empty tennis racket at some homeless guy who's just walking by, and he's got like his bag of bread.
It's his turf. You gotta mark your territory in the homeless community. Otherwise, this guy's gonna come after your bread.
Everything is a possession, like, and you either have it or you lose it. So this is also when we get introduced to like the Down syndrome kids next door. Like because it's just showing other things that he can see from his window, right? And the next door neighbors happen to be a bunch of Down syndrome kids.
I found the neighbor with like the Down syndrome kids to be like a bit superfluous. I don't know how y'all felt about that. Did you find it had any sort of like significant meaning other than like when he first met them and they weren't going to be a massive threat to reveal his secret all that much? Like was there any significant to like those kids that I kind of missed other than just
the point of them is like the contrast again to like most things, they're just a contrast to Howard. So like if Howard's whole thing is about like sort of like competitiveness and ownership and like sort of manipulation as well, like taking advantage of things, taking and owning, like it's very like deliberate, like territorial behavior. Like in contrast, like these kids are the opposite of that. They are complete innocence. Like he really talks about their innocence quite a bit. And that whole point of mercy at the end, like it even like breaks out the Shakespeare to talk about like this idea of giving freely and being blessed.
Now I finally understand.
Like it's less about them like being some like major plot point in the movie and more so just being contrast to Howard's character.
Yeah, they were necessary. I
can understand
yeah.
if that is not satisfying.
Yeah, that was fun. It was just another one of those things where I'm just like, I feel like I'm missing something here, but there's more that I need to pay attention to right now, or I'll be missing more.
Yeah, like, and I just think it's just, however, it's just different ways to watch the movie, and I think it's really easy for that stuff to kind of be superfluous, which I understand, but like if you're looking things at purely through the lens of just like being this character and what things represent to define the character, less than having like a history to explain the character, it's the environment that character in starts to like through contrast and through experience tell you what that character is.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, like I thought like Down syndrome children, they were like a blinking shine in this dark movie because they were like
some bit of positive relief from the darkness.
Yeah, I was finally I get some like comfort from this movie because they were like innocent and they were like they don't care about like giving and receiving. They were like just having some good time, and even the Walter like mentioned that like in the middle just giving out the cake and like when he almost died of the frozen.
Interesting.
They came here and helped them.
Interesting to note. Interesting to note as well that like apparently everyone wanted that guy out of the neighborhood except for Howard.
Which is
like,
interesting.
Yeah.
So one time he had the moral high ground over Diane.
Which I don't know like what that says about him, right? Because the argument was that like what is he doing with those kids? And Howard's like, I mean, what is he gonna? What do you think that he's doing? And it turns out it was nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, like the situation when it first presented itself, I was like, oh, this is strange. Why does this guy just have a bunch of kids at his house
and showers at the ready?
Yeah, but then obviously nothing is happening.
Yeah, the movie implied that we want to think in other way, but it was not.
Well, I think the movie does want you to be like a little judgmental of this stuff, like the same way that it points out that everyone in the subdivision was judgmental. But I still think that the most important part of those kids was like and also you don't really meet the old guy, but the old guy is relevance as well, which is just this idea of like giving freely without accepting things in return. No like quid pro quo sort of like lifestyle. Especially like in the attic, like the attic is full of things that like Walter Howard and his family have owned and sort of discarded, but they all take it for granted. But these kids were, every little thing that they saw was like amazing to them. Like the mirror and the shoes and like all the little, like the bike pump, it was all interesting and amazing to them. So,
and if you think about it, Walter Howard has been always like about like judgmental and like delusional and like calculating stuff. But in the movie, only one time that he was not think about like giving or receiving was like helping the doctor and the kids to get settled. It was not just he just did it, but the only help he get throughout the movie was from that moment that he was not thinking about like giving or receiving, calculating or judgmental or something. They were the only thing that helped Howard in the movie. Like, it's hard to explain. Like
okay, Jared's had a perplexed look for the past couple.
Yeah,
mostly because I read Boat's message and I think he's right. These are the only characters that talk that aren't part of a memory or a flashback. Trying to remember. Outside of Howard.
And outside of
flashbacks.
Outside of a flashback.
I think these are the only characters. And outside of like random Russian like exclamations.
Yeah, or like a mom telling her kid to like give money to him and stuff. Like just random encounters.
Yeah, but like as far as like important characters,
so it's about the like a reaction, like consequence. I'm talking about the like.
Well, no, you hear the daughters and stuff like talking to each other
do they
outside.
Talk beside their name? I don't think they do actually. Do they?
They do. As they're like trying to walk up to the attic to get the summer supplies before he does like the little like.
You're right.
Makes it sound like there's a rat up there.
You're right. They are talking
like,
with each other.
Mommy told us to go up and get this stuff.
No, and the cops as well, when they're saying like he's probably at a strip club.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Still though.
Fucking shit cops.
Yeah.
I love that. Like, I noted that down. Like, the cops are funny to me because here someone says like my husband is missing, and they immediately like it's a joke to them.
He's probably at a strip club. Let's just.
I just love that like cops in movies are always presented as just like super incompetent. It just makes me so happy.
Good lord.
Wait, does that get us to the are we at the Russians? Oh wait, no. No, like I think the next sort of like major thing is like we definitely need to talk about like the trip back in time with Diane and Dirk. Like that happens here like over the course of
that confused me. So did they have like an open relationship in that period of time? Because it seemed like Dirk knew that Howard was doing some shit with his girlfriend.
He did.
She was dating both of them.
Right. But my understanding was that Diane was dating Dirk for a while before she started seeing Howard.
Yes, that is how it was.
So it was kind of like an open relationship thing, right?
When they met in the library, like it made it like she knew Howard before she started dating. She's like, I'm actually dating a friend of yours, Dirk.
Right.
So they had already known each other, but like he wasn't pursuing her until his friend Dirk started dating her.
And I can see like her like messing around with both Dirk and Howard at the same time, and Dirk not knowing. But their chats in the bars, like Dirk absolutely knew. I was like, okay, because you guys seem pretty civil right now.
Well, no, there's the part where Howard actually tells him that he's dating her.
Yes.
Like they straight up have a conversation about it.
And he didn't seem surprised about it. Well, no, he didn't seem surprised about it until he found out that she was fucking him.
No, he was surprised. He's like, "You're joking with me, right?"
Yeah,
he didn't get.
You can't be serious.
Yeah, you can't be serious.
I guess I
like,
expected a more explosive reaction out of discovering something like that, but he was more like
they
confused.
somehow like
I
calm it down because they're friends and that like like it's up to her basically.
Yeah. I also think that like different people date different ways. So I know like with
I guess
people like us, it's like you're dating one person and it's never like a conversation of like, oh, we're exclusive now. Some people just aren't exclusive when they first started dating until said otherwise.
I remember having a girl tell me like, so we're like exclusive now, right? I'm like, I thought that was a fucking given. What have you been doing? Okay, because that, like Steven said, I just like we.
That's just how some people. That's just how some people operate.
Yeah, I guess I just misread, like, because I thought that they were pretty serious for a while before Howard entered the picture. So like when
he like Howard already like
they were definitely dating.
Like Howard already knew her and everything. He just didn't pursue her until Dirk started dating her.
All right, yeah, I was just a little confused about it. I'm just like, you seem.
They were civil about
chill
it.
About this.
They like he was like I don't know if chill is the word, but like
yeah, I know he lied, but like what I'm saying is
it's one of those things. It's like you and your best friend are dating the same girl. Like you don't want to fuck the friendship over. So like, what are you gonna do about it? Sort of thing.
I just can't fucking.
I know.
That,
it doesn't make me sense.
That world is like twice removed from me.
But that tracks on my mind with how I imagine other people operate.
I guess. I think I was just trying to follow the series of events.
I can understand the feeling. I can understand the situation.
Because Jerry's constantly taking other guys' women.
No, not like that. No, but if I were in that situation and he's my best friend, and if I'm not actually, I can't say this is like a concrete relationship, I probably would do the same.
But what I'm saying is like,
if this is like a concrete relationship, I would fuck you, man.
In the conversation where Howard like lies about her sleeping with him, it was almost like Dirk was already okay with his girlfriend seeing other people. It's like, wait a minute, like she's sleeping with you, but she's not sleeping with me. That's weird.
Like
and then Howard's like, you should just go for it, man. I'm just like, what? Okay, so is he like, does he already know and like is letting this happen, or like, because if I were in a situation of like, oh, my best friend is suddenly starting to fool around with my girlfriend, it wouldn't just be like, well, hey man, like what's she doing with you? And it's more of like, dude, can you like, maybe it's not like straight to like fist fights, but it's like, can you maybe like back the fuck off? Like, what are you doing? Like, I would try to do something like that instead of just like man, what's she doing with you? Like,
is she sleeping with you?
She's not sleeping with me. It's weird to me.
It's weird and strange.
That's for sure.
But I'll say it's been a trope in a lot of stuff. So
I'm convinced that
it's a real normal thing that people just do. Like you're dating someone and they're dating other people until you say otherwise.
But I thought it was that they were like serious, committed to each other by the time
they were serious, committed. I think they
I
were
guess
still
that was just the vibe I got.
I think they were still pretty casual, and then Howard comes to the picture, and so it's just like
maybe
she's confused, and they're both trying to like. It's a competition between them because Dirk's in on the competition too. Like he wants to win her as much as Howard wants to win.
Maybe I just got the wrong impression of the state of their current relationship when he entered the picture.
But that's the important part though, is seeing that like they're not actually in it for Diane, which is why they're rarely talking about her. They're talking about like what they're getting out of it.
Yeah, what they're doing.
And that's why like it works.
Which is why Dirk gets so aggressive after Howard says like, I'm ahead of you. What are you gonna do about it? Sort of deal.
Exactly. Like poor Diane has like no say in any of this.
Yeah.
No.
Gotcha.
And as evil as that was, it technically was genius because he manipulated Dirk like nothing, like he was nothing.
But that's why I point out like that type of Howard behavior compared to the kids. Like the kids are there to contrast that type of behavior.
Yeah, Dirk was too busy putting toothpicks in his face.
Holy shit. No, but I agree. Like every time I see this movie, I think like, how are these guys friends? I can't fathom any of this.
Well, they definitely seem like the type of New York friends where they're just they're just kind of
circumstantial friends.
Circumstantial friends where they just like have hung out at the bar most of the time. That
they got history.
One's a lawyer, the other one's on Wall Street. It's like, can those people even have friends in general? I don't know. They're not even real people.
There are no friends. There's only
He was
power.
a lawyer.
Yeah.
He worked on Wall Street. Could I make it any more obvious?
So like after talking about like the Dirk flashback, we also get Howard talking about like how he feels about his marriage currently and how like does he really love Diane? And he talks about having his kids and all of that stuff.
And how that was like more important to him.
Yeah, but I really like that. I like this idea of like he doesn't cast it in like a negative light that like the kids, like he's stuck around for the kids. It's like another thing for him to lose, which I thought was like a really interesting way for the character to put it. And he's also still like he's continually talking about Diane.
It is very hard to imagine.
He wants Diane to like he says this thing which I don't know how y'all like took this, but when he says like I just want you to want me as much as I want you, like I don't know that he's like reached any point where he's really like appreciating her any differently, but it is something that he says.
Yeah, I don't know. Like again, these are the sorts of things that I would probably be able to put a lot more thought into if I were to watch this a second time. Like I said, there's so many complicated and nuanced things happening with this fucking guy that it's hard for me to not only keep track of everything that's happening, but also just think about as the movie is happening in front of me. It's a lot.
Because whenever this guy tells, we have to think about is this his genuine reaction or just he's thinking about it or something like that. He kind of like give us a lot of thinking room. Like if this is genuine reaction or he's just like taking it.
Sure.
Or yeah. I will give the high score for that. Like he gave me a lot of thinking room, like how I should react for his behavior and thinking.
Yeah, for sure.
This is also the part when he says another thing that I like when he points out that he even points out that it is a power move, but by vanishing and not leaving her, like he's keeping Diane from being able to move on, which I thought was
right. Like she's not quite available is something you said.
Remains not quite available, and I just like the way that Bryan Cranston says all that stuff.
Yeah, because the ambiguousness of his disappearance, like she can't, otherwise people will start talking.
Well, and she can't move on. Maybe he's alive and he'll come back. Like it's making it impossible for her to move on.
I think that was another thing before I quite committed to the fact of like, oh, this is the movie. I thought it was going to go something of the route of like he's slowly going to watch his wife get accused of murdering her husband and stuff like that, and there's all this drama that he's watching unfolding.
The same. Yeah.
Jared was looking for like the drama.
Well, this was before I like completely said. I was like, oh, okay, this is what the movie is trying to do, and then I was on board for that, but I was still like trying to determine like, all right, where's this gonna go?
Yeah.
Only part of the movie, I actually thought like the wife. It's possible the wife actually could killed him, and he's like a ghost just hanging
Husbands
around.
don't just
remember
disappear.
Anything. And this is a movie about like that kind of like a horrific situation, but it's gone after a few minutes. So
now we're in the summertime, summer trash. So we meet the Russians. Like this is when also like the girls are coming up to get their stuff because they're going to the Cape, which I think these sorts of things also just make like Howard feel insecure that they're just living.
It's like, why are they going to the Cape?
This is around when the sympathy starts to turn from the family to Howard, because they're also starting to throw away all of Howard's stuff, right? Or not throw away, but like pack it up, and like I think they're driving off to Goodwill or something.
That was definitely a thing where like they're cleaning out my closet.
At this point, they've pretty much accepted that he's gone. Like they're past the grieving phase and they're like trying to move on, and that's that's obviously like rubbing Howard the wrong way, because he has this unique perspective of like, I'm here and I know I'm
I
here.
can see what you're
Why
doing.
are you guys like he's almost
Like, why are you doing this
projecting
without me?
he's almost projecting onto them of just like how are you guys like already moving on from somebody who's still here in your life, even though he's the only one who knows that he's still there in their life,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, that's another thing that we keep talking about. Did he mean it or not? But during the party, when he says like, "I hardly abandoned them. I'm right here."
Yeah.
Like, does he really believe? Like, I think in some way he does genuinely believe he still has some like control or influence over his family just by being in the proximity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is the part that he lost, like every control he could by disappearing, just gone.
Well,
I mean, and we cannot blame the family. They cannot live forever with grief.
Right.
Oh no,
they have to move on.
They have to move on.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think the trip was just another example of like a thing that he felt like it happened because of him. Like he made the money that gave them the supplies. Like, because he talks again about like that I bought with my money with like to give you this. And it was just another thing that they were doing without him, which made him feel superfluous to the family.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this guy, like, It's a Wonderful Life himself, and then got the bad ending where everyone's happier without him.
Yeah, he saw just how okay everyone was without him.
Yeah,
the hobos weren't getting wings.
It's true.
So so like eventually he does that thing where he like has to like clear out of the place so that they can move their stuff around. So he goes and he sleeps in the park.
Yep.
Which what your first instinct
is to go right next to a lake
with no shirt on is not only you're out in the woods, but you're next to the fucking lake.
God damn.
How dumb are you? Are you surprised that there's bugs?
I think that's just a sense of like, this is a city man lawyer dude who's never been out in the wilderness before and thought he could just do this.
Like, I'm gonna sleep in the park. Isn't it beautiful to sleep near the water? Like his civilized mentality thought that
even if there weren't bugs there, I wouldn't have wanted. Like he seemed like he was gonna be comfortable with just like his little t-shirt rolled up into a ball as a pillow and nothing else.
He would have been fine anywhere. I don't know why he chose
I guess
to be in like the swamp.
I mean, I guess it's like away from other people. He can't just sleep in a random place in the suburbs.
Yeah, he didn't want to be discovered. He didn't want to be discovered, because he just want to be gone.
Yeah, like the next morning, it shows him like coming out of like the trails and stuff, and obviously there's people like in the park, but he was in an area where there weren't any people that were going to stumble upon him.
And I think at that point it was long enough since his like missing persons report on TV where people probably wouldn't be looking out for him, you know.
But yeah,
and he doesn't have that as recognizable face either.
It's just like you imagine probably the suburb in like wherever in New York.
Yeah,
probably would get the cops called on him as a homeless person sleeping.
But in a park,
in a more public place. But if you're off in the woods, no one's really gonna bother you.
Probably asked like, where do hobos sleep? They sleep in the woods or in the park.
He probably asked that guy, that homeless man with no teeth. He's like, yo, sorry about the bread, but where's the good place to sleep? Yeah, I earned these rolls fair and square. I found them.
They're mine. So like obviously in the summer also like he has his run-in with the Russians, right? Like,
which
for some reason
he can outrun them without shoes.
The run-in with the Russians comes like during fall, I think.
Yeah, it's one of the first like chilly seasons of fall, and he's specifically looking for shoes to prepare.
Like, I don't have any shoes.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why they came across was like the season changes and the day and night the time changes too, and he didn't calculate it. He said that, right?
Oh yeah,
he does at least see the Russians in the summer. Like
yeah,
we see them. He didn't came across.
Yeah, he didn't. Like he just kind of walked away.
We see them earlier.
He avoided it.
There was no way he should have outrun those people boats. Not a single chance in hell.
Well, I also don't understand why those Russians were like, give me those shoes, like just one pair of shoes.
It was also funny the way they just like calmly just walked up and started grabbing his stuff without saying anything first. Like no, that's my tennis racket. You don't want that. Give me that.
I got similar vibes from Sarah Connor running away from a semi-truck driving her at full speed.
Oh, yes.
It's like, how the fuck are you keeping pace, bitch? Like, there's no way.
And she's still just running straight down the road. She's not doing 90.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I got it from that situation was like they were not thug. They were just collecting garbage.
They turned into thugs though the moment someone was fighting
But yeah,
back.
they didn't want to trouble.
Yeah.
But
I had a crowbar, he wasn't afraid to use it.
once the Walter got their position, took their possession, now they became dark. At that moment.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They were out to kill.
Which
Sarah
it's an
Connor
interesting
Bushman is
thing,
so
like
Sarah Goner.
what do you really
Gonna.
how much can you really gain from digging through the trash, honestly? That they're like
some
basically
of
making
those things you could resell, like, and I mean, after a while, like it's pennies, but the pennies add up, you know.
I guess that's fair.
And you're literally just hauling like tons of garbage. Like you find some valuable stuff.
And then he escapes with shoes on his hands, and he gets discovered by Emily and what's his face?
Herbert.
Herbert. Because he goes down to the shower room.
Yep.
Herbert Lemon.
Discovered? No, it was more like he got into their room.
Well, he went down into the shower area, and they found.
He interrupts
heard
their
him.
fuck sesh.
They were already there. Well, yeah, I think
Emily and Herbert
almost implied that Emily and Herbert are like dating or whatever they're doing. However,
did it? I never thought of
however innocent they are.
At the very least, they were closer to each other than they were to the rest of like the
They were doing
circle.
something, and
At least they were friends. They were closest friends.
Whether or not they know anything about anything like that, a different story. But they were definitely like very close with each other.
They were buddy.
Mic check real quick. Do I sound
Bad.
Ooh.
I moved the mics.
Herbert does fuck.
Mm-hmm. Herbert can get it.
That house can get it. Am I good now?
Oh yeah.
You're good
Yeah,
now. But yeah.
He can take what he can.
Yeah, but it's just another interesting scene, like where Herbert's like showing. He assumes that Howard doesn't know how to wear shoes, which is super adorable. He's like helping him put the shoes on.
It was very cute.
It was a very adorable moment.
So then they also come back, right, and they visit him like in his attic now.
Right.
And that's when you have like he's admitting that he's been missing social interaction and stuff, and he's having fun with
These are the first people he's talked to in months.
Yeah.
And then you get a good scene that he like. This is probably the first time he's seen his reflection in a while. Of like,
that moment,
kind of like ashamed of the way he looks.
You can see it on his face. He's like, man, I look like shit, and he starts kind of feeling pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a good little moment.
It was
there.
all about freedom and like letting things go, but like he didn't realize he wasn't really aware of what he was losing until he like started.
The harsh reality was.
This was maybe one of the first times he actually noticed what losing those things looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he was like looking at his fingernails and shit.
Oh man, disgusting.
Yeesh. Yeah, one sec. I'm just doing something important.
But he's even after all of this, even at this point, he still feels like he's discovering things about himself. Like he's questioning like how far is he willing to take it, because he's seeing that Diane is having to save money now. Like she's buying
but he
the
also
cheaper
is that
cuts of
question
food.
is like, what am I even trying to do? Right? Like he's having a moment of like
he
lucidity.
doesn't know. Yeah, like he's definitely aware that like there's some confusion, but he feels somehow resolved to figure it all out. Which is why he says things like, I didn't lose my senses, I've come into my senses. And he does that a lot, where he says like, I didn't do this, I did this. Like he's still very confident that he is finding answers and doing something correct.
Yeah.
Like he says,
whether he's lied or not.
There's a thing that he says earlier about like, I didn't like what about it? He says something about like, I didn't leave my family.
I left myself.
Yeah, that's what it was. You got it. Like he's very trying to insist that his self-discovery is very important to him.
Yeah.
I mean, in truth, objectively, he left his family, but in his mindset, he didn't leave his family. He was there.
Yeah, exactly.
But he is also at this point like starting to like talk about how he constructed that all those things that he thought he needed before. It was all like an elaborate construction. And what he had been doing was building a prison that he was trapping himself inside.
Yeah.
But he was leaving Diane out of that. He was still saying like Diane was still never part of that prison to him. And he even says that he loves Diane more now than he did before.
Yeah.
Somehow being distant from her, he's saying that he loves her more now.
That's a problem, like about giving a thinking room. Like, is it his genuine feeling, or he's just saying that because the other guy is approaching him?
And this is more of just like a.
Is it because of the based on jealousy or just genuine feeling?
Yeah.
Well, Dirk isn't around. He's not loving her out of fear of losing her yet.
Yeah.
He's like anything that he's saying now, like is
That's
not
actually,
because there's any threat that's provoking it.
That's actually one of the things, like a specific moment that he said something where I'm just like, why though? Like how?
Like
how
why
did
does he love Diane more now?
Yeah,
than
I'm just like,
before?
I don't think I understand that thought process there, buddy. Like I think there's probably something in the movie that I missed, but like that doesn't make sense to me. What you just said there. I should watch this movie again. That's like one of those moments where I'm just like, I don't think I got that. I'm not sure.
The one line that I think, and he says it after this later, but it's when he's describing like all the other parts of his relationship with her are gone. Like the one where the provider is gone, the defender, the protector, like all of that is gone. All that's left is the lover. And so the fact that like all of that, he shuffled the rest of that off, and that the lover still remains when he was able to give everything else up, like is enough to reinforce to me, like if with all those other things gone, he still feels affection, like that is more genuine love than was before.
That actually makes sense. Yeah, I didn't understand that. That actually makes sense. Yeah, because there is no shackle, there is no burden, there is no thing.
He has no obligation to her anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, but
is it a love thing or is it a lust thing though? Because he was saying that as he was just like trying to get a peep at them nips.
I'm not saying it's his genuine feeling, but now it makes sense. He thinks that way.
You getting a call?
Yeah, when he says that all remains is the lover, it like he was clearly lusting for her. Like he missed that. He wanted to see her like nude and stuff. He felt like a kid again, basically. Like you could make the argument that what he was missing was like the animal part, because he even says like he talks about being animals and stuff. But the only thing that you can know for sure is that whatever remains is not out of obligation anymore. It's purely desire, which was not the case before.
I guess.
Because before, Diane was part of the construction. She was another part of the facade. She was basically like a nice suit to him.
Sure. No, that's true.
Whether it's satisfying or not, like that is the logic of the character.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, you don't have to understand his genuine feeling or not in my case, but I can understand that how he feeling like that in that situation. Now everything is gone, and what left thing is his love to, or his affection to her, and he can say that, he can think about it like that. I get it.
Like at least to me, I agree. Like it makes sense. Like whether I agree with it or not.
It makes sense. Yes.
So like obviously next is when like he's like straight up dying in the attic.
Yeah.
That
was
in the attic, but then gets like somehow the kids know and like come and save him.
Dude, there was. It sounds wrong to say, even though I know it's not, but it was like I was concerned when he was picturing like his wife saving him and stuff. But then the moment I saw that black hand come in, I'm like, oh, thank God. It was like, okay, good. Visual confirmation that's not his wife. All right, cool.
Yes.
they took a lot of time to show that there was an indication that many days passed. It's not like as soon as he got sick, the children just came after him. It was not like that. After a few days passed,
for a while,
yeah, and maybe the children just checking out for him. Maybe brought some another cake, and they found out he's sick. They brought some pills and stuff.
Some chicken noodle soup.
But I still really like. I personally like these kids showing up and this bringing in the idea of mercy and the way that like they sort of reveal more about Howard through contrast, which I like.
Exact opposite of Howard.
But
especially when he told them to not ever come back, and
they
go through all this trouble to essentially save his life.
Right. and they were not obligated to. If anything, they were like told not to. Like that, it just gives more to the idea that of mercy, which they outright say.
Yeah.
Because again, like the movie's not trying to be deep. It is, but it is insisting like a message.
And this is what I'm talking about. The only act that Howard did in course of the movie that he didn't think about like himself. He just helped the doctor and kids to settle them, and it was not his intention to give it or get it back in his mind. But that kind of like a selfish act actually helped him and saved his life.
Yeah,
I was actually impressed that part.
And whether it feels good or not, this is like that low point, like him almost dying is that second act low point with the little bit of like the turnaround coming with the kids teaching him something or giving him a gift, which is the gift of mercy. Because after this is when he starts to like slowly come around to decide.
He starts kind of reflecting on the reasons that he started doing this and what he could possibly do after.
Yeah. And he also, I think he just starts to question, like, he's been doing this for months. And he's just now realized, it's like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? And I'm just like,
before up until this point, like with the kids showing up, it was all about him and self-discovery, right? But when the kids come around and remind him about this idea of mercy, like he's realizing like this is actually like really one-sided, and he says that, and it like really hits home when he's not recognized. Like there is no like exchange, there is nothing being given. Like he actually is only taking from them, which he thought he wasn't, but he really was.
I think like going back to like that whole primal emotion thing, I think that was another one of those moments where like I think I related to it in a very different way, when he's just like, what am I even doing? Like, why am I doing this? And he's been doing this for months, right? I think to like, it's a completely unrelated thing, but I think back to like some like people who are just blindly pursuing some like goal in life, like a promotion or something that they think they need to achieve. And then they have a moment of realization of like, why am I doing this? Why did I dedicate years of my life to do? What am I doing? Like I'm just like, that's such a shitty feeling. That's where I'm just like, all I have is just a guttural sound. I'm just like, oh god.
Well, it's interesting because he had that reaction about his original life at the beginning. Like, what is the point of all of this? He's not really feeling like it's worth that much.
Yeah. But you're blindly pursuing it just because it's like it's something that you can look at and it's something that can guide your life. But you're just not like move forwards. Yeah, exactly. And the moment you have that like period of self-reflection, you're just like, hang on.
Shit.
Fuck. Like, I fucked up. Like, I'm just like, no, I don't want to feel these things right now.
I like the part because I thought I felt like he's not like an animated animated actor anymore, like a character anymore. It felt like he's more human than ever.
I think he had
it came across.
I think he had plenty of moments like that in the movie where he's just like, he never really went insane, but
for more genuine situation.
Sure.
But what bugged me in the situation, he still don't care about what his family came through, what kind of hard situation his family came through. He never think about and never care about it.
I think at the end of the day, it's because he is like a shitty person, just in general.
He was being selfish. It was always about him.
It bugged me though. Yeah.
I think it should.
Maybe I should.
If it didn't. Yeah.
Maybe that was the intention.
Yeah, like there's really no point in the movie. Like he addresses, I think, even that Diane. He's like, I know you're like. He sees that she's upset, and at first it's the first time he sees it, it's a straight up joke. He's like, here come the waterworks.
Yeah.
Because he's being so self-centered that like he doesn't buy it, and none of this is real to him.
It's all just like a fake. She's just faking being sad.
You think you have to act this way.
Yeah.
So good actor.
And
he's a great actor in Breaking Bad too.
Oh, Jerry, have you ever seen?
I watched season per season. I love it.
That's
I
not
saw the
enough.
first 3
Loved
episodes.
it.
I saw the first 3 episodes.
Enough.
Not first 3 episodes, full season.
Is Puma wondering why we haven't completed the movie? Well, if you're wondering, we're literally like at the end now. Because,
Yeah, almost at the end.
Because this is when Dirk shows up. Now,
Yep.
like after like this turn now, like and the kid showing up, and after him like literally running into Diane and her not recognizing him, he's like, "Holy shit!" Like
This isn't what I
like,
thought it was.
There, this is like
Yeah.
he in his mind somehow he was maintaining a relationship, but he wasn't. There was no relationship. He said he hadn't abandoned his family, but he really had. So there
Yeah.
was no exchange. Like they were getting nothing, and he was actually getting nothing as well. So and he realized that it was all kind of pointless.
God damn.
But that's the point at which Dirk shows up, and now not only has he not been getting anything or giving anything to Diane and his family, he was about to actually lose Diane.
Yep.
Before it was all theoretical. Like his kids, he'd already felt like his girls like weren't close to him, and he felt like he had convinced himself that this was fine. And Diane, they were still his family, right? But and it's specifically Dirk, and this is why it's important that Dirk shows up, because any other guy that shows up like wouldn't awaken this sense of like, when I take them, they're mine, because that's what Dirk is. Dirk is a conqueror. So for Dirk to show up, and like if Dirk were to take Diane would no longer be his, like confirmed.
Yeah.
And of all the other things that Howard was okay to lose and give up, the things that he had constructed, like we said, like he was only now a lover to Diane, and if he were to lose that, then in his mind he was actually going to lose the one thing that he was holding on to, which was his love of Diane. In his mind, what he thought was the love of Diane. However you'd like to interpret that.
And even in that scene, we can see that even the family, the two daughters, was accepting Dirk. We can see
Oh,
that.
yeah.
The girls
The girls were actually welcoming Dirk.
Yep.
That means
They
whole
were
family
giggling.
except
They have
whole
moved
family
on.
except Walter
Oh yeah.
was like ready to move on.
Oh yeah.
Dad who?
He lost everything a while ago, but he's just now coming to realize
just
that.
coming to terms with it.
Realization.
He's realizing that he fucked up.
Well, because before he thought he was just giving up things, but now he's realizing that he's losing, which is a very different thing. Like,
Having something
it was
taken
his
from you
choice.
rather than like giving something up is
Giving
different.
up it means he has control over it.
Yes,
Losing it
exactly.
means he doesn't, and the whole point is that he needs that sense
He,
of control.
he needs ownership, right? And I think that's why it's important that Dirk is the one that comes back. Like any other guy wouldn't have like led this, wouldn't have driven the theme home. It needed to be ownership. With like the idea of losing someone was at play, not giving something up.
Yeah.
Because even Howard says like he says even things that like he could be okay with giving her up. I forget what he exactly says, but before it's real, like before Dirk ever comes around, he talks about like if that's what you need, I understand it, you know.
Yes, but he
it's not till
also
Dirk
says
shows
something
up
along
when
the
he
lines of
says-
like, I'm not just gonna sit here and let you take
and
this.
that's when Dirk shows up. Like when Dirk shows up, he's like, I can't sit by while someone else like takes you away from me.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until Dirk showed up that happened.
And this is all to say of just like, not necessarily that we like condone or approve of these thought processes or these actions.
No, this is just what happened.
This is just what his character is, right?
This is what happened, yeah.
And I can see that being a very polarizing thing for people who would watch this movie and expect there to be like a traditional protagonist, you know?
Yeah,
Because like at the end of the
hero
day,
here.
Howard is a like just deplorable person, I think. in
You're
my
not
opinion.
supposed to
it's
look at
terrible.
Howard as a role model.
No.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to like learn some lesson from Howard. You're just supposed to see like what he felt over the course of his dumb decision.
Yeah. Which
Howard has been just a Howard, yes.
It's just all about the emotions.
Uh,
of the movie.
But I thought the turning point was, I mean, he's not changed since but the turning point was like at the first, when the Dark was just passed by, like pretending like getting a phone call, and it was like she's mine, you cannot take it. That kind of like implies that she's mine, you cannot take that, you have no room for that. But at the end, after Dark left, he says something like now it's his it is my wife's own chosen. I cannot force her to choose for me if she likes dark or if she accepting dark. It's her choice. But at the end, I could say that hasn't changed a lot. Is like forgive me, I cannot just watch that happen, something like that.
I don't think he's changed all that much, and it was more of like the whole resolution of the ending was just more of a reinforcement of this is this guy, this is this character.
But the thing that changes is like at first she was his possession. She cannot just go away by her own choice. But at the end, she in his mindset is like she can choose her own way. If I appear to her, she accept me. That is her choice. If I appear to her, she doesn't accept me, then it's her choice as well. It's not something that he thought about in the first part of the movie.
Yeah, I personally believe that he is different at the end. I think that the idea of like ownership is still in play. Like he doesn't want to lose Diane. But I think before it was more constructed, whereas here it was more like a necessity. Like he didn't view it that way before.
I would say that he probably understands himself a little more, but he just understands who he was from the beginning of the movie. And it's less of like his outlook on life has changed. He just more understands what it was subconsciously for him for a while.
It's not like I'm a changed man.
Well, I think his outlook on life has changed a lot, because I don't imagine him going back to his old life whatsoever.
I guess so.
Yeah, like everything that, even when he went back into the city to get the
when he's
suit,
going back to
I would say
I hate this place. I can never work here again. Like
sure.
His life is so different now.
Yeah, I do want to, as like a little aside, say like I personally kind of got a little choked up when he was sitting in like the barber's chair getting his hair cut.
Yeah, right.
Dude, the emotion he had on display in that scene, I was like,
Bryan Cranston, just come on,
phenomenal.
He did such a good job. Like he felt so embarrassed. Like, but also like, it was still a part of his transformation as well.
I feel like not even embarrassed, but like he was making this big decision that was like he was essentially like completely turning his life in a different direction in that moment.
Yeah.
Sort
Whole
of thing.
transformation.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, like when the lady's like looking at his like fingers, like fingernails and stuff, how dirty his hands are.
Yeah, and he pulls them back, and
like he's ashamed of that he has to like
good stuff,
do this sort of thing. But yeah, like I really like it when he's like, I had the barber shop and the thrift store.
That got me in here.
And so it's also he can get back, like he could try to get back to his old life.
Yep.
But
well, because now his motivation to go get the suit and stuff was just so that he could get back to Diane.
Pretty much, because he can't just go into that house hobo mode. Like
no.
They would scream and probably
literally evidence has shown they wouldn't recognize him.
No, they wouldn't. But I think that is also telling to like what Steven was saying. That like he definitely has a different outlook. He wasn't coming back with a suit because he felt like it looked better on him or he wanted that lifestyle. He was doing it as a ticket to Diane. Like his motivations for the things was different.
Fair enough.
Yeah. This is not important, but something that bugged me was like
in his I'm getting that already.
In his like a pocket, he only had like a couple $100, right? But he went to the Goodwill, he went to the barber shop, he went to the he got the taxi to the New York City, and he went to the like a high class.
I think.
He did drive.
Yeah.
Oh, he drove. Oh, yeah, that's not important. But he went to the like a high class like a shoot store near his office where he used to go there, and he got like a full shoot clothes. Well, I can imagine it's a couple $1,000 usually. How did he get it? It's not important, but it bugged
I imagine either he's a lawyer like working in New York City. He's got a lot of money. So either A, he had a bunch of cash just on hand, Or at this point, he just started using credit card.
He might have
If,
just
if he's already planning on going back home, he probably starts using the credit card.
I think he busted out the credit card.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
But yeah,
I
so
think the payment is the least of the worries of that.
he gets dressed up to the nines in
It's not
time
important,
to
it's
go
not
into
fair.
his house, and in the best way possible that you could have ended this movie, walk into the family room, just say, "I'm home."
I'm home. And then they just kind of stare at him for like a bit, and then boom, cut to
Oh, God damn it!
That's what I said. Jesus.
Like honestly,
Christ.
I wouldn't want the movie to be ended any other way.
No, it needed to end exactly like that.
Because that just
better
oh
ending
God,
this
your imagination
thinking,
just
Luke,
goes
too much thinking,
haywire. We're just like,
Yeah,
how the
exactly.
fuck where do you go from here? What do you do?
I like
Jesus
I like
Christ.
ambiguous endings like that. I don't like it when movies feel like they have to just spoon feed you a
No,
message.
they deflate everything that your imagination could possibly create, but they could never satisfy.
2 out of 10 ending.
Okay.
I mean, this is
Sorry, it's not Transformers where it's like, oh, we beat on at the end. Congratulations, everyone.
I'm sorry, Megan Fox wasn't making out with Shia LaBeouf on the top of Bumblebee.
What I've done.
There are some movie I like to see at the ending spoon feed me, but this is not like a movie that I want to be spoon feeded. So it's kind of like a good way to end this movie, this particular movie.
So here's the thing, Boats. I wasn't like necessarily invested in their like relationship, but I was more of just like the fuck. What do you do now? Like, what happens now? Like, how on earth can you even start moving towards a normal life after this?
And realistically, you can't. So.
And if you felt like nothing was gonna change between them, I think that's an emotion too. Like that's almost like tragedy right there, right? Just like, well, nothing's changed, and here we go again. What?
Yeah,
But yeah, so enter the conversation, like,
dude,
how do you even
what do you even
start
say
talking
next? What do you even say?
do you tell the truth at all? Because there's
no, like, what even is
there's
Diane
no
supposed
way.
to say? Is what I'm saying. Is like, your husband, who's been missing for like the better part of a year, comes in and says, "I'm home," looking exactly the same as he was like the day he disappeared.
Like, his
like
face is a little
nothing
bit fuzzy,
happened.
aside from that, he looks
What do
completely
you
different,
do?
like the same.
Where do you go? I have no fucking idea.
Like, I thought you were dead for a long time.
But to me, like, you don't have to care about their relationship to be like what Jared's feeling right now. Like, ending the movie wondering how you would ever come back from that is an important way to end the movie.
The whole point, yeah.
Fuck.
Because again, I want to, like, at least the way I watched the movie, if what you just watched was a fantasy, the idea is you don't, like, the consequences of a fantasy are the reason you don't follow them through, right? So to end the movie without knowing what the consequences are is a very important part to the fantasy.
The thing is, the reason why I said this is a good way to ending the movie, but I didn't like it because I was uncomfortable, because we know what he's been through because we are the audience. But in family's perspective, they don't know a shit. They don't have any clue what happened.
They've already moved past all five stages of
past.
grief.
They are ready to move on.
You know, they were.
They've been through grief.
If the ending made you feel uncomfortable, that means it was a strong ending.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly what it said out to do.
That's what I said. It's a good way to end the movie.
like,
But that doesn't mean I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with the ending.
Right. Like it's just you feel exactly how they want you to feel, like based on how the rest of the movie operates. So
yeah, that doesn't mean I have to be comfortable.
There is nothing.
I'm very uncomfortable.
Nothing would have been satisfying for them to outright have like the reaction of the family and then try to figure out how to move forward, because then you would be upset that you didn't know, like, if that was going to work or how there was always going to be some end to that, and all it was going to do was muddy Howard's character by making you try to understand Diane's character and the kids, and like,
because
and
this would have been the first
movie.
time that we would have seen something happen from
Right.
someone else's perspective.
Exactly. We needed it to be a selfish perspective because it was a selfish fantasy. We were not supposed to know exactly how they were going to cope with any of this. Only things from Howard's perspective.
I think we should probably start wrapping this up since we're 10 minutes over.
It's score time.
It's
We've
been quite
gone
a lot.
over. It's score
Yeah.
time. But to be
Quite a
fair,
lot.
with all the breaks we took, we didn't go that far over.
Not too bad. Not too
Could've been
bad.
worse.
True.
The boys are back
But
in
this
town.
also wasn't like Encanto levels of frustrating, so we didn't
No.
have to like go off on anything.
So
Yeah, if there were no Breaking Bad, we could finish it like people.
So it was your fault.
Okay, so like overall,
yeah, I think what was our order again? It was me, Jerry, Steve, and Andrew or something.
Something like that. But
I
it's
think
definitely you
last
first,
time
you last.
I went last because I wanted it to end on a positive note.
That's right. That's
well,
right.
I think we should start with the one who recommended this movie.
Oh, you
Sure,
want Steven
we can
to
do
open
that.
up? Okay.
Yeah.
Do that. All right. So Wakefield.
Yes.
I'm giving the movie a 9 out of 10.
Holy
Baby.
shit.
Baby.
Oh, that's pretty high.
I
That is
really,
very high.
I really enjoyed
It's a
this
good
movie.
movie.
I know how your score works, and that
Really
is pretty high.
The best like acting and like
Yes. Oh my
bar
goodness.
none in like most any other movie, and just the insanity of like I just said, it's all a fantasy, and just
Yes.
you imagine it, like you put yourself in these situations. You're like, would I do that?
Yeah.
What would happen if I did that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I like all of the things it makes you think about, like in your life, and like how you would react to these sort of situations.
Totally.
It really tugs at like the empathy, whether or not you like. Obviously, I disagree. I would never do that.
Yeah.
But imagining like he's kind of right. Like people imagine this sort of thing all the time.
Sure.
This is what would happen if people followed through on that.
Yeah. Hot damn.
And I think they did a really good job of kind of showing Howard's character
Mm-hmm.
and giving us what I think are like good reasons why
Yeah.
he's sort of doing this, or at least good reasons to him. And yeah, 9 out of 10.
You
That's
got
what I'm
it.
giving it.
All right.
Hell yeah.
I can go next. So I can totally see somebody going into this movie and just hating it because it's everything that's it's everything that people
What up?
the movie does everything that people wouldn't expect a movie to do. Like it goes the opposite of what people would expect a movie to be in terms of like a likable protagonist, a beginning, middle, ends, like characters interacting with each other, all that stuff. Which is why I actually saw on IMDb, its average rating is like a 6 out of 10. And I do not
I
agree
believe
with
it.
that at all. But I believe that that is the case. For me, I found the main character to be just a fascinating person to observe. I think that, like, we've already discussed this. I do not come from the same place of like empathy or relatability as this character. Like, I do not relate to the fantasy that was presented here, but I found it fascinating to watch, and it was super interesting, and it made me think about so many different things. Like I felt it was intellectually challenging in terms of just like I'm constantly trying to figure this guy out, sort of thing.
Yep.
So I thought the premise was super interesting and unique, but again, I didn't have a strong connection with like the story or the characters or anything. It was more of just like me watching a train wreck happen, and it was entertaining. But for that, on top of like the thought of me rewatching this movie, I think okay, so I think my score will change if I were to like rewatch this movie and really like have a chance to like sit down and think about it. So my score is just going to be based on my first impression, right? So keep that in mind. Fuck, hang on. I'm trying to catch my train of thought here. But the thought of rewatching it, I'm just remembering it's a very slow-paced and deliberate movie. The visuals aren't that much to write home about, but they weren't the point. But the thought of rewatching it is like it's probably gonna be a while before I'm probably interested in rewatching it again. So there's that. But I do think if I were to rewatch it again, I'd probably appreciate it a lot more. All of this being said, I think this is about a 7 out of 10 for me, and the fact that it engaged my brain more so than like the average movie would, and I really enjoyed it. But I didn't have any sort of like intimate emotional connection with it. The acting was great. Everyone killed it in this performance, and it was a super unique premise. But I feel like that's as high as I would be willing to give it right now. If I were to rewatch it, I think the highest it would be able to get is like an 8 for me. But right now it's a 7.
You're giving it a 7.
Yeah, it's a low 7. It's like almost.
I thought you'd give it a 6.
It's almost a 6, but most like Marvel movies and shit, and like just generally like baseline good movies are around a 6 for me, and I think I enjoyed this a little bit more than that. It's not like a solid 7, but it's probably like a low 7 for me.
Okay.
Like a 6.6, like a borderline.
No, I'd say this is like a 7.1 to like a
boats
7.3 ish for me.
You're where Boats and Pomo are. They both say 7 out of 10.
So
but their
Olympic
whole
7,
reason is
pretty much.
7.
Pretty
their
much,
whole reason
yeah.
is they don't like the
I
ending.
don't like the ending.
How about I'll say this? I think I enjoyed this more than iRobot.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which I also gave a 7, I think.
Well, all right.
I think I think you gave it a 6.
Did I give it a
maybe
6?
give it a
I think I
7.
gave it a 7.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
I don't remember.
Well, let's take a look. But while I'm taking a look, how about you go, Jerry?
Yeah, Jerry.
All right, sure. So
I gave it a 7.
while I watching the movie, I felt very uncomfortable.
Mhm.
I couldn't like sympathize the situation where he was in, and I felt terrible for family that had to go through that situation, and it bugged me that he hasn't changed a lot after go through all of that situation. So I will give it 8 out of 10.
Oh, nice.
Why is that? Because I will explain. To you.
All right.
Okay.
As in the past, I explain is like when I watch the movie in a way that like that has to be watched. Like if it's the horror movie, I have to scare. If it's the comfort movie or if it's the time killing movie, I just want to sit back and enjoy the movie itself while thinking about like analyzing. Yeah, like that. Like
Yeah.
Chef is a great example. I don't have to analyze it. I just
Exactly.
watch
It's
the
all
movie,
face
have
value,
some-
baby.
Yeah, shipping the beer, and like just feel good. That's one way to enjoy the chef for me, at least.
Yeah.
And
I
this
agree.
movie is very discomforting, very disoriented, delusional, fantasy in a bad way. And I feel sympathy for family, but this movie is made intentionally to feel me that way. And I never said I didn't like the movie. I never said I hated this movie, but I hated every aspect of the movie itself except the like a blinking light in the darkness, like the kids.
Oh yeah.
And that was movie's intentional, so I liked it. And if someone said you have intention to watch the movie again, maybe to watch it again, maybe 3 years later, because I was uncomfortable to watch this movie
because
it was not me.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
and it was
like,
it was intentionally made it to make me feel uncomfortable. That's what I felt.
I just feel in my opinion, any movie that can make you feel those sorts of emotions is
most movies don't make you feel that way. Most stories don't get a chance to make you
most
feel
things
that way.
I'm just like, oh, all right, cool. But
Like
when I'm like
protagonist
so
at the
invested,
end,
where I'm like, what the fuck? I would never do that. Like I know, because that's the same like when someone's really good at acting like an evil character, and I start hating that character. And I was because the actor was doing such a good job with it.
Right.
Yeah, something like that. And usually protagonists just came back from the dead, or like the Dark Knight Rising, something like protagonist came back from the grave and like kick the bad guy's ass out of it, and made us feel good. But this movie is not for that kind of movie. This is movie is made to feel me bad and thinking about it. And the reason why the score is so high, it gave me a lot of thinking more than any movie ever. Probably one of the best, one of the 10 of the best or something like that. Yeah. So this movie is very good movie. I will give you a high score, but if someone asks me to watch it again, like in sooner, I won't. That is kind of like the movie. It's bad.
How about this? Would you recommend the movie to anyone?
For some people, not for everyone though.
For specific people.
For specific people, yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, I don't want to recommend this movie to my friends who is happily living in a family. I don't want to.
I think that's exactly who it's meant for.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
It's meant for people like Howard.
It's a family movie. Everyone knows it.
I mean, like, if people
I'm actually
like Howard,
surprised
no,
that
even for people
Jared
like Howard,
and
I would
Jerry
recommend
both
it.
gave higher scores.
I
than
almost
their,
want to bring my score down to bring the average down, but I'm a man of honor.
Oh no!
I know. I'm
You
a
just
man
wanna
of
bring the
honor.
average down.
I'm sticking to my
it,
opinion. I just did not expect Jerry to go 8. And for anybody who else would like to voice their opinion, there's a poll in chat right now.
Okay, you have to think about it. This 8 out of 10 is like
That's
ooh,
big,
I'm excited
man.
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10 are some of my favorite movies.
For me, I'm more generous than you.
No
if this is a
kidding.
really good movie that I want to watch it, it's like a 9.
Also, I don't see no poll, Jared.
Refresh. I had to refresh weirdly to see it.
This 8, this 8 out of 10 is
there.
not the same meaning as 8 out of 10 that I give the score. This is like a bad good movie out of 10, 8 out of 10. So you have to think about it in different way. Okay, so next, Andrew.
All right, y'all ready for me to wrap it up?
Yeah.
Well, I really like this movie, and Steven and I both liked this movie for a long time, and this is probably like my 3rd or 4th time watching it. So I'll admit to some bias because I have always liked this movie, even from the first time I saw it.
Nothing's gonna change my mind about that.
Yeah, so like I am biased, so like you're welcome to challenge me on any of this because you won't be prepared for me to give something a high score. But
Andrew's gonna give something above a 5. Everybody hold on.
Everybody hold on. But I'll take you through my little score sheet just so I can justify some of these things as well. So originality is always the first one, right? Like, is the idea original? And in my opinion, absolutely it's original. I can't compare this to another movie. Like, it's a little biased, but 9 out of 10 for originality. I can't compare this to another movie. I think it feels familiar somehow in a good way, but like I can't compare this type of story or idea for a movie like that does the things that it does to anything else. But that's in my knowledge. That's in my knowledge of movies. I'm sure there are other movies that like maybe challenge things like this, but this one in my mind stands out quite a bit. Creativity, so like how the execution of the idea, I give that one an 8 out of 10, and a lot of that is Bryan Cranston. His acting is amazing, and I think he really like comes into the role. I think that the style and voice is pretty interesting in this movie, and it creates for an interesting relationship with the audience. Like the whole point is to like create a movie where you sort of vicariously live through, and this is how I watch it. This is biased, but this is how I watch it. Like living through the eyes of like the main character, and like in a very genuine way, to the point that like you're thinking what he thinks and going through the same rationale as him, even in the extremes of the fantasy. So 8 out of 10 on creativity. The theme, I am very happy with the theme here. This is what I want movies themes to do. And not every movie has to do it this way, but this sort of like cohesion and honor of the theme I think is solid. It's 9 out of 10 for me in the theme. And that's because this idea of possessions really sticks strong to me from beginning to end. Like whether it's about Howard's like possessiveness over his life that he owned before, his possessiveness over Diane, and the way that he is scared of losing things. Then even like how they introduce the idea of kids and mercy, everything that they introduce, and even the idea of Russians. I know y'all were talking about how you thought the Russians were boring. I didn't watch this movie as do I think that what's happening is interesting? I ask, do I think that what's happening is real? Do I think that what's happening is relevant to explaining this character and explaining the fantasy that it's trying to portray? And in that respect, the Russians are super important because literally to the dialogue and to the narration of Howard. Like, it's pointing out again this idea of possessions. We are animals. We eat each other. We have ownership of things. So the Russians were there to show this idea of competition and taking things, right? Not just like earning things, but actually taking things, which is again really important to the theme. So I thought the theme was super strong, start to end, and it made everything matter more. So 9 out of 10 theme. Sorry. And story, this is the one where y'all would probably fall off and give it a low score. Anyone who thought that it either didn't have enough energy or like didn't have like a good clear like up and down or a good draw to like pull you through. And I totally understand that. But in my opinion, I thought the story was super simple in a very good way. And because of that, it let the character shine. It didn't have a lot of big, crazy, complicated things to orchestrate and set up. It was literally like you knew from the start to the finish what was happening. The only questions you had to ask were what were going on with the character. And because of that, because this is a very character-driven movie, it did something that I really like, which is it allowed me to embed myself in the movie, which is why this is biased. But I give it a 9 out of 10. But the ability for a movie to like buy me in and make me sort of feel what the character is feeling and come along for the ride made me analyze the story more from a like, oh shit, like I would probably do the same thing. Like I also would not go back inside, and I also would feel really spiteful right now and insecure, and I also might fantasize about these things. Like I could more than just understand the character, I was able to embed myself there and feel that stuff out, which I thought was a really strong thing for the movie. And I understand that not everyone was able to do that. Like the whole movie was about getting the viewer to understand Howard. I thought that was really cool. Good story in my opinion. And the final one is presentation, and the score did so much for me for this. I thought the score is extremely beautiful and versatile. Like it's used in so many different ways throughout the movie. And it always portrays the correct mood that you're following through the character. And it's simple too. Just like the character, the theme is really easy to identify, but it also has like struggles and loops, but you can follow them and they're rational. They fit the movie, they fit the theme really well. Even and it extends to pretty much every part of the movie, which again, cohesion, really beautifully done. I thought that the cinematography, I agree with Jared, and I even noted this down, like I thought it could have been stronger. I don't think that it made the movie suffer in any way, but similar to sort of the yeah, it's just unremarkable. Like it didn't do anything inventive.
I feel like there's not big set pieces that you really need to. It's not a visual movie. It's like an emotional movie.
Like Jerry pointed out some interesting things that I didn't think about at the beginning, where like, you know, things being more crowded. Like I'm sure if you were to analyze this, there probably are some clever things happening with cinematography, but sure, it didn't appear that they were doing anything really inventive. It just looked to me that they were executing the scenes really well and capturing the feelings that they needed to feel. So it was allowing you as the audience to sort of empathetically be in that space, but it wasn't necessarily doing anything super interesting. So 8 out of 10 for presentation. And what all of that comes down to is an 8.6 out of 10, which I happily round up to a 9. And this will be the first movie that I give this type of score, so feel free to be shocked. But I do really like this movie.
Shocked, but also not.
I do really like this movie, but I feel like and there's some level of bias, but I also think that from just an analytical point of view, it is a good movie.
That's usually what 9s and 10s are for me, are like my most biased scores, right?
This is definitely has some bias, but I think that it's got ammo to back it up as well.
This might be one of the first times where like the most polarizing part of this discussion for me is these scores. Man, do I disagree? Do I disagree heavily? Do I disagree heavily with all of y'all's takes about this?
Really?
To the point where like if I had graded this off of like your guys's like scale, I don't know, like
Here's over here trying to change his score.
I'm not changing. I'm not changing my score. It's more of just like I think the gulf between my 7 and like Jerry's 8, it feels enormous to me.
Okay,
and
so
that's even more compounded by your guys' 9s.
If I score this movie in
the
like
gulf
most
between an 8 and a 9 is also always
most
big.
personal, emotional way, this is 4 out of 10. But this is a good movie. I can argue with this. So, and we are rating the movie based on if it's a good movie or bad movie. And I think this is a good movie, even if I don't comfortable watching this movie. Yeah. So you have to think about it like in a lot of ways.
I was emotionally connected with this movie as well as the execution of it.
Sure.
Like being like something that I could back up. I don't find a lot of faults with this movie besides like it didn't like really do much inventive, and it didn't like tackle any like really strong like hard emotion. But I think that was also to the benefit of the movie, trying to do things that were generally grounded, and that the only thing outrageous was that initial leap, and everything else was pretty like easy to handle. Like there was no.
If you can make that leap, then what would happen as a result of that? Sir?
Exactly, like because it's the same idea of the fantasy being the important part. Like if you can make that leap, then it's all a consequence of that. It's never about like the outskirts of the fantasy. It's about your ability to actually take that leap. So
But
this movie did exactly that.
But the thing I want to talk about is it a good leap? Good leap that you are worth taking, or is it just bad leap that I don't want to take chance?
I mean, no one
That's the
should
thing that I'm not uncomfortable. I'm not comfortable.
Does feel green and brown, and I think it works towards. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like they didn't need to go cartoonish with this.
Everything feels fairly realistic in the movie.
Like the most
like
threatening part is him getting like sick in the cold, and I think that that's exactly how it should be. And the fact that there's no like destructive or like tragic things like is again just highlights more of the human part of it, which is the whole point. Instead of trying to create really interesting events that they had to orchestrate or contrive to make the story more interesting.
But how about destructive situation for his family?
It is, but all of that stuff is very grounded and human and believable, and it's stuff that you feel like you've seen before.
Just because he did terrible things doesn't mean it wasn't executed well.
Yeah.
True.
Oh.
I think the Russian part, like, it didn't really feel. It all felt pretty real to me. Like people do pick up trash and they fight. Like, but this idea of like having to take things from each other was an important part of the movie. It was the reason. Like, it was the whole reason. Like Dirk and Howard like were taking things from each other. Like you needed to see examples of this idea of possession taking place, whether people were fighting for something, taking something, giving something freely. Like that all needed to be on display to understand Howard's character. Oh, you're gonna watch it post-review, Zach?
Ooh.
You're gonna go in
the heaviest bias possible.
Yeah, I want you to watch the movie in like a pure way possible.
No, I stand by the score, knowing that I'm someone who grades movies harshly. That this to me is the mark of a movie
I'm never gonna
what it was
try and
to
talk
do.
someone down from like a 9 or a 10 because those are like
it's impossible.
Their favorite movies. There's no way. There's nothing that you could
is up there
say
with movies
to
that had an impact on me.
Exactly.
I just think like even if I didn't have a bias, it just like even if I'm just looking at this movie objectively, if I'm looking at the movie completely objectively, it's probably an 8. But the fact that I also liked it on top of that means it's a 9.
Yeah, that's why. That's the reason why I gave you 8. If I liked the movie, I was into the movie. Yeah.
I'm willing to argue about this, but I truly agree with Steven that the movie warrants a solid 8 analytically.
Like just the construction of the story and characters is
I just don't know what problems.
Well done.
I just don't know. Even after our discussion, I can't.
I'm still not 100% sure what the issues
the parts
are
that y'all have said. That
I'd have to rewatch it, but I cannot fathom that.
The other parts that y'all didn't like mean that like. Even if you fully like got into the movie, you wouldn't like it because you just disagree with the way what the movie wanted to do.
Maybe.
And that's why I'm saying like either you were a part of the character and felt as he felt, and that was what mattered to you, or you didn't. And that's the difference between.
What matter is I don't want to be that character. I don't want to build that.
But that's
I don't.
The movie's about the fantasy.
It's about the role playing game, right? If you usually role playing game, the protagonist has a very strong character and is a good way, in a lot of way. Even if the badass character has some good side in it, but this is the character that is I have no doubt the reason why I gave it 8 point. If I like the character and if I like the aspect of the movie a little more, I would probably give like 9, even for 10. But this is a character is very dark and.
All right. So what I want to ask Jared is he's a little wishy-washy on his 7. But I want to say he gave Meet the Robinsons a 6.
I know.
If you drop this down to a 6, that's saying it's equal to Meet the Robinsons. And would you agree with that?
Well, Jared also thought that Meet the Robinsons had like a really strong theme and message. So
I was defending
Meet
Jared.
the
I was not
Robinsons
side
was
with
a
you guys.
biased 6.
For the sort of people who like that sort of thing, that's
I
the sort of thing they
So
like.
if some people actually gives like a 4 out of 10, I would understand it. I would understand it because it's very uncomfortable movie to
So
watch.
this is obviously, don't take this with a grain of salt because it's coming from someone who likes the movie. I think the reason the movie got a 6 out of 10 like on IMDb and stuff is because people are like feeling the same as like Jerry and Jared.
Oh
Like,
God,
oh,
Zach's joining. Nope, we're not. Zach, we're not dragging out this conversation. I'm tired. I'm spinning the movie wheel. Here we go. Wheel is
Steven had something
going.
to say.
It's the
whatever, I won't
mist.
say it.
No, I wanted to hear it.
The mist
You don't need to
wins.
talk. It's okay.
I wanted to hear it. No,
I
Steven,
am
talk over
tired.
them. I don't
Go
care.
ahead and keep
So,
talking. You finish your thought.
Basically, Jared and Jerry, like they could see it. They don't like what Howard's doing, but they understand the story. But I think some people, when they're rating movies, are like, "That made me feel bad. Bad movie."
No, that's not what I'm doing.
I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm saying that's what IMDb people are doing.
That 6 average.
I'm saying that you guys are able to remove yourselves from that better.
But I also think that you struggled to get into what the movie wanted to do, and I don't know how to accuse the movie of being the culprit of that.
Right.
And I haven't heard a good argument for how the movie is the reason you weren't able to do it.
Well,
so
you're not going to get it tonight. I'm sorry.
What?
Oh,
Like
tired.
what was
I
that?
am tired. We're throwing on the Ocean Man, baby. Let's get the fuck
Wait,
out
so
of
wait,
here.
what did we spin? Is it Mist?
It's the mist.
It's the mist. It's
Okay,
the
The
mist.
mist
I saw
wins.
Resident Evil now.
Woo!
I'm doing a double feature on Monday, baby.
Alrighty.
Zach coming in just made us feel like the stream was going to go on.
I need to get the fuck out of here.
It could if we did.
No, I came in to end it because I too need to go to bed.
No,
and I was too invested at this point.
Well, all you did was make things worse, Zach. I was in the middle of a very salient point.
Sorry.
Ruined it.
I am
You got-
running on empty right now. Boats, what was the name of the
You
guy
got
we're
Jared
rating?
all sweaty.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
I think it was Dad Tries Gaming or something like that.
I think that's what it was. Dad tries gaming. Apparently it's his birthday today.
Oh.
Anywho, thanks y'all for joining us for this big ol' sweaty stream. IDK, he does know us. He recognized us in a couple of Ludum Dare streams that I tuned into. Did you say it was his birthday? If so, let's make sure we wish him a happy birthday when we raid in.
He'll get very confused. When
Yeah,
we all
so
say
let
happy
me just double check that. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. We will be back next Friday. We'll be talking about The Mist.
The Mist. Congratulations, Boats.
Congratulations,
The Mist.
Boat. He has a birthday redeem too. Well, let's make sure we all get that. I'm sure you get like 200-ish points when you follow him or something like that. So assuming it's cheap, we can do that. But yeah, until next week, love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch.
Little me.
Fuck you. And